In your dream, you saved a girl who was on the brink of death. You taught her the art of warfare and strategies. With your help, although the girl successfully saved her family, but she just couldn't feel happy about it, because you would vanish into thin air shortly after each appearance. Even though she searched the entire world with her Emperor realm cultivation, she couldn't find any trace of you, until you appeared again years later. Finally spoke the words she had waited her entire life to hear. The first dream encounter happened on the night when you just turned 18. As soon as you fell asleep, you were completely dumbfounded by the scene before you. There was a young lady sitting in the hot spring not far ahead. However, unfortunately, most of the beautiful sight was obscured by the mist, making it difficult to see clearly. The young man's blood surged at this moment. You reached out your hand to touch her skin. This is a dream. Doing something small here should go unnoticed. The next moment, your lips met. Nothing could compare to the sweetness on your tongue. Suddenly, the young lady, who had been immersed in sadness, let out a soft as if she had sensed something. Suddenly opens her eyes. You little thief! Let go of me! She pushes you away forcefully, then takes out a long sword from her storage ring, assumes a defensive stance. Which family sent you here? This pool was never deep to begin with. Now as she stands up, her figure becomes completely exposed. You chuckled with a blushing face. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The young lady noticed your gaze falling on her chest. Only then did she realize. She hurriedly covered herself with her dress. You secretly feel pity. Before you can savor the moment, a flash of cold light streaks past. The young girl swiftly slashes at you. This little lass actually reached the 7th level of innate realm. You retreat while inwardly startled. This girl in the dream has even higher talent than yourself. Unfortunately, she's too young. Her cultivation level is still one step behind yours. Miss, would you believe me if I say this is just a dream? Isn't that the favorite excuse of you flower thieves? The girl's eyes darkened. She couldn't help but shout angrily. You can't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You, a dignified disciple of the Tao sect, actually being called a flower thief. But this dream feels too real. But before you can explain further, a startled cry interrupted this beautiful dream. Disciple, what are you doing? The female disciple looked at the room in shock. At this moment, you also came to your senses. The girl from the dream had vanished. You were back in your room again, and you were making a kissing gesture towards the wall. The female disciple was startled. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands. The elders are calling you to attend the Tao child's ascension ceremony. Hearing this, you pretended to be composed and adjusted your clothes. Understood. This Tao child will be there shortly. On the way there, you thought about that dream again, still savoring it even now. It felt too real. Meanwhile, in a distant different dimension, Su Shueya was still in a daze. However, given Mo Qianyan's previous behavior, she didn't believe him because she had already thought of countless methods herself, but it was clearly a dead end. What solution could a philanderer possibly have? Seeing that Su Shueya remained unmoved, Mo Qianyan just smiled, showing no hurry, because someone else was more anxious than him. Sure enough, after a while, Su Shueya finally couldn't sit still anymore. You really have a way to save Desu from danger? Su Shueya asked with furrowed brows, her eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. Mo Qianyan smiled mysteriously without giving a direct answer. If you dare to trick me, I will never forgive you, Su Shueya said through gritted teeth, hoping that this bastard wasn't deceiving her. Mo Qianyan raised his eyebrows and said word by word, the princess's strength surpasses mine, so how could I possibly escape from her grasp? Moreover, the Desu Empire is surrounded by crises. Without a good strategy, it will eventually be destroyed by enemies. Hearing these words, Su Shueya's heart trembled slightly, and although she was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed the truth. Everyone now believed that the Desu Empire was doomed to fall. Against the allied forces of 6 nations, even if the Desu Empire were twice as strong, they still couldn't win. Thinking of this, Su Shueya couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Mo Qianyan. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What exactly is your method to change the tide of war? Your Highness, is this what you call sincerity? Mo Qianyan glanced at the ropes binding his body. Su Shueya pursed her lips but still stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Mo Qianyan. Now can you speak? Su Shueya asked with a cold tone and stern expression. Mo Qianyan chuckled but didn't rush to answer, saying instead, Your Highness, if I helped issue with a strategy, what reward will you give me in return? What do you want? Su Shueya watched him vigilantly. Why don't you guess, Your Highness? Mo Qianyan narrowed his eyes, looking Su Shueya's delicate figure up and down. At this moment, Su Shueya was wearing a light blue dress, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was as white as snow, and her exquisite features carried hints of youth and innocence, making her breathtakingly beautiful. You scoundrel! Su Shueya exclaimed angrily, immediately drawing her sword and pointing it at Mo Qianyan. Seeing this, Mo Qianyan quickly waved his hands. Your Highness misunderstands. This humble Taoist merely wants to know if there are any realms between innate ninth level and foundation building? Hearing that Mo Qianyan wasn't actually interested in her body, Su Shueya breathed a slight sigh of relief but still maintained her vigilant gaze on him. I don't know anything about innate realm or foundation building realm, Su Shueya said coldly. Hearing this, Mo Qianyan pondered for a moment before understanding. It seemed that the cultivation systems of the two worlds were different. I mean the cultivation realm that the princess is currently at, Mo Qianyan continued to ask, sensing vaguely that this might be crucial to his future path. Me? I'm at the 10th level of flesh realm, and you're at the 9th level. After the flesh realm comes the divine power realm, said Su Shueya. Mo Qianyan's eyes flickered with interest. Flesh realm? Divine power realm? He was at the great perfection of the 9th level of innate realm, which in her eyes was the 9th level of flesh realm. So that means the flesh realm corresponds to the innate realm and the divine power realm corresponds to the foundation building realm? But wasn't the innate realm supposed to only have 9 levels to reach great perfection? Yet the girl before him claimed she was at the 10th level of flesh realm? Could there be a 10th level in the innate realm? As a disciple, I can offer you a strategy to help Desu repel the enemy. However, I want your cultivation methods for both the physical realm and divine power realm in return, Mo Qianyan said after a moment of silence. My cultivation methods? Su Shueya was slightly stunned. What? Is the princess unwilling to share? Then forget it. Mo Qianyan shrugged, pretending to be disappointed. The cultivation method I practice isn't anything precious. Anyone you find in the outside world practices this method. Are you sure you only want the cultivation method? Su Shueya looked at Mo Qianyan with confusion. Mo Qianyan's eyes widened. Everyone practices cultivation methods that surpass the 9th level of innate realm? Good heavens, what kind of terrifying world is this? Of course, not everyone can cultivate to the 10th level of physical realm. The resources required are beyond measure. The vast majority of people break through to the spirit channel realm after reaching the peak of the 9th level. Looking at Mo Qianyan's expression, Su Shueya added, while a hint of doubt appeared in her heart. How could he not know about the widely circulated Tao scripture throughout the world? Chapter 8, My 3 steps can turn Desu's crisis into safety. I've given you the Tao scripture, can you tell me your plan now? Su Shueya urged. Mo Qianyan originally wanted to examine the Tao scripture, but seeing Su Shueya's anxious expression, he put it away. He didn't know how long he could stay in this world. Looking at his 3 previous transmigrations, there was no pattern in the duration of each stay. Moreover, every time he crossed over, definitely more than 1 day had passed in this world. He certainly didn't want to come next time only to find that this somewhat silly yet adorable young lady was no longer here. He looked at the map in the young lady's room, where 7 countries were arranged in the shape of the character Jia. And Desu happened to be at this very tip, bordered by 3 great empires, Shu, Zhao, and Song. Above the 3 great empires were 3 more empires, Shi, Yu, and Wu. If I'm not mistaken, Shu is the most powerful, followed by your Desu, then Song, and the weakest is the state of Zhao, Mo Qianyan said. How did you know? Su Shueya was a bit surprised, as it was clear from their previous conversation that Mo Qianyan did not understand this world. She had no idea where Mo Qianyan came from, perhaps from a vast world beyond the 7 kingdoms, but he was certainly very mysterious. It's simple. In such a chaotic world of multiple nations, the larger the territory, the stronger the nation. It's not hard to deduce that the Great Su Empire is still quite powerful. But no matter how strong Great Su is, how can it resist the combined forces of 6 nations? Su Shueya asked in despair. Why must we resist all 6 nations together? Mo Qianyan countered with a question. Su Shueya was slightly stunned, looking at Mo Qianyan in confusion. Her puzzled expression made Mo Qianyan shake his head with an amused smile. Has the princess ever considered causing internal conflicts between them, leading to the alliance's self-dissolution? Mo Qianyan guided her step by step. Self-dissolution? That's impossible. Su Shueya frowned. Father has sent envoys to the 6 nations many times seeking peace, or hoping they would not send troops to aid Chu, but it has never worked. They are determined to partition our Su nation. Princess, you underestimate human nature, especially that of ambitious emperors, Mo Qianyan said with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Human hearts are greedy and insatiable. The 6 nations united because they coveted Desu's vast territory, but what they don't realize is that the other 5 nations are being manipulated by the Dechu Empire. Therefore, no matter how the envoys plead or what benefits they promise, it's impossible to move the hearts of the 5 monarchs, because you cannot offer them benefits that match what Dechu promises from dividing up Desu. Mo Qianyan spoke slowly, then fixed his gaze on the girl's clear eyes, waiting for her response. However, Su Shueya didn't understand his meaning and simply followed along. Yes, no matter what conditions we offer, how can they compare to Chu's terms? Actually, it's very simple. There's no need to offer any conditions at all. Just a few words with the king of Zhao will naturally dissolve the alliance, Mo Qianyan chuckled. Su Shueya looked up at Mo Qianyan. Even generous gifts couldn't make them withdraw their troops, but a few words could make Zhao withdraw? Her gaze seemed to be looking at a fool. The king of Zhao wasn't brain dead. How could he possibly listen to a few words and obediently withdraw his troops? Ha! Seeing this, Mo Qianyan smiled. He wagged his index finger at Su Shueya and said, 4 words, when lips are gone, teeth grow cold. Note, a Chinese idiom meaning that two parties share the same fate. If one falls, the other will suffer too. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Su Shueya's beautiful face showed confusion as she blinked her lovely big eyes, looking at Mo Qianyan with bewilderment. Clearly, she still didn't understand what Mo Qianyan meant. You silly girl. Mo Qianyan tapped Su Shueya's head lightly. You. Su Shueya wanted to get angry, but remembering that she needed his help, she had to hold back. Don't come any closer to me. Su Shueya shouted angrily, her pretty face flushed red as she glared fixedly at Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan pursed his lips and said, who told you to be so foolish? Seeing that Su Shueya was about to blow up, Mo Qianyan coughed lightly and stopped teasing her. The young lady before him, though younger in age, possessed far greater power than him. It was clear that she couldn't actually be stupid. It could only mean that in this world, military tactics and strategies barely existed. Since this world had no military treatises, Mo Qianyan could only explain it to her step by step. The envoys of Disu may say this: while Chu offers Zhao a share of Disu's territory, the promise made to the other 4 states is to divide both Disu and Dezhao between them. If Disu falls, when the 5-nation allied forces return, they will take the opportunity to destroy Dezhao. Only with Dezhao's destruction can the remaining 5 nations divide the territory. Otherwise, with Dezhao in between, how could the 3 northern nations obtain benefits from Disu? Disu is the lips, and Dezhao is the teeth. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Any ruler of Dezhao who isn't a fool would understand this principle. He's just blinded by benefits right now. Upon hearing Mo Qianyan's explanation, Su Shueya immediately understood. So you mean? Her eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Mo Qianyan, as if discovering a new continent. She mentally went through everything Mo Qianyan had said and realized it could work. However, she seemed to think of something else, and her excitement faded, replaced by worry once again. But even if the Zhao kingdom withdraws their troops, we still can't defeat the remaining 5 kingdoms, can we? Su Shueya asked worriedly. Although she thought this proposal was excellent, she had to consider that Disu's crisis was not just about whether the Zhao state would withdraw their troops. I didn't say one step would turn the tide of war. This is merely the first step, Mo Qianyan said with a smile. The first step? Su Shueya was somewhat surprised. As she looked at the confident young man before her, the current Mo Qianyan had undoubtedly refreshed her first impression of him. Perhaps this libertine wasn't so detestable after all? The second step is to spread confusion through disinformation. In simple terms, it means spreading news that may or may not be true. With Zhao withdrawing from the alliance, the 5-nation allied forces will inevitably clash at the border between Disu and Song. And since the strongest Chu army and their reinforcements can't pass through Zhao, they can only reach Song by detouring through the 3 northern kingdoms. Then you can spread rumors, telling the other countries that Chu's detour is false, and their true intention is to probe the weaknesses of these countries. This way, the countries will resist Chu, and the allied forces will fall apart. Upon hearing this, Su Shueya's eyes lit up brilliantly as she showed an expression of sudden realization. After Mo Qianyan's explanation, Disu's desperate situation seemed to break instantly, and there even appeared to be a turning point. How do you know that after Zhao withdraws, the allied forces will gather in Song? Su Shueya asked about the only confusion regarding this second step. Mo Qianyan smiled slightly. It's simple. A powerful and proud country like Chu would never allow other countries' armies to station in their territory, so the battlefield can only be in Song. Su Shueya's eyes widened, amazed that Mo Qianyan could see through the entire military situation just by looking at a map. However, even so, with the 5-country alliance attacking, Disu is still in grave danger. We'll just be able to hold out a bit longer than before. This time, Su Shueya showed no signs of worry. Instead, she gazed intently into Mo Qianyan's eyes. The confident young man before her seemed to have already devised a strategy. The third and final step can be summarized in 8 words: fight with our backs against the wall, surround Chu to save Disu. These 3 steps of mine can turn Disu's peril into safety. Chapter 9, Making Strategic Decisions Within the Command Tent, Determining Victory from Afar. Fight with our backs against the wall? Surround Chu to save Disu? Su Shueya was confused again, looking at Mo Qianyan with puzzled eyes. You're really slow to catch on. Mo Qianyan tapped Su Shueya's head again, but this time, Su Shueya didn't get angry, and she didn't even ask Mo Qianyan to stay away from her. Mo Qianyan's image as a lecher has gradually faded away, replaced by his role as the pivotal figure in Disu's salvation. While the main force remains stationary against the allied army, we will detach 100,000 elite troops and form another army of cultivators. We'll move them secretly, then strike at the capital of Chu Kingdom with lightning speed. Mo Qianyan said slowly. Attack Chu? Are you insane? Su Shueo shook her head frantically, saying that Desu was already struggling to stand alone, yet now they would attack the most powerful Chu state? Wouldn't that be suicide? Besides, if you draw away our elite forces, Desu will be even more defenseless against the enemy. Aren't you pushing Desu into a corner? Su Shueo argued. Isn't Desu already backed into a corner? Mo Qiannian shrugged. Su Shueo was left speechless. Right now, Desu is like a frog in warm water, slowly being devoured by the 6 states. Better to fight with our backs against the wall and find life in the midst of death. Let me ask you, if you were the emperor of Dechu, would you think Desu would invade your country in this situation? Mo Qiannian asked. Su Shueo fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering 4 words, of course not. It's not that simple. With Chu's main forces in Song State and little defense at the border, if Desu's elite troops launch a sudden attack, they will initially face a complete rout, unable to mount an effective defense. No one knows if Desu is willing to fight to the death, so Chu has 2 choices. First is to gamble bet that the Allied forces will capture Desu's capital before Desu's elite troops take their capital. Second is to play it safe, withdraw their army to relieve the siege on their capital. In this situation, if you were the emperor of Chu, what would you do? Mo Qiannian continued to press. Su Shueo frowned, falling into deep contemplation. After a long while, she opened her eyes, a look of certainty flashing across them. Perfect. Chu was already the most powerful nation. As long as they maintained steady development and gradually expanded through invasion, they would emerge as the ultimate winner. However, if we were to gamble, even if we won, Desu would fight to the death and we would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Then, the other nations would have the opportunity to profit from our conflict like the proverbial fisherman. Anyone who isn't a fool would know which choice to make. Planning within the command tent, determining victory 1,000 miles away, this young master is truly impressive. Mo Qiannian laughed heartily, brushing the hair from his forehead. Such vanity. When Su Shueo looked up, she discovered that Mo Qiannian had already vanished. Gone again. Could he be sent by heaven to save the Desu? Su Shueo murmured, her heart filled with complex emotions. She wasn't sure how she felt about him now. Was it anger or gratitude? If he can truly help repel the enemy, I'll properly thank him next time we meet. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the door, intending to tell her royal father about this plan. When Mo Qiannian woke up again, the first thing he did was check for the Tao scripture in his storage ring. When the Tao scripture actually appeared in his hand, he could hardly believe it. Something from the dream had actually manifested in reality. This was something impossible in dreams before he turned 18. Hiss! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He reached out to touch it but found no wound. And this position was exactly where the girl from his dream had stabbed him with her sword. Similarly, he had felt nothing when he woke up after being hit and killed in dreams before the age of 18. What exactly is going on with this dream? Mo Qiannian realized he was becoming increasingly puzzled. Not only could he bring things out from his dreams, but injuries sustained in dreams could also cause him real pain. Such a bizarre dream, it was simply unimaginable. What kind of world was that exactly? Mo Qiannian couldn't help but sigh. He drew another picture, in which the young girl showed an adorably puzzled expression, looking incredibly cute. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to study the Tao scripture in his hands. Body tempering, physical form, and divine powers are the 3 major realms recorded in the Tao scripture, corresponding to posterior, innate, and foundation building in Mo Qiannian's world. Body tempering, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to refine tendons, bones, skin, membranes, and blood, strengthening the body and increasing power. As for Hotian cultivation, it involves absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, drawing chi into the body, condensing inner force, and tempering one's physical form. There was almost no difference, just the realm having a different name. Both the fleshly body realm and the innate realm involve opening up all the major meridians and acupoints within the body. Opening the Run and Du meridians leads to reaching innate realm. Subsequently, opening all 12 meridians and 108 acupoints leads to perfect innate realm. The same applies to the physical body realm. Opening the Rin and Du meridians marks the physical body realm, followed by opening 12 meridians and 108 acupoints to reach the perfect physical body realm. However, Mo Qiannian discovered something different. According to the Tao scripture, above the perfect physical body realm, there exists an ultimate physical body realm. But for the innate realm, there were no further records after reaching perfection. One could directly condense the foundation building spirit C. The Tao scripture stated that to advance to the ultimate physical body realm, one must open all 361 acupoints based on the foundation of the perfect physical body realm. This text was marked in red, with the following annotation: once the 109th acupoint is opened, there is no turning back. If one fails to open all acupoints in this lifetime, they will never be able to break through. The innate realm indeed has a 10th heaven. No wonder among the 4 foundation building qualities, heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, the highest that has ever appeared in the entire spirit domain was only earth grade foundation building and never heaven grade foundation building. It seems the secret of heaven grade foundation building lies within this 10th heaven. Mo Qianyan murmured, his eyes flashing with intense light. Now that he knew about the existence of the 10th level of innate realm, he naturally had to make an attempt to reach it. Otherwise, what was the point of being a disciple? Furthermore, if that silly girl in his dream could succeed, how could he, Mo Qianyan, be afraid of failure? As the distinguished disciple of the Tao sect, if he couldn't match up to a little girl who hadn't even come of age, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? I, this disciple, shall become the first ever to build heaven's foundation in the spirit realm. Having made his bold declaration, Mo Qianyan immediately headed to the cultivation chamber to begin his closed-door training. Breaking through the acupoints required massive resources. Mo Qianyan took out the premium foundation building spirit liquid given to him by his master, which contained about 100 drops. Don't underestimate this bottle of premium foundation building spirit liquid. A single drop contains energy equivalent to one premium foundation building pill. And with a premium foundation building pill, the success rate of foundation building reaches 99%. In other words, this bottle is enough for 108 Realm Grand Perfect experts to advance to foundation building. How many foundation building cultivators does the entire Tao sect produce in a year? This shows how much Qingshan Tao Lord favors him, fearing his disciple might fail in foundation building. After all, if foundation building fails, at best one's foundation is damaged, at worst it's fatal. Mo Qianyan poured out one drop of spirit liquid and swallowed it. In an instant, a massive surge of energy flowed through his body, like countless small streams coursing through him, each stream containing terrifying power. Crack, crack. Crackling sounds echoed throughout Mo Qianyan's body, as if his bones were shattering, and an acupoint was opened. This was the 109th acupoint, meaning Mo Qianyan had passed the point of no return. Either all his 361 meridian points would reach perfection, or he would never step into foundation building in his entire life. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Mo Qianyan was filled with boundless ambition, as if he could already envision himself becoming the greatest foundation establishment cultivator in the world. Chapter 10, Master, you don't want to see your disciple fail to build the foundation, do you? Starting from the 109th aperture, every time Mo Qianyan opened up a new aperture, his power increased by 1%. The 109th aperture makes 1% stronger than having 108 apertures, while having 110 apertures makes 1% stronger than having 109. Mo Qianyan was astounded by this incredible power boost. If all 361 acupoints were opened, wouldn't his strength increase more than tenfold? After all, even breaking through from innate realm to foundation establishment only brought a fivefold increase in power. At this rate, won't I be able to defeat ordinary foundation building cultivators without even reaching foundation building myself? Mo Qianyan was extremely excited, as if he could already envision himself, at the innate realm, easily defeating foundation building cultivators. Thus, he accelerated his efforts to break through his acupoints, striving to reach the 10th level of the innate realm as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Mo Qianyan walked out of the cultivation chamber. He looked up at the sky, holding back tears of frustration. An entire bottle of premium foundation building spirit liquid, yet it only helped him open 30 meridian points. Moreover, while one drop of spiritual liquid could initially open one meridian point, it now takes 3 or 4 drops to open just one. And he still needs to open 223 more meridian points. But considering how it takes more and more spiritual liquid to open each point, how much more will he need? Not everyone can cultivate to the 10th stage of the physical realm. The resources required are beyond measure. The vast majority of people break through to the divine power realm after reaching the peak of the 9th stage. In Mo Qianyan's mind, the words of the girl from his dream echoed. The uncountable resources meant nothing in his eyes. After all, he was a disciple. What resources couldn't he get? Moreover, he was certainly not like the vast majority of people, for he was a disciple, and how could a disciple be like the majority? But now he realized he was wrong. The resources needed to unlock all meridian points require 10,000 times more resources than a normal foundation establishment. Of course, it's not that a super sect doesn't have such abundant resources, but no sect would spend 1,000 times the cost to gamble on an uncertain future. Moreover, in the cultivation system of the spirit realm, there has never been anything called the 10 heavens. In this situation, relying on himself alone, it would be impossible for him to obtain so many resources. But who was he? He had a master at the divine transformation realm. Master, save me. Before even reaching the entrance of Qingshan Lord's cave dwelling, Mo Qianyan started shouting at the top of his lungs. You little rascal, what are you yelling about now? An elderly voice scolded as an old man with white hair and beard walked out of the cave dwelling. Why aren't you focusing on breaking through to foundation establishment instead of running here? Qingshan Lord reprimanded. Ahem, it's not that I don't want to reach foundation establishment, but I've run out of foundation establishment elixir, Mo Qianyan said with an embarrassed smile. What? Used it all up? The entire bottle is empty? Does foundation establishment require this much? Qingshan Lord widened his eyes in utter disbelief. He knew well that foundation building normally required only 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Even if Mo Qianyan had heaven-defying talent, he shouldn't have needed an entire bottle. You rascal, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to some girl and given away the foundation-building mystic liquid? Xingshan Lord narrowed his eyes as he stared at his disciple. Master, you misunderstand. Although I like beautiful women, I wouldn't give away something so precious for that reason. It's just that my foundation building is special, and I need a bit more spiritual liquid, Mo Qianyan said, scratching his head. Just a little bit? Xingshan Lord's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Even 100 drops wouldn't be enough, yet they say it's just a little bit more? There are enough people for 100 foundation establishments. Wait, your power level? Suddenly, Xingshan Lord sensed that the spiritual energy within his disciple's body had become several times more powerful than before, and asked in surprise. It was well known that after reaching the pinnacle of innate realm level 9, even the slightest increase in strength would lead to earth-shattering changes after foundation establishment. Mo Qianyan was already formidable before, capable of defeating all disciples at the pinnacle of innate realm level 9 in the sect. He was destined to achieve at least mystic grade foundation establishment, far surpassing others at the same level. But now, Mo Qianyan's strength had increased by nearly 30%. This was an astounding improvement. The current Mo Qianyan could almost defeat two of his former selves. Could it be that his disciple was about to achieve Earth grade foundation establishment? Mystic grade foundation establishment offered the hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. Earth grade foundation establishment offered the hope of reaching the divine transformation realm. It was well known that even among the 10 super sects of the spirit domain, there weren't even 10 divine transformation experts combined. If Mo Qianyan could truly achieve Earth grade foundation establishment, his future path would be boundlessly broad. Since it's Earth grade foundation establishment, one bottle indeed might not be enough. Here, Master will give you another bottle. No matter what, you must break through to Earth grade foundation establishment. Xingshan Lord took a deep breath, then waved his hand, sending a jade bottle flying toward Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan reached out to take it, but he didn't leave. Instead, with a bitter expression, he said, Master, it's still not enough. We're just a little short. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xingshan Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 bottles of foundation establishment elixir weren't enough? Even when he had attempted to reach Earth grade foundation establishment back then, he hadn't used this much, had he? You brat, exactly how much more do you need? Xingshan Lord asked with furrowed brows. Mo Qianyan gave an embarrassed smile and held up one finger. This is the last bottle. This is already your master's limit. Xingshan Lord said through gritted teeth, his mouth twitching as he took out another bottle of foundation establishment elixir. Ahem, it's not one bottle, Mo Qianyan said with a sheepish smile. Xingshan Lord's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 10 bottles? Even if your master were to be sold off, I couldn't gather 10 bottles. Xingshan Lord roared. Master, you've misunderstood. It's not 10 bottles. Then how many? Xingshan Lord calmed down slightly. If it wasn't 10 bottles, that would be better. 100 bottles should barely be enough. Put. The tea Xingshan Daojun drank yesterday sprayed out, almost choking him to death. 100 bottles? Xingshan Daojun's face twitched. Mo Qianyan nodded and said seriously, yes, 100 bottles. Get lost, kid. Are you trying to buy an entire super sect? Xingshan Daojun couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to give Mo Qianyan a good beating. What did 100 bottles of premium foundation establishment elixir mean? It could cultivate 10,000 foundation establishment powerhouses. These were all the sect's precious treasures. Each bottle represented the sect's future. And this brat had the nerve to ask for 100 bottles at once. The entire Dao sect combined didn't have that many foundation establishment elixirs. Even if Old Firehead, the only one in the sect who could refine premium foundation establishment elixir, worked day and night until his furnace smoked and exploded, it still wouldn't be enough, damn it. Mo Qianyan chuckled and said, Master, give me 100 bottles of foundation building elixir and your disciple will become the strongest foundation building cultivator in the history of Spirit Realm. Get lost. Where am I supposed to find 100 bottles of foundation building elixir? What nonsense about strongest foundation building? Before Xingshan Daojun could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something. My dear disciple, are you planning to undergo heavenly Dao foundation building? Xingshan Daojun's pupils constricted. Mo Qianyan lightly coughed and said, Disciple has no path of retreat now, I must move forward. If I succeed, I'll achieve heavenly Dao foundation building. If I fail, I'll remain at innate realm forever. Master, you wouldn't want to see your disciple unable to build his foundation, would you? Chapter 11. Who says this Taoist master dares not accept the challenge? Upon learning that Mo Qianyan was preparing for heavenly Dao foundation building, Xingshan Daojun's expression changed instantly. Disciple, you're not deceiving your master, are you? After pondering for a long while, Xingshan Daojun tentatively asked. Mo Qianyan quickly shook his head and said with a serious face, How dare disciple deceive master? If foundation building of Earth grade shows potential for divine transformation, then heavenly Dao foundation building might even surpass divine transformation. Above divine transformation are the legendary ancient sages. Without exaggeration, a single sage could crush the stars, destroy the entire spirit realm with a mere flick of their finger, and strike fear in all directions. Such level of existence is legendary not just in the spirit realm, but throughout the entire northern territory and even the entire continent. And Heavenly Tao Foundation building carries the potential to become a sage. This was too shocking. Even the mighty Lord Qin Xian, the number one figure of the Tao sect, felt tremendous waves surging in his heart upon hearing Mo Qianyan's words. Disciple, Heavenly Tao Foundation building is no small matter. Are you certain you want to walk this path? Lord Qin Xian asked solemnly, his previous playful demeanor completely gone. Rest assured, Master, I have made thorough preparations, Mo Qianyan said confidently. After a moment of silence, Lord Qin Xian slowly nodded and said, Good. As expected of my beloved disciple. Since you've made your decision, I shall help you reach the pinnacle. Mo Qianyan was stunned, not expecting his master to agree so readily. He couldn't help but say, but that's 100 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid. Master Qin Xian laughed heartily and said, If your master can cultivate a saint-level disciple, what do these mere 100 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid matter? Upon hearing these words, Mo Qianyan felt a warmth surge in his heart. He knew that Master Qin Xian had devoted all his heart and effort to him, and was even willing to pay any price to help him. This kindness, he would engrave it in his heart forever. Well, who told you to be this old man's only disciple? Master Qin Xian smiled faintly and patted Mo Qianyan's shoulder. Alright, I'll handle this matter for you. Just focus on your foundation building. Moments later, a middle-aged man in Taoist robes arrived riding a flying sword. It was the current sect master of the Tao sect, Lin Tianya, a powerful cultivator at the late nascent soul stage. Greetings, senior uncle. These are all the remaining foundation building spirit liquid from the sect's treasury. As soon as he landed, Lin Tianya directly took out a storage pouch and handed it to Master Qin Xian. Thank you for your trouble. Please tell Fire Junior Brother to produce more foundation building elixir and foundation building pills in these 2 months. I'll take care of the materials. We can't delay the disciples' foundation building timing. After giving these instructions, Qin Xian Daojun dismissed Lin Tianya. Then, Qin Xian Daojun opened the storage bag, counted the contents, and handed it to Mo Qianyan. There are 15 bottles of premium foundation building elixir, 10 bottles of high-grade foundation building elixir, and 20 bottles of medium-grade foundation building elixir here. Take these for cultivation first. As for the rest, your master guarantees to gather them for you within 3 days. Mo Qianyan took the storage bag, drew a deep breath, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. No need for such formalities with your master. Qin Xian Daojun waved his hand and said, Hurry along now, don't waste your cultivation time. Yes. Mo Qianyan respectfully nodded. After Mo Qianyan left, a smile appeared on Qin Xian Daojun's face as he muttered to himself, Foundation building of the heavenly way, your master is looking forward to it. With the foundation establishment elixir, Mo Qianyan returned to the cultivation chamber for secluded practice, attempting to break through the remaining acupoints. 140, 141, 142. 250, 251. 2 hours later, Mo Qianyan stopped again because he had used up all the foundation establishment elixir. This time, he had opened 123 acupoints. Adding to the previous 30 and the original 108, he had opened a total of 261 acupoints. He was only 100 acupoints away from the perfect state of 361. My strength has increased nearly 5-fold compared to before, equivalent to the boost I got when advancing to foundation establishment. Mo Qianyan muttered. He could feel terrifying power contained within his body, as if he could easily crush any late innate realm cultivator. This wasn't an exaggeration, he truly possessed such strength. When he was at the peak of innate realm, he had possessed strength of 80,000 jin, and now with a nearly 5-fold increase, he had reached the terrifying might of 380,000 jin. Except for lacking the powerful spiritual sea of the foundation building realm that provided endless spiritual power, he was no different from someone at the early stage of foundation building. Moreover, this foundation building standard was based on his level, which meant profound grade foundation building. An ordinary early foundation building cultivator would probably be as easily suppressed by him with one hand as when he fought against ordinary peak perfect innate realm cultivators before his breakthrough. No way, I need to find some people to test my current strength. Mo Qianyan pondered silently, his gaze flickering. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the cultivation chamber, heading towards the training ground of the Tao sect. Is this all the strength that this generation of Tao sect disciples has? On the training ground, a purple-robed man looked down upon everyone with disdain, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Hurry up and call out your disciple Mo Qianyan, let him test the strength of our sword sect. Behind him, a group of sword sect disciples shouted in unison, Second senior brother is awesome. Second senior brother, beat up the Tao sect. You little punk from the Tao sect. Come out and face your death. This purple-robed man was the second senior brother of the sword sect, named Wang Tianyi, with terrifyingly powerful strength and an unmatched sharp sword. The Dao sect disciples were furious, as this Wang Tianyi was truly arrogant and overbearing, going way too far. Wang Tianyi, you're going too far. If our second senior brother wasn't away from the sect and the disciple wasn't in closed cultivation, how dare you act so arrogantly? A Dao sect disciple stepped forward and rebuked. Oh, is that so? Then when will your disciple emerge from cultivation? Wang Tianyi asked with a sneer. All disciples fell silent upon hearing this, not daring to respond, because none of them actually knew when the disciple would emerge from his closed cultivation. But this Wang Tianyi was truly too domineering. He. Wang Tianyi glanced at the Dao sect disciples around the training ground and sneered with disdain. I think your disciple is using closed-door cultivation as an excuse to avoid the fight, isn't he? Oh, who says this disciple dares not accept the challenge? At this moment, a clear and resonant voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Then, Empress, dressed in flowing white robes that made him appear as ethereal as an immortal, appeared on the training ground while riding his sword. With his hands clasped behind his back and a serene expression, he appeared completely at ease. The young Master Dao has arrived. Young Master Dao has emerged from seclusion. Wang Tianyi, you're finished. Get ready to kneel and call him daddy. Upon seeing Empress's appearance, the Dao sect disciples shouted excitedly. They could almost envision Empress subduing Wang Tianyi. After all, the young Master Dao was the sect's strongest genius, while Wang Tianyi wasn't even the sword sect's young Master Dao. So you're Empress, the young Master Dao of the Dao sect? Wang Tianyi recognized Empress, his eyes cold as ice. Indeed, what guidance do you seek? Empress nodded slightly and asked indifferently. Guidance isn't the right word. Wang Tianyi shook his head and sneered. I just want to have a friendly match with the Dao sect's young Master Dao. You want to challenge me, the Dao child? Empress raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. You're not qualified. Tell your sword sect's Dao child, Ling Xiao, to come instead. Chapter 12 Defeating Foundation Building with One Punch. Contempt, pure and naked contempt. Wang Tianyi instantly flew into a rage. How dare this Empress look down on him so much? Empress, don't think I don't know. You became the Dao child only because of your divine transformation realm master. Otherwise, how could someone who hasn't even reached foundation building become the Dao child of the Dao sect? Wang Tianyi gave a sinister smile and said, since you dare to show up today, I'll teach you a good lesson. Let you understand what a true peerless genius is. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing through several companions before landing dozens of feet away. Empress shook his hand. What kind of dog is yapping endlessly in my ear? Such thick skin, my hand even hurts from hitting it. Silence. Complete silence. Neither the disciples of Dao sect nor those of Sword sect had yet recovered from their shock. A moment later, the entire scene erupted into chaos. Lord Dao's son is awesome. Lord Dao's son is mighty. Wang Tianyi serves you right for showing off. How does it feel to be beaten? Lord Dao's son, finish him off. The Dao sect disciples shouted excitedly. As for the Sword sect disciples, they were struck with shock and disbelief. Wang Tianyi was their Sword sect's second greatest genius of this generation, yet he had been defeated so easily? Empress. Wang Tianyi climbed up from the ground, grinding his teeth as he glared at Empress with hatred. This damn bastard. You sneak attacked me when I wasn't paying attention, you have no martial honor, he snarled viciously. At this moment, his cheeks were swollen and his face was bruised, making him look like a pig's head. You were the one who came up to me just now, don't blame others, Empress said calmly. His actions immediately made the disciples of the Dao sect look upon Empress with absolute admiration. As expected of disciple, striking faces right off the bat and doing so with complete righteousness. The disciples of the Sword sect turned deathly pale. Especially those disciples who had just mocked Empress the most viciously, their faces turned red with overwhelming shame. Second senior brother, what should we do? Should we call for disciple His Highness? A Sword sect disciple asked in a low voice. Damn, I don't believe you just reached perfect grand innate realm a few days ago, and now even if you've achieved foundation building, your energy must be unstable. How could you possibly defeat me? Wang Tianyi glared at Empress with a twisted face and said, Empress, since you remain obstinate, don't blame me for being merciless. Swoosh. As he spoke, he drew out his spirit sword, and his true essence surged throughout his body. Behind him, a massive ethereal sea of spiritual energy appeared, spanning a full 900 zhang. An ordinary foundation building realm only has 100 zhang energy sea, while a profound grade foundation building has 1000 zhang. Wang Tianyi, surprisingly, has reached a 900 zhang energy sea. This guy is so strong. Can His Highness the Dao child win? Many Dao sect disciples exclaimed in amazement. Don't worry, His Highness the Dao child just sent him flying with one palm strike. His Highness must have already reached foundation establishment. Indeed, with His Highness the Dao child's strength, he must be at least profound grade foundation establishment, possibly even earth grade. Though 900 zhang is strong, it's still just yellow grade after all. Go for it, your highness. Kill that bastard. The Dao sect disciples began cheering and encouraging Mo Qianyan. Meanwhile, the sword sect disciples were whispering among themselves, seemingly confident in their victory. This was because Wang Tianyi had been at foundation establishment for 2 years, nearly reaching the peak of early foundation establishment stage. As for Mo Qianyan, even if he had achieved profound grade foundation establishment, he had only been at that level for a day or two. Humph. Wang Tianyi let out a cold snort, sword light flickering all over his body. Mo Qianyan, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might consider letting you go. He he. Mo Qianyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. You think you're worthy? With my 18 years of power behind this punch, let's see if you can withstand it. Boom! As he spoke, he stepped forward and launched a punch, unleashing nearly 400,000 units of force. In that instant, the air crackled with explosive sounds, creating waves of detonations. Wang Tianyi was startled and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! A crisp sound like metal striking stone rang out. The next moment, Wang Tianyi let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying again, landing pathetically on the ground outside the combat platform, continuously spitting blood. With one move, Wang Tianyi was defeated. The entire venue fell completely silent. Everyone stared at Mo Qianyan with dumbfounded expressions, showing extreme shock. Defeating Wang Tianyi with just one move? Wang Tianyi was a genuine peak yellow grade foundation establishment cultivator with formidable strength, and in the sword sect, he was the strongest disciple after their Dao child. But now, the sword sect's second strongest only lasted one move against the Dao sect's Dao child Mo Qianyan? Even the Dao sect's third senior brother had lasted 3 moves against the Dao child of the Great Saber sect. Too powerful. Your Highness Dao Zi is truly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. I knew your Highness Dao Zi must have broken through to foundation building. The Dao sect disciples burst into a clamorous uproar, shouting excitedly. For the past 2 days, the Dao sect had been suppressed by Dao Zi from several super sections. Now, Mo Qianyan's dominance made them feel unprecedented glory. In contrast to Dao sect's jubilation, the sword sect side became much quieter, silent as cicadas, their previous arrogance completely gone. How is this possible? How did you become so powerful? Don't tell me you're at Earth grade foundation building? Wang Tianyi, lying on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief. He could understand losing to a profound grade foundation builder, but in his mind, he should have at least lasted a few moves. But he was instantly defeated, and in such a frustrating way, which made him very unwilling to accept. Mo Qianyan, you finally decided to show yourself. Suddenly, an icy voice came from outside the crowd. Following that, a group of 6 or 7 people appeared in front of the combat arena. The leader was a young man about 20 years old, wearing a luxurious purple robe, with sharp eyes that gave off an imposing and domineering aura. Moreover, he carried a sword on his back, the long blade gleaming with a subtle, radiant glow, clearly indicating it was an extraordinary treasure weapon. Lord Disciple, you finally arrived. Upon seeing him, the sword sect disciples instantly found their pillar of support and became incredibly excited. Lord Disciple, please uphold justice for us. We disciples of the sword sect will not tolerate such humiliation. Your Highness Disciple must defeat Mo Qianyan and restore the honor of the sword sect. The sword sect disciples all spoke up, looking righteously indignant. The disciple of the sword sect walked over, glanced at Wang Tianyi, and frowned slightly. Worthless disciple. Wang Tianyi's expression turned ferocious upon hearing these words, filled with unwillingness. Shut up. The sword sect disciple let out an angry roar and snorted coldly. Just a few days ago, you were boasting about crushing the Dao sect disciple, but now you've completely disgraced the sword sect. Why are you still standing here? Get down and treat your wounds. Your Excellency disciple, Wang Tianyi wanted to explain, but after receiving a cold glance from the sword sect's disciple, he dared not argue and crawled away dejectedly. Seeing this, the Dao sect disciples burst into laughter. Wang Tianyi's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground as he quickly fled from the scene. So you're Mo Qianyan, the disciple of Dao sect? Then, the sword sect's disciple spoke coldly while looking at Mo Qianyan. And who might you be? Mo Qianyan asked with contempt and disdain, pretending to be clueless despite knowing full well who the person was. I am Ling Xiao, the disciple of the sword sect. Mo Qianyan, do you dare to fight me? Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as ice. What's there to fear? This disciple is ready to fight any time. Having opened 261 acupoints, Mo Qianyan did not fear any disciple. However, as the atmosphere between the two became tense, an alluring voice drifted over. How could I miss such a lively event? Chapter 13 Fourth Dream Entry, The Grandest Birthday Party. As the words fell, a bewitching woman approached with graceful steps. She had an alluring figure with perfect curves, delicate snow-white skin, and emanated a rich, mysterious fragrance. The moment she appeared, countless gazes from around couldn't help but converge on her, revealing intense desire. Her beauty and alluring demeanor truly made her worthy of being called an enchantress. She was like a peerless beauty who had stepped out of a painting, capable of stealing souls with a single glance. The harmonious union sex-chosen disciple, Ji Fian. What a stunning beauty, truly worthy of being called a bewitching spirit. Mo Qiannian muttered to himself, though his expression remained calm and undisturbed. Ji Fian, however, turned her beautiful eyes toward him and gave him an alluring smile, exuding charm. Young Master Qiannian, it hasn't been easy for this humble servant to meet you, Ji Fian said coquettishly, her voice tender and seductive. Hearing this alluring voice, Mo Qiannian felt an inexplicable heat rise within him, his heart pounding violently, almost causing a nosebleed. Ji Fian was truly a bewitching creature. Fortunately, he had seen an even more beautiful woman in his dreams, otherwise he might have found it hard to resist. Looking at the others, whether they were disciples from the Sword Sect or the Dao Sect, they had all completely fallen under her spell, their eyes bloodshot as they stared intently at Ji Fian, nearly drooling. Even the Sword Sect's chosen one, Ling Xiao, could barely resist, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. What powerful enchantment! What remarkable self-control! Seeing this scene, Ji Fian couldn't help but be surprised. The charm technique she had just used was unparalleled in the world. No man of the same cultivation level could resist it, not even those with talent at the chosen one level. Yet unexpectedly, the Dao Sect's chosen one Mo Qiannian could easily break free from her enchantment without showing the slightest effect. This was truly bizarre. Could it be that he didn't like women? Or perhaps he had cultivated some special technique? At this moment, Ji Fian became curious about Mo Qiannian. So it's Fairy Ji, are you here to challenge me as well? Mo Qiannian composed himself before looking up at Ji Fian, a faint smile curving at his lips. Giggle, is this how disciple Qiannian looks at me? I'm merely here to discuss life's matters with you. Ji Fian smiled enchantingly, her beautiful eyes misty. The more a man remained unaffected by her charms, the more she desired to conquer him. Discuss life? Mo Qiannian shook his head with a smile. This disciple has no interest in discussing that aspect of life with you. Why don't you discuss it with the Sword Sect's disciple instead? Mo Qiannian smiled lightly. He had no desire to get involved with a seductress who had been with countless men. After speaking, he rose to his tiptoes and retreated backward. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in challenging this disciple, meet me at the arena in 3 days. Mo Qiannian waved his hand and turned away with grace, leaving behind a crowd frozen in astonishment. You? Ji Fian's expression froze. This was her first time being rejected by anyone. Back at his residence, Mo Qiannian sat down cross-legged. After today's incidents, he had confirmed his own strength and understood the power of the 10th heaven of innate realm. He hadn't even reached the 10th heaven yet, but he could already rival those at the Mystic Foundation building realm. When he truly reaches the 10th heaven, what level of strength would he possess? And how powerful would he be after foundation building? He looked at the sky. It wasn't late yet, and for the first time, he felt anticipation for the dream. Would he be able to see that young lady again in tonight's dream? Based on the time differences from previous encounters, she should be about the same age as him this time, right? He wondered if his plan had worked in her world and if her empire had managed to avert the crisis. Lost in thought, Mo Qiannian slowly drifted into sleep and entered the dream realm. When Mo Qiannian opened his eyes, this time he didn't immediately see the dream girl but found himself sitting at a desk. He looked up, and the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Was it daytime in this dream world? There was some commotion around him as Mo Qiannian looked around. This was a massive square where many people sat, each with a table in front of them laden with fine wine and delicacies. As his gaze moved forward, Mo Qiannian's eyes revealed a hint of shock. There stood an enormous imperial palace. It was resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with dancing dragons and phoenixes, featuring ornate beams and painted rafters, the epitome of extravagance. Compared to the Dao Sect's palace, this place was even more luxurious and vast. It was then that he noticed that among the banquet attendees, even the weakest was at the foundation establishment realm, and the core formation experts were almost too numerous to count. There were even many auras that surpassed the core formation realm. What a powerful world! What a powerful empire! This must be the Great Shu Empire. I never expected it to be so powerful. The entire spirit domain combined might not be its match, and Great Shu is merely one of the 7 kingdoms. How much more powerful must Great Shu, the strongest among them, be? Mo Qiannian narrowed his eyes, revealing a contemplative expression. This world far exceeded his imagination. However, this only made Mo Qiannian feel even more thrilled. He actually commanded such a powerful empire in battle. Moreover, judging by the scale of the banquet, they must have won the bet, otherwise Desu would never host such a grand feast. Sure enough, when the main character of the banquet appeared, Mo Qiannian knew that all his guesses were correct. Today was Su Shuia's 18th birthday, and it was also the time for the Desu Empire to hold a state banquet to celebrate their victory over the enemy. The young lady in a light purple princess dress walked gracefully. Her eyebrows and eyes were as delicate as a painting, her skin was whiter than snow, and an enchanting smile adorned her beautiful face, making her appear as noble and pure as the moon in the sky. The girl's 18th year was her most beautiful. She possessed breathtaking beauty, a graceful figure, and every gesture, every smile carried a uniquely enchanting blend of nobility and purity that captivated countless admirers. However, after the young lady made her appearance, her gaze kept sweeping through the crowd as if searching for someone. Finally, when her eyes fell upon a corner, they suddenly lit up with brilliant radiance, and her smile was captivating enough to topple cities. She extended her hand, seemingly wanting to invite that person to join her on stage, for the strategy to repel the enemy had come from him. However, Mo Qianyan gently shook his head. He didn't like drawing attention to himself in an unfamiliar world, even though he believed this was a dream realm. Seeing Mo Qianyan shake his head, the clever Su Shuao understood that he didn't want to expose himself. She didn't insist further, but instead turned around and exchanged a few words with the maid beside her. The maid glanced at where Mo Qianyan was seated before slowly withdrawing. Then, the grand birthday celebration for the imperial princess began with great pomp and enthusiasm. Mo Qianyan raised his wine cup, drinking the fine wine at a leisurely pace while his gaze focused on Su Shuao on the elevated platform. With fine wine and beautiful women, this dream was getting better and better. Crack! A subtle sound resonated within Mo Qianyan's body. Mo Qianyan was slightly startled as he looked at the wine cup in his hand, his eyes revealing a trace of shock. With his current number of acupoints, opening just one would require at least 20 drops of premium foundation building spirit liquid. And just by drinking 1 cup of wine at the banquet, he actually broke through 1 acupoint. What an extravagant move! Most importantly, he could even cultivate in his dreams. Chapter 14, Meeting Again, A Dance of Peach Blossoms. Young master, my lady would like to see you. A maid walked over and respectfully bowed to Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan recognized her. This servant was the maid who had stood beside the girl in his dream. It seemed that the young miss she mentioned must be that same girl from his dream. Without refusing, he stood up and followed the maid, leaving the square. After making several turns, they arrived at a secluded and tranquil garden. Young master, this servant shall take her leave now. My young miss will arrive shortly. The maid curtsied and respectfully withdrew. The garden was adorned with artificial mountains and flowing streams, pavilions and gazebos, flowers in full bloom, creating an elegant environment. Mo Qianyan's heart stirred as he spotted a grove of peach trees, their delicate and vibrant blossoms decorating the entire garden, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. He walked over and strolled through the peach grove, enjoying this moment of tranquility and contentment. The peach blossoms fluttered down like pink snowflakes. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared before his eyes. Su Shuao wore a light purple gown, her sleeves swaying gently as the surrounding peach blossoms danced with her movements, making her appear like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavenly realm. I don't know how long you'll be able to stay this time, so I came to find you as quickly as I could. Su Shuai gazed at Mo Qianyan, her clear autumn water-like eyes gleaming with a peculiar light, her voice crisp and melodious. Compared to their previous encounters, the girl appeared even more beautiful this time, like a blooming flower exuding an enchanting fragrance. Princess, I feel a bit strange now that you're not calling me a scoundrel anymore, Mo Qianyan said with a slight smile, jokingly. Recalling their previous encounters, especially the scene of their first meeting, Su Shuao's cheeks couldn't help but flush with a faint blush as she said softly, "You are Disu's benefactor, which makes you my benefactor as well. How could I continue using such a disrespectful form of address?" Hearing the girl's answer, Mo Qianyan felt a surge of joy in his heart, and the smile at the corners of his mouth grew even brighter. His deep eyes were as vast and boundless as an endless starry sky, making them truly unforgettable. "I express my sincerest gratitude to all citizens of Disu and to you, young master." Su Shuao made a deep bow to Mo Qianyan. "It was nothing but a small effort. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants to come up with those strategies," Mo Qianyan replied casually. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint flashed in the girl's eyes. The young man before him was not only strikingly handsome, but his eyes were also filled with wisdom, as if he had seen through all the vicissitudes of life. Who knows how dazzling he was in his own world? "Princess, we have met 4 times, yet we still don't know each other's names." Mo Qianyan smiled slightly. "Princess Fenghua of Disu, Su Shuao." Su Shuao smiled with a gentle curve of her lips, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Qianyan. Her smile was like the warm sun of spring, giving people a feeling of infinite warmth. "Disciple Mo Qianyan of the Dao Sect's spirit domain," Mo Qianyan smiled and said. As they gazed at each other, the atmosphere grew quiet, as if even the air had stopped moving, leaving only falling peach blossoms. This moment seemed to become eternal, forever frozen in time. Even 1,000 years later, the invincible female emperor of the world would still remember this moment vividly. After a long while, Su Shuao turned around and softly parted her rosy lips. "Will our next meeting be in another year?" "Perhaps." Mo Qianyan replied uncertainly. "I enter dreams every night, so for me, we meet every day." "Dreams?" Su Shuao whispered softly, then chuckled. "Since our first meeting 3 years ago, you haven't changed much. But to me, Princess changes greatly every day, becoming more and more beautiful," Mo Qianyan teased. Hearing Mo Qianyan's compliment, a faint smile played on Su Shuao's lips. "By the way, what reward would you like for helping Disu repel the enemy?" Su Shuao suddenly asked. "Can it be anything?" Mo Qianyan blinked his eyes and asked with a smile. "As long as it's within reasonable bounds," Su Shuao added. Then I wonder if I could receive another kiss from the princess? Mo Qianyan coughed lightly, asking with some anticipation. Su Shuya was stunned for a moment, her delicate face blushing as she glared at Mo Qianyan. Stop teasing me. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, Su Shuya turned her head away, pouting her lips with hands on her hips, appearing quite angry. Ha ha. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh and said, I was just joking, princess, please don't take it seriously. Hoof. Su Shuya let out a light snort. Mo Qianyan suppressed his smile and said seriously, I haven't really thought about it yet. How about I make my request when I've decided later? Well, I'll remember what you said today. Su Shuya smiled charmingly. Though it was just a slight smile, it was still incredibly enchanting. For me it's 1 day, but for Princess it's 1 year. After several hundred years, when Princess has mastered her cultivation, it will only be several hundred days for me. By then, when I make my request, won't I be able to get whatever I want? Mo Qianyan said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. What if one day this dream comes to an end? Su Shuyo shook her head with a wry smile. She wasn't just being modest. After all, everything was too illusory, and no one knew how long it would last. If one day they woke up from the dream and could never dream it again, what then? Why talk about such things? At least for now, we can still see each other, can't we? Mo Qianyan shook his head. You're right. I've learned a new dance that no outsider has ever seen. Would you like to see it? Su Shuyo smiled, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a trace of radiance. Princess, does this dance count as a request? Mo Qianyan raised his eyebrows. Su Shuyo smiled gently and said, no, consider it my extra reward for you. In that case, I would very much like to appreciate the princess's dance. Mo Qianyan revealed a bright smile at the corner of his mouth, stretching out his arms in an inviting gesture. Su Shuyo nodded with a smile, and with graceful steps, she walked elegantly to beneath the peach blossom tree, then began to dance gracefully. Her figure was soft and graceful, elegant and charming, as slender as a willow branch, with a light and nimble waist. As she danced, the surrounding peach blossoms began to dance with her, one after another, dyeing the entire peach grove in a layer of pink. A gentle breeze blew, scattering peach blossoms onto Mo Qianyan's body, creating a spectacular scene of falling petals and breathtaking beauty. In that moment, Mo Qianyan was transfixed, his gaze fixed on her peerlessly beautiful face, his mind blank except for the graceful dancing silhouette before him. Your dance is graceful and spectacularly beautiful, truly rare to behold, Mo Qianyan praised. As the dance ended, Su Shuyo slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes looking at where Mo Qianyan had just been standing. Mo Qianyan had disappeared again. Our next meeting will be a year from now, the young lady murmured softly, a trace of loss flashing across her eyes. In a way, Mo Qianyan was her first friend, the first friend who didn't mind or place importance on her status. After Mo Qianyan woke up, Su Shuyo's peach blossom dance still lingered in his mind, impossible to forget. Moments later, the image of a young girl dancing with peach blossoms appeared on his paper, so vivid and lifelike that it seemed almost real. Chapter 15, Entering the 10th Stage of Innate Realm. Ha, my disciple, look what your master has brought for you. Just as Mo Qianyan put away the drawing paper, Qingshan Lord came in with a hearty laugh and tossed a storage ring to Mo Qianyan with a cheerful expression. I heard that you defeated the second senior brother of the sword sect who was close to Xian Great Foundation building. Well done. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Indeed, you haven't reached foundation building yet. It seems the first Heaven's Path Foundation building in the spirit realm will emerge from the Dao sect. Ha ha ha. Qingshan Lord stroked his beard and nodded while praising, and upon seeing Mo Qianyan's cultivation level, the worry in his heart completely disappeared. Just lucky, just lucky. As Mo Qianyan took the storage ring and saw the quantity of foundation establishment elixir inside, he was stunned. Master, you gave me dozens of bottles yesterday, and I only needed about 70 more. Why are there 100 bottles here? Mo Qianyan asked in surprise. Oh, this? Hee, your master accidentally exchanged for a bit more. Take them and use them. If it's not enough, just let me know. If there's extra, we can return it to the sect, Qingshan Lord said with a hearty laugh. Mo Qianyan was deeply moved, knowing that his master had prepared extra because he was worried there wouldn't be enough. Over 100 bottles of premium foundation establishment elixir, their value exceeded even the entire wealth of a peak nascent soul realm expert. Even though his master was a divine transformation realm expert, the price he paid for these must have been unimaginable. This profound kindness touched Mo Qianyan to his core. Thank you, master. Mo Qianyan bowed deeply in gratitude, his eyes becoming moist. Silly child, why so formal with your master? When you achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, that will truly make me proud. Qingshan Lord said with a warm smile. Rest assured, master, I won't disappoint your expectations. Mo Qianyan nodded firmly. Alright, go practice now. I'll stand guard for you, Qingshan Lord said with a wave of his hand. Mo Qianyan responded with a sound, left the room, found a quiet cultivation chamber, and entered the state of cultivation. As bottles of foundation establishment elixir were continuously consumed, the acupoints in Mo Qianyan's body began to open one by one. He felt an immensely powerful spiritual force flowing inside his body, as if trying to fill every cell within him. Mo Qianyan could clearly sense his power steadily increasing, and this feeling filled him with excitement. He concentrated fully on guiding the spiritual force to break through the acupoints, with each open acupoint adding to his strength. 300, 301, 330, 331. As time passed minute by minute, the number of open acupoints in Mo Qianyan's body kept increasing. Fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but his gaze remained determined and focused. Finally, when the number of open acupoints in Mo Qianyan's body reached 361, he stopped absorbing. At this moment, his body trembled slightly, as he sensed an unprecedented change taking place. At the moment when the last acupoint was opened, all the acupoints in his body suddenly seemed to connect into a unified whole. The originally scattered spiritual energy now converged like a surging torrent, forming an extremely powerful force. This was a world-shaking transformation. Mo Qianyan closed his eyes tightly, carefully savoring the surging power within his body, his face beaming with irrepressible joy and excitement. He had successfully broken through. He had stepped into the 10th realm of innate stage. His power had increased tremendously, growing more than 12 times compared to the grand perfection of the 9th realm of innate stage. Now he possessed a terrifying strength of 1 million jin. This breakthrough was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for Mo Qianyan, reaching the true perfection of the innate realm and gaining the qualification to challenge the foundation establishment of the heavenly way. Moreover, even without establishing his foundation yet, with his current strength, among those at the early foundation establishment stage, none below the earth-grade foundation could withstand a single punch from him head-on. Such power was even enough to defeat an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Master, disciple has reached cultivation perfection, and there are 28 bottles of foundation establishment spirit liquid remaining. Mo Qianyan walked out of the cultivation chamber and excitedly reported to Qingshan Lord. A glint of light flashed in Qingshan Lord's eyes as he clearly sensed that in just half a day, his disciple had grown stronger again. Hit me with your full strength, Qingshan Lord said thoughtfully. Yes. Mo Qianyan nodded firmly. Then he clenched his right fist and threw it forward with all his might. Bang! As the punch was thrown, the air trembled, producing a muffled sound as gusts of force whistled through the air. Qingshan Lord's body didn't move, but the bluestone floor beneath his feet cracked into spiderweb-like patterns that spread in all directions. Crack! A piece of bluestone floor, unable to withstand the tremendous force, suddenly shattered. Hiss, this power. Qingshan Lord drew in a sharp breath, completely stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared, when truly facing it, he was still filled with amazement. Innate realm, power of 1,000,000. He believed that his disciple would definitely be the first prodigy in the history of spirit realm to step into the heavenly foundation realm. Ahaha, excellent. After coming to his senses, Qingshan Lord happily patted Mo Qianyan's shoulder. Master indeed didn't choose the wrong person. Mo Qianyan smiled slightly and respectfully said, Disciple's current achievements are all thanks to Master's guidance and help, which disciple will remember for life. Qingshan Lord waved his hand. You little rascal, being modest again. After the master and disciple chatted for a while, Qingshan Lord left. Mo Qianyan also walked out of the cultivation chamber, heading towards his residence. He had spent most of the day advancing to the 10th heaven of the innate realm, and now it was deep into the night, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Mo Qianyan's heart had already entered the dream world. He wondered how Su Shuao had changed after a year in that world. Counting the time, her age must have now surpassed his own, right? Mo Qianyan was about to open his door when his brows slightly furrowed. Someone was in his room? Disciple Qianyan, I've been waiting for your return. As Mo Qianyan pushed open the door, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman lying seductively on his bed. The alluring glance from her eyes could enchant any soul, captivating all who beheld her. Some women's clothes were scattered on the floor beside the bed, lying in disarray. As the corner of the blanket was slightly lifted, one could faintly glimpse a pair of jade-like legs, fair and slender, enchantingly beautiful. Most likely, under the covers, this alluring woman before him was probably completely unclothed. This was pure temptation, enough to awaken primal desires in any man who witnessed such a scene, making them want to pin down the beauty before them. Unfortunately, she was Ji Fian, the Tao child of the Harmonious Union sect. Not only did their sex techniques focus on absorbing men's vital essence, but just thinking about how she had likely been intimate with hundreds of men made Mo Qianyan feel sick. However, despite his extreme disgust, Mo Qianyan didn't show any of it on his face, because he discovered that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. After reaching the 10th level of the innate realm, not only had his physical strength increased, but his soul power had also grown more than tenfold. Since Ji Fian wanted to trap him with her scheme, why not play along with her act? Chapter 16, The Fifth Meeting, Training in Dreams. Mo Qianyan cast a cool glance at Ji Fian and asked flatly, Do you need something? Ji Fian's eyes were seductive like silk, her breath fragrant as orchids as she parted her red lips. Tao child Qianyan, does this servant not please you? As she spoke, an elusive fragrance wafted through the air, making it impossible to resist. She was constantly employing her charm techniques, trying to seduce Mo Qianyan. Unfortunately for her, Mo Qianyan was no longer the same person as before. Not to mention how much stronger his spiritual soul had become, but compared to Su Shuiao alone, Ji Fian was nowhere near her level. Now her charm techniques couldn't control Mo Qianyan even for a moment, let alone stirring any emotional response from him. When Ji Fian saw Mo Qianyan's calm expression without the slightest change, she immediately felt a sense of frustration. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued to deploy her charm techniques, saying coyly, "Young Master Qianyan, the spring night is short. This humble one is waiting to spend this wonderful evening with you." As she spoke, she pulled back half of the blanket, revealing her smooth thighs. Pat. Her delicate jade fingers gently tapped her silky skin, while a seductive smile played on her lips. This scene would have been enough to make any man lose his mind and transform into an unrestrained beast. And Mo Qianyan seemed to be attracted, unconsciously moving toward the beauty on the bed. Watching Mo Qianyan walk towards her, Ji Fian let out a cold snort in her heart, displaying a smug expression as she thought to herself, "You ultimately couldn't resist my charms." Mo Qianyan drew closer and closer to the bed, seemingly about to sit down. Ji Fian grew increasingly smug, knowing that her charms were infinite and no man could escape her grasp. Bang! But at that moment, Mo Qianyan suddenly reached out and snatched the storage ring from Ji Fian's finger, then grabbed the clothes from the floor. Ji Fian was stunned, and before she could react, Mo Qianyan had already appeared at the doorway, making it impossible for her to retrieve her belongings. Just then, noisy sounds came from outside as a large group of disciples from various sects walked by. The timing was perfectly arranged. According to the plan, when this large group of disciples from various sects arrived, Mo Qianyan should have been thoroughly seduced by Ji Fian, losing all sense of direction, and thus be caught in the act. This would have completely ruined the reputation of an elite disciple. However, now, Mo Qianyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stood at the doorway and shouted, "Come quick, look! There's a naked madwoman in this disciple's room. Someone come quickly!" Upon hearing these words, all the disciples who were on their way stopped in their tracks, lifting their gazes toward Mo Qianyan's room. Mo Qianyan. Ji Fian was nearly driven mad with rage at this moment, as she hadn't expected this bastard to dig such a huge pit for her. Originally, she had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but she never imagined that instead she would be toyed with by Mo Qianyan, who even treated her as a crazy woman. As more and more onlookers were gathering, she knew she couldn't stay here much longer and could only endure it for now. At this thought, Ji Fian hastily wrapped herself in a bedsheet and fled in a flash, looking as disheveled and flustered as one could possibly be. Watching Ji Fian flee in panic, Mo Qianyan finally revealed a victorious smile. Looking at the clothing in his hand, he tossed it out, causing a scramble among the crowd. Ji Fian's intimate garments were coveted by many, yet Mo Qianyan dismissed them with disdain. He turned around to look at the house he had lived in for over a decade, and despite feeling somewhat reluctant, he still set it ablaze. Having been contaminated by the filthy aura of the Harmonious Union sex disciple, he found the mere smell nauseating, let alone continuing to live inside. "The disciple palace built by the sect for me. I originally didn't want to move in, but now it seems it will come in handy." Before Mo Qianyan could open his eyes, he felt a wave of coldness washing over him. He knew in his heart that he had arrived in Su Shuiao's world. He opened his eyes and found himself in a secluded cultivation chamber. The chamber walls were forged from 10,000-year-old dark ice, which even ordinary nascent soul masters could not damage in the slightest. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the chamber was far more concentrated than in the Dao sect's cultivation rooms, truly befitting of a mighty empire capable of nurturing heavenly foundation cultivators. In the chamber, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, there was a bed made of dark jade. On the dark jade bed sat a stunningly beautiful woman in meditation. She wore a light purple dress, with smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders. At this moment, she sat there quietly, as if she were asleep. This stunning beauty was none other than Su Shuiao, who was sitting in meditation to cultivate. Mo Qianyan didn't wake Su Shuiao, but instead stood silently in place to admire her. Su Shuiao's appearance hadn't changed much from his memory, but she had become even more beautiful and mature, having grown a year older. Truly beautiful. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Serene, noble, breathtakingly beautiful, elegant, these adjectives could no longer fully describe Su Shuiao. She gave off a sacred aura, like a heavenly maiden from the highest realms, one that could only be admired from afar, too divine to be defiled. For such a woman, perhaps no man in this world could truly find a way into her heart. Mo Qianyan felt somewhat fortunate that when he first met her, she was still just an innocent 15-year-old girl, not the sacred immortal maiden she was now. If he had first encountered Su Shuiao as she was now, perhaps his dream would have ended before it even began. 19 years old, late-stage foundation building realm of the heavenly way. With such power, she was not only invincible among foundation-building cultivators in the spirit realm, but even ordinary core formation masters might find themselves at a disadvantage. Defeating him now would probably be easier than crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Mo Qianyan recalled his first meeting with Su Shuiao, and a slight smile curved his lips. How much longer do you plan to watch? Just as Mo Qianyan was lost in his memories, a clear and melodious voice rang out. He snapped back to reality to find Su Shuye gazing at him with smiling eyes. Princess's beauty is worth admiring for a lifetime. How could one ever tire of it? Mo Qianyan, thick-skinned as ever, admitted directly. Smooth talker, with that face of yours and that silver tongue, how many girls have you deceived? Su Shuyo asked with a light chuckle. Princess, you wrong me with those words. I've never deceived anyone, Mo Qianyan said with a laugh. Really? Su Shuyo stood up and slowly walked to Mo Qianyan's front, taking a gentle sniff near him. But I smell women's rouge on you. Ahem, is the princess jealous? Mo Qianyan coughed awkwardly twice and teased. I wouldn't be so petty. How many women you have is none of my business. Su Shuya turned around, though her expression suggested she was not happy. Princess, you misunderstand. It's just that earlier a crazy woman tried to seduce me to ruin my reputation, but I saw through her scheme, Mo Qianyan hastily explained. Hearing his explanation, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Su Shuya's lips. However, when she turned around to look at Mo Qianyan, she quickly concealed this smile. Last time, you mentioned that breakthroughs in cultivation could happen in dreams. Therefore, today, I specifically waited for you in my cultivation chamber. This is the place with the highest spiritual energy concentration in Disu. You can use the spiritual energy here to break through to the foundation building realm, and I will protect you during the process, Su Shuyo said in a calm tone. Today should be the princess's birthday, right? Has the princess been waiting here for me all day? A warm feeling rose in Mo Qianyan's heart. He hadn't expected that his casual mention last time would receive such importance from Su Shuya. Chapter 17 Dual Cultivation? You saved millions of Disu citizens. I merely provided you with a place to cultivate, which is far from enough to repay your kindness. Su Shuyo nodded slightly and said casually. But what about your birthday celebration? Won't it be held? Mo Qianyan asked again. It's just a birthday, is it that important? Right now, what matters most is the safety of Disu's people, Su Shuyo said softly. Mo Qianyan fell silent. He looked at Su Shuyo and saw the compassion for her people in the young lady's eyes. She had truly changed. In their previous meetings, she was still a young girl eagerly anticipating birthday gifts. No, she had never changed at all. She had merely buried that longing deep in her heart, unwilling to express it. Has another war broken out? Mo Qianyan asked. The 6 nations have all withdrawn their troops. Father Emperor is leading the army to recover the lost territories and hasn't returned yet. Su Shuyo shook her head and said. Even so, who doesn't hope to receive birthday gifts? After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Qianyan said, Princess, I have something that I would like to present as your birthday gift. As he spoke, he took out a box from his storage ring and handed it to Su Shuyo. Su Shuyo looked at Mo Qianyan with slight surprise, perhaps not expecting to receive a gift from him. She hesitated for a moment before reaching out to accept it, saying, thank you. After taking the box, just as Su Shuyo was about to open it to see what gift was inside, Mo Qianyan reached out his hand to block the box. Please wait until after I leave to look at it, Princess, Mo Qianyan said with a grin. Hearing this, Su Shuyo nodded and didn't continue to open the box. All right, she said softly, there's not much time left. You should go practice cultivation now. Mo Qianyan nodded solemnly. After speaking, he sat down on the jade bed. As soon as he got on it, he caught the scent of a young woman's fragrance, and only then remembered that this was Su Shuyo's cultivation spot. This fresh and pleasant fragrance made one feel relaxed and at ease, causing the whole body to unwind. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes and began to enter the state of cultivation. Su Shuyo sat cross-legged beside the bed, gazing at Mo Qianyan as he meditated. How she wished he could stay longer. For an innate realm cultivator to step into foundation building, the first step was to fill the open acupoints with spiritual energy, a process that consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. In places with weak spiritual energy, absorbing natural spiritual energy alone is insufficient to fill so many acupoints, so one must rely on foundation establishment pills or foundation establishment elixir containing powerful spiritual force to supplement. But now the spiritual energy is very rich. Mo Qianyan can fill all 361 acupoints in his body just by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, saving him a lot of resources and time. In this environment rich in spiritual energy, Mo Qianyan only took a short quarter of an hour to completely fill all 361 acupoints in his body with spiritual energy. The second step is to build the spiritual sea. Using the acupoints as a foundation, connect them all together to form a sea of spiritual energy, storing even more vast amounts of spiritual energy. This step is extremely crucial because the size of the spiritual sea determines the grade of foundation establishment. 100 Zhang spiritual sea is considered yellow grade foundation establishment, also known as ordinary foundation establishment, which is the level of the vast majority of foundation establishment experts. 1000 Zhang spiritual sea is considered dark grade foundation establishment, which is achieved by only 1 in tens of millions of elite talents who can compete for the position of Dao Child even in the 10 super sects. Some top-tier sects have only one cultivator at the Mystic Foundation realm, like the Sword sect, which only has Ling Xiao at this level in the current generation. A spiritual sea of 10,000 zhang represents the Earth Grade Foundation realm. Such prodigies possess the potential to reach the Divine Transformation realm and are extremely rare across the entire spirit domain, perhaps appearing only once in several decades. It's worth noting that Mo Qianyan previously only had a chance at reaching the Earth Grade Foundation realm, but it wasn't guaranteed. Throughout the entire spirit domain, there are only 2 such prodigies among the current generation of sectaires. A spiritual sea of 100,000 zhang represents the Heavenly Path Foundation realm. In the 10,000-year history of the spirit domain, no prodigy of this level has ever appeared. And Mo Qianyan's goal is to achieve the strongest Heavenly Path Foundation realm. He is destined to become the greatest prodigy in the spirit domain. As more and more acupoints connected and merged, Mo Qianyan's aura grew increasingly powerful. He felt as if he were immersed in a sea of spiritual energy, with every movement drawing vast amounts of spiritual energy from his surroundings. As he continued cultivating, a massive vortex gradually condensed around him, and terrifying spiritual pressure spread out. This was a sign of the spirit sea gradually taking form. He's about to succeed. Seeing this stage, Su Shuiyao finally let go of her worries completely. There had been no mistakes. Mo Qianyan was about to successfully establish his foundation. Boom! As the spiritual energy vortex continued to expand, reaching its limit, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. A brilliant light erupted from Mo Qianyan's body, shooting straight into the sky, so dazzling that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. A visible ripple spread out in all directions, but fortunately, the chamber walls were extremely sturdy and weren't blown apart. A deep humming sound spread out, and the light around Mo Qianyan grew increasingly bright. His aura continued to soar as the image of a spirit sea appeared above his head, rapidly expanding with him at its center. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. This illusory sea of spiritual energy expanded beyond 10,000 feet in an extremely short time, and it continued to grow with no end in sight. 20,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang, 60,000 zhang, 70,000 zhang, 90,000 zhang. The size of the spirit sea's phantom image showed no signs of stopping, though its growth gradually slowed down. The spiritual sea, extending beyond 90,000 zhang, was an immense colossus. Even the royal palace of Dessous didn't cover such a vast area. In other words, this spirit sea's phantom image had enveloped the entire imperial palace of Dessous. The sudden anomaly naturally caught the attention of countless powerful cultivators in the imperial capital, but upon seeing that it centered around Su Shuiyao's cultivation chamber, they withdrew their gaze. As Dessous' strongest prodigy, it was normal for her to cause some disturbance, nothing worth making a fuss about. 99,000 zhang, 99,900 zhang, 99,990 zhang. When only 10 zhang remained, the progress became increasingly slow, as if reaching a bottleneck. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his face flushed red, and his entire body trembling uncontrollably, clearly enduring immense pain. Finally, the spirit sea illusion stopped expanding, halting at 99,999 zhang. Just 1 zhang short, he had reached his limit. Mo Qianyan felt extremely unwilling, for this difference of 1 zhang was like the gap between heaven and earth. Su Shuiyao saw the pain and persistence in Mo Qianyan's eyes, and although their realms were from different worlds, she understood the importance of this final zhang. After a brief moment of contemplation, her eyes revealed a hint of determination as she walked to the jade bed, sat cross-legged opposite Mo Qianyan, and softly parted her lips, hold out both hands. Mo Qianyan heard her voice and looked up at Su Shuiyao. "I'll help you," Su Shuiyao spoke again, her tone extremely gentle, like a spring breeze caressing one's face, bringing waves of warmth. Hearing this, Mo Qianyan was stunned for a moment before quickly coming to his senses and hastily extending both hands. Su Shuiyao also stretched out her hands, pressing them against Mo Qianyan's, palm to palm, their fingers touching. A tingling sensation immediately spread from Mo Qianyan's palms throughout his entire body, causing him to let out an involuntary soft moan as ripples stirred in his heart. Is this dual cultivation? Chapter 18, 10,000 Fathoms of Spirit Sea, Foundation Building of the Heavenly Way. In this world, there are 2 types of dual cultivation. The first is the commonly known practice of yin-yang essence exchange, as practiced by sects like the Spirit Realms Harmony School, which focuses on dual cultivation. The other type does not involve physical dual cultivation, but rather occurs when someone with a special constitution or cultivating special techniques practices together with another person, increasing the cultivation speed. Su Shuiyao belonged to the latter category. Her constitution was extremely special, allowing her to assist those cultivating with her to achieve twice the results with half the effort, far surpassing the efficiency of other cultivators at the same level. Of course, this secret was known only to a very select few. Now that Mo Qianyan was just 1 step away from reaching Heavenly Path Foundation building, if he gave up at this moment, he would never have another chance to enter that realm. Su Shuiyao couldn't afford to consider too much else. This was her first time practicing dual cultivation with someone. Although it was just a simple contact, she still felt her cheeks burning. Moreover, as their spiritual energy circulated between them, these sensations were amplified, causing Su Shueya's cheeks to instantly flush crimson, making her appear delicately beautiful and breathtakingly alluring. As this scene fell into Mo Qianyan's eyes, it immediately made his breathing quicken. At the same time, an impulse arose from the bottom of his heart, but as soon as this impulse emerged, it was suppressed by reason. Su Shueya was helping him achieve the heavenly foundation. How could he think of anything else? Reaching 100,000 zhang in Spirit Sea was what he should focus on right now. Focus! Su Shueya commanded, her voice as melodious as heavenly music. Mo Qianyan immediately held his breath and composed himself, striving to calm his turbulent emotions and cast aside all distracting thoughts. The spiritual power flowed from Mo Qianyan's body through their touching hands into Su Shueya's body, circulating along a peculiar path within her before returning to Mo Qianyan's body through their hands. At the moment of spiritual energy fusion, Mo Qianyan clearly sensed that the purity level of the spiritual energy had increased by at least tenfold, making its power far greater than before. Su Shueya's physical constitution is so powerful. Breakthrough! Mo Qianyan's mind suddenly shook. In an instant, the spiritual sea that had ceased expanding began to churn violently once again. Boom! The spiritual sea continued to expand, though very slowly. It was indeed expanding. 100,000 zhang, achieved. At the same time, Mo Qianyan's body underwent an astonishing transformation. This was a breakthrough in his life essence level. Foundation building realm breaking through the lifespan limit, living for 200 years. Moreover, Mo Qianyan's power increased dozens of times at this moment, even his spiritual energy transformed into golden color, with quality far surpassing cultivators of the same realm. Heavenly Foundation Realm. Mo Qianyan slowly opened his eyes, flashes of brilliance flickering in his profound pupils, unable to conceal a trace of joy. Thank you, Mo Qianyan sincerely said, looking at Su Shueya who was right in front of him. If it weren't for Su Shueya's help, he would have ended up with regret, only able to become the strongest Earth-grade foundation, unable to reach the Heavenly Foundation. Between us, there's no need for words of thanks. Su Shueya smiled gracefully. That smile was devastatingly beautiful, capable of enchanting countless men. Mo Qianyan stared at Su Shueya in a daze, his heart skipping a beat. He secretly sighed, how beautiful. However, there was no time to admire further, as his time seemed to be up again. The young woman before him vanished, and he woke up once more, returning to his own world. Remembering the person from his dreams had become his habit every time he woke up. Moments later, a painting was completed, depicting the scene of the young lady and himself sitting cross-legged on the jade bed practicing dual cultivation, a mesmerizing sight of exquisite beauty. Su Shueya watched as Mo Qianyan's figure disappeared without any warning, vanishing silently into thin air. A hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes. Their meeting had been far too brief. Their next meeting would not be until a year later. She took out the birthday gift box Mo Qianyan had given her, feeling a spark of anticipation in her heart. She wondered what gift he had prepared for her. Opening the box, she found 4 scroll paintings inside, numbered 1 through 4. Su Shueya unrolled the first scroll, revealing a young lady lying in a hot spring pool with her eyes closed. The young lady bore a 70% resemblance to her, though appearing much more youthful, with long eyelashes and delicate fair skin that seemed as fragile as the finest porcelain doll. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Su Shueya's lips. It was the scene from their first meeting 4 years ago. He had remembered it all this time. Then, she understood what the remaining 3 paintings were. After opening them one by one, they were indeed her portraits from their first 4 meetings. The image of herself in the painting was vivid and lifelike, making Su Shueya feel as if she were truly inside the painting, that genuine sensation seeming as recent as yesterday. Thank you, she murmured softly as she carefully folded all 4 paintings, gingerly placed them in the box, and then stored it away. My disciple, have you successfully built your foundation? Early in the morning, Qingxian Lord arrived, as Mo Qianyan's foundation establishment had become his top priority. Heavenly Foundation establishment. Not a single person in the spirit realm had ever achieved this since ancient times. Seeing his master approaching, Mo Qianyan stood up and bowed. Disciple has not failed the mission and has now achieved Heavenly Foundation building. Really? Qingxian Lord brightened up and asked eagerly. As someone at the Divine Transformation Realm, he had seen it all, yet now he showed such excitement over his disciple's breakthrough. This alone proved how significant the Heaven's Path Foundation building was to the entire spiritual cultivation world of Spirit Domain. Mo Qianyan nodded and said seriously, how would this disciple dare deceive Master? Qingxian Lord burst into laughter, full of praise. Good disciple, ha! This old one can finally breathe easy. Come, throw a punch at me with all your might. Let your master see your current strength. Qingxian Lord suddenly said. Ha! Mo Qianyan was stunned for a moment. Don't tell me you're still worried about hurting me? Qingxian Lord said with a smile. No, disciple is just worried that the entire mountaintop will be flattened. Mo Qianyan smiled sheepishly. His pure physical strength alone had already reached the level of 10 million. If he were to combine it with spiritual power to unleash divine techniques, it would only be even more powerful. With such powerful attacks, forget about this disciple hall, the entire mountaintop would be completely leveled. Last night I burned down the cabin, and today I destroyed the disciple hall. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Brat, are you afraid I'll tear down your disciple palace? Come at me with everything you've got. Let me see what level your power has truly reached. Xingxian Lord waved his hand, signaling that Emo Qianyan could use whatever techniques he wished. Emo Qianyan nodded, raised his right hand lightly, extended his index finger forward, then brought all 5 fingers together. An immense spiritual force instantly surged into his palm, making his fingers feel as if they were burning, emitting a faint golden glow. A palm stretched out, and a fierce gust of energy swept towards Xingxian Lord. Xingxian Lord stood motionless, neither dodging nor evading, as he narrowed his eyes to observe Emo Qianyan's palm imprint. Bang! The fierce wind struck Xingxian Lord's chest, causing ripples of energy to surge, yet not a single wave spread outward, as if it had hit soft, fluffy cotton. Xingxian Lord remained perfectly still, wearing a benevolent smile on his face. Not bad at all. You're much stronger than I was when I reached Earth Grade Foundation building back in my day, huh? Xingxian Lord laughed heartily. He seemed to have already envisioned his disciple dominating the spirit realm, becoming an invincible prodigy. Chapter 19, Terrible News. Second senior brother was beaten into a pig's head. Disciple, terrible news. Second senior brother was beaten until his face looked like a pig's head. While the master and apprentice were still conversing, several disciples rushed to the disciple hall to deliver an urgent report. When they saw that Xingxian Lord was also present, their bodies trembled. He was the divine guardian warrior of the Tao sect. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Several disciples hastily knelt down and performed a trembling salute. What's the matter? Why such panic? Xingxian Lord asked with slightly furrowed brows. Reporting to the Supreme Elder and honored disciple. The lead disciple swallowed nervously and said, second senior brother had just returned to the sect when the disciple of the Great Blade sect beat him until his face was swollen like a pig's head. He even boasted, saying all disciples of the Tao sect are worthless. Upon hearing their disciples' words, Xingxian Lord and Emo Qianyan were both momentarily stunned, their expressions turning grim. Disciple, do you know what to do now? Xingxian Lord let out a cold snort. What goes around comes around. Master, please rest assured, no one can bully our Tao sect. Emo Qianyan said firmly, his eyes cold as ice. Previously, when he was still at the innate realm, he was no match for these prodigious Tao children, but now, things were different. Go ahead and do what you must. No matter what happens, I'll be here. The sky won't fall. Xingxian Lord nodded and turned to leave. Emo Qianyan watched as Xingxian Lord walked away before slowly turning around. He looked at those disciples and said, take this Tao child there. Yes. The disciples hurriedly responded. The Tao sect's arena was situated on an enormous plaza, and at this moment, hundreds of disciples had gathered around it. Each one was among the most elite of the elite, including not just Tao sect disciples but also core disciples from other major sects. On the arena, a burly man holding a large blade looked arrogantly toward the Tao sect disciples' direction. Doesn't your Tao sect have anyone who can fight? He sneered. Ha, your Tao sect is nothing but a pile of trash. I can crush you with just one finger. If you don't want to lose face, scram now and don't waste my time. The burly man had a towering physique, with shoulders like a tiger and waist like a bear, his muscles rippling with terrifying explosive power within his body. Meanwhile, the Tao sect disciples were carefully tending to their injured fellow disciple. Seeing his arrogant and domineering manner, all the disciples' faces showed expressions of anger. However, no one dared to step up and challenge him. After all, he was the young master of the Great Blade sect, with terrifying strength. Even their powerful second senior brother had been defeated. They were no match for him. Some of the bolder ones shouted angrily, Scar Tiger, don't be so arrogant. Just wait until our young master arrives, he will definitely destroy you. The young master of the Great Blade sect was named Lu Hu, and was also known as Scar Tiger because of the scar on his face. Scar Tiger burst into laughter. Disciple? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Your so-called disciple has been hiding from us for days. It seems he's nothing but an amateur. How dare he think he's worthy of fighting me? Let your disciple come forward, I want to see what abilities they really have. Bah! Scar Tiger, stop looking down on others. A young Tao sect disciple stood up, filled with righteous indignation. Oh, who do you think you are to challenge me? Scar Tiger said mockingly. At this moment, a voice rang out, who dared to hurt a disciple of my Tao sect? Then, a young man in flowing white robes walked in from outside the crowd. He was a strikingly handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His elegant bearing and noble features, coupled with his white long robe, made him appear like a graceful and refined young gentleman. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Emo Qianyan, the disciple of Tao sect. Is he the disciple of Tao sect? As expected of a disciple-level prodigy, truly extraordinary. The crowd immediately became restless, buzzing with discussions. The disciples of the Tao sect were all visibly agitated. Your Highness disciple, you must seek justice for second senior brother. Mo Qianyan walked forward as the disciples parted to make way, revealing a young man with a bruised and swollen face. "Are you second junior brother?" Mo Qianyan asked. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't even be recognized. The young man who had been beaten to a pulp immediately wailed, "Woo woo. Senior brother, no, Lord Disciple, you're finally here. You must avenge me. Second junior brother, rest assured. As your senior brother, I will definitely avenge you and beat that person into an even bigger pig face." Mo Qianyan consoled. A mere disciple of the Tao sect dares to claim he'll beat me into a pig face. At this moment, Scar Tiger spoke up. Undeniably, his physique was overwhelmingly intimidating. Before him, Mo Qianyan appeared like a frail scholar. Mo Qianyan cast an indifferent glance at Scar Tiger and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lu Hu, the disciple of the Great Blade Sect." "Oh, so it's Lu Hu, the disciple of the Great Blade Sect," Mo Qianyan suddenly realized. Lu Hu, hearing that he actually knew who he was, showed a hint of delight on his face. "Since you know how formidable this disciple is, hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy. I don't care if you're Lu Hu or White Tiger, you'll soon be a dead tiger either way," Mo Qianyan said indifferently. His tone was calm and unwavering, as if he were describing something completely trivial. Upon hearing these words, everyone around couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Scar Tiger's face darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to be so arrogant, saying to his face that he was a dead tiger. "Fine. Since that's the case, why don't we have a little match? It's been a while since I've gotten serious." Scar Tiger grinned. "Just having a casual match doesn't give me much face. How about this, let's add a wager to give me some motivation to fight," Mo Qianyan suddenly suggested. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much useless talk?" Scar Tiger snorted coldly. You injured my Tao School's disciple. How could we let this matter end just like that? If you lose, you must kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my junior brother," Mo Qianyan said. "What? Apologize to him? That's absurd." Scar Tiger roared in anger. "What's wrong? You already think you'll lose?" Mo Qianyan chuckled lightly, seeing the pride gleaming in his opponent's eyes. Clearly someone who would never willingly bow his head. For someone like this, making him bow his head would be more satisfying than defeating him in combat. I am the chosen disciple of the Great Saber School, with 2 years of foundation building under my belt. How could I possibly fear someone who has just built their foundation?" Scar Tiger said disdainfully. "And what if you lose?" "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me," Mo Qianyan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Scar Tiger narrowed his eyes. He stared at Mo Qianyan, scrutinizing him for a long while before nodding and saying, "Fine. If you lose, you'll kneel down and lick my shoes clean." Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Scar Tiger was too vicious. "No, disciple. You mustn't." The disciples of the Tao sect cried out anxiously. Making the disciple lick boots in public was not just an insult to the disciple, but more importantly, it was a humiliation to the entire Tao sect. "What's wrong? Too scared now?" Scar Tiger snorted contemptuously, taunting, "So you disciples are just cowards who only bully the weak and fear the strong. No wonder all the Tao sect disciples are garbage." His face was full of contempt, making the disciples of the Tao sect gnash their teeth in anger, wishing they could rush forward and tear his mouth apart. "Very well, I promise you." Mo Qianyan maintained his calm and composed demeanor. Chapter 20, The Gathering of Sect Disciples. "How could such a grand event as the Battle of Disciples proceed without me?" A voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to see dozens of people marching over magnificently from the other side, led by none other than Ling Xiao, the disciple of the Sword Sect. "You'd better lose. I want to see you kneel down and lick my shoes." Beside him stood Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect, who had previously been defeated by Mo Qianyan. He was glaring darkly at Mo Qianyan, still deeply resentful about his earlier humiliation. "Wow, it's so beautiful." A wave of exclamation erupted from the crowd as everyone turned to look. On the other side, dozens of beautiful women slowly walked out. Each of them possessed breathtaking beauty, with graceful figures, tall statures, and perfect curves. Their alluring appearances were absolutely mesmerizing, enough to captivate anyone who laid eyes upon them. Especially the three at the front, they were particularly outstanding among the beauties, each with their unique charm, truly can be called unparalleled beauties of the mortal realm. Among the 10 super sects of the spirit realm, they were divided into 5 orthodox sects, 4 devil sects, and the merged joy sect, which walks the line between good and evil. The 5 orthodox sects are the Tao sect, the Sword sect, the Great Blade sect, the Flower sect, and the Azure Water sect. At this moment, the elite disciples from the 5 righteous sects among the 10 super sects of the spirit realm had all arrived. Even the morally ambiguous Harmony sect has come to join in the commotion. Among the disciples of the 6 major sects, the Flower sect stands out the most, as all of their disciples are exceptionally beautiful. To join the Flower sect, the first requirement isn't talent but appearance. Only women with outstanding beauty and extraordinary talent can join the Flower sect. The current Flower sect's disciple, the Flower Fairy, has achieved Earth-grade foundation building and is subtly regarded as the leader of the righteous path in the spirit realm. She also ranks first among the 10 fairy beauties of the spirit realm, truly surpassing all other beauties with her unparalleled grace. She wore a snow-white dress, had a graceful figure, and jade-like skin. Even with a veil covering her face, her beauty was still breathtaking. Especially the aura surrounding the flower fairy, who appeared as lofty and ethereal as an immortal being, radiating pure and elegant grace. The dozen or so flower sect disciples behind her were equally charming and attractive, their beauty captivating countless male disciples who gazed at them with gleaming eyes. Even if one couldn't get close to her fragrance, it was still quite nice to feast one's eyes on such beauty. On the left side of the flower fairy stood disciples of the Harmony sect, including Ji Fian, who had been involved in a scandal just last night but now shamelessly stood there as if nothing had happened. In complete contrast to the flower fairy's sacred elegance, she was an extremely alluring beauty, her every expression infinitely bewitching, her every movement filled with temptation. She wore fire-red clothing, and her every smile and frown left the male disciples spellbound and parched with desire. Even though the Harmony sect's reputation wasn't particularly good, many men were still willing to die under its peony flowers, becoming love-struck followers of Ji Fian. On the right side of the flower fairy were disciples of the Azure Water sect, including their chosen disciple, the Water Gentle Fairy, who was also ranked among the top 3 of the spirit realm's 10 fairies, competing with Ji Fian for second and third place. Though Fairy Water Gentle was not as stunningly beautiful as Fairy 100 Flowers, nor as seductively charming as Ji Fian, she possessed a gentle and quiet demeanor, as soft and yielding as water itself, making her easily approachable. These 3 major sects were predominantly female, especially the Flower sect, which consisted entirely of female disciples, so all the elite disciples who arrived at this moment were female. Meanwhile, the Tao sect, Sword sect, and Great Blade Gate were mainly composed of male disciples, with the Great Blade Gate being exclusively male. When so many female disciples from the Flower sect, Water Crystal sect, and Harmony Union sect arrived, they instantly drew everyone's attention. So beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous. If one could live alongside them, even dreams would bring smiles. Many male cultivators were transfixed by the sight. Especially those from the Great Blade Gate who normally had no chance to interact with female cultivators were now extremely excited, eager to show off in front of these female disciples. Haha, I never expected that Brother Ling Xiao and these 3 fairy maidens would come to watch my duel with Mo Qianyan, the disciple of the Tao sect. It's truly an honor. Scar Tiger burst into laughter, then bowed respectfully to those disciples. Ling Xiao nodded to him but kept his distance. Though Scar Tiger was a disciple, he was far too crude for Ling Xiao's liking. But the Flower Fairy and Water Gentle Fairy completely ignored Scar Tiger's words, treating him as if he were invisible. As the saying goes, when traveling, one's appearance matters just as a horse needs its saddle, a person needs proper attire. Few people would like a crude man with fierce scars on his face, even if he is a sex disciple. Brother Tiger, the 1,000 years disciple, has such delicate skin, be careful not to hurt him later. Only Ji Fian gave him an alluring smile, exuding charm. Upon hearing Ji Fian's voice, Scar Tiger felt his bones go weak, while the flames of desire burned fiercely in his heart. Rest assured, Fairy Ji, I will definitely leave him with half his life intact. Scar Tiger grinned, his eyes brazenly scanning Ji Fian's shapely figure, as if he could barely restrain himself from pouncing on her right away. Meanwhile, the Flower Fairy, Water Gentle Fairy, and others immediately turned their attention to Mo Qianyan. There was a simple reason among the crowd. Mo Qianyan truly stood out the most, with his handsome features, elegant and graceful attire, and a serene smile, like a refined young gentleman in this mundane world. Standing next to Scar Tiger made the contrast even more obvious. Especially now, when everyone's eyes were on them, burning with intensity, yet that young man in white robes remained composed and unperturbed. Even when he looked in their direction, his eyes showed no particular emotion, remaining perfectly calm. Mo Qianyan, the disciple of the Tao sect, was indeed extraordinary. While the 2 of them were sizing up Mo Qianyan, he was also observing them. The 100 Flowers Fairy was renowned for her foundation building phenomenon that exceeded 10,000 feet, marking her as an Earth-grade foundation builder. Combined with her unmatched beauty in the spirit domain, her name was known by all. Her cultivation wasn't at the early foundation building stage, but rather at the middle foundation building stage, firmly placing her at the top among the current Tao children. The Water Softness Fairy was said to possess a water spirit body with powerful healing abilities. She had saved many who were gravely injured and on the brink of death, earning endless praise throughout the spirit domain. As for Ji Fian and Sword Ling Xiao, there's no need to mention them again, as we've encountered them before. Mo Qianyan, now that all the fairies have arrived, shall we begin our battle? Seeing both the 100 Flowers Fairy and Water Softness Fairy gazing at Mo Qianyan, Scar Tiger felt jealousy rise in his heart as he asked in a deep voice. Very well, let's begin. Mo Qianyan merely smiled faintly at this, clasping his hands behind his back as he slowly walked toward the arena, appearing completely relaxed and casual. Go, Tao child. Teach that Scar Tiger a lesson. As soon as Mo Qianyan stepped onto the arena, he triggered waves of shouts and cheers from the Tao sect disciples supporting their young master. Brother Tiger, beat that pretty boy down and make him kneel to lick your shoes. That's right, anyone who dares to provoke Master Tiger must pay the price. The disciples of the Great Blade sect also started shouting, showing full confidence in their young master. Boom! Scar Tiger leaped several zhang high, and as his feet landed in the center of the arena, he stomped forcefully, creating a deafening sound that demonstrated his imposing presence. Then, he drew his blade from its sheath. The cold light flickered menacingly, its sharp gleam dazzling under the sunlight. The two men's physical builds were completely mismatched, yet Mo Qianyan remained calm and composed, hands behind his back, showing not the slightest hint of fear. He hadn't even drawn his weapon. Chapter 21, Defeating the Young Master with Two Fingers. Is Mo Qianyan an Earth-grade foundation builder? Seeing this scene, many people drew in sharp breaths, secretly saying that Mo Qianyan was arrogant and overconfident. Even Sword Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. Although he believed that Scar Tiger was no match for himself, he would still need to use his real skills and trump cards to win. This Mo Qianyan, who had only been at foundation building for a few days, was being so presumptuous. Did he think he was invincible among foundation building cultivators just because he defeated his second junior brother? A profound grade foundation building cultivator was far superior to a yellow grade 1, not to mention that Scar Tiger was the carefully nurtured successor of the Great Saber sect. One could only say that like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, he didn't know his own limitations. On the side, Fairy Watero was also puzzled, thinking this new successor of the Dao sect, Mo Qianyan, seemed a bit too young. Ji Fian showed an expression of watching a good show. She had been dealt with by Mo Qianyan last night and had been harboring anger. Now seeing Mo Qianyan being so presumptuous, she was absolutely delighted. As for the flower fairy, her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of contemplation, as a vague guess formed in her mind. If it were someone else, she would have thought them arrogant, but from the very first glance at this person, she knew they were extraordinary. Mo Qianyan might not be at the foundation building stage of Xian grade. In fact, the Dao sect has always ranked among the top 3 in the spirit realm, so naturally, their new disciple drew everyone's attention. Otherwise, if the Great Blade sect had produced some disciple, why would she have gone to the Great Blade sect to meet any new disciple? Even Ling Xiao never received such treatment. It was precisely because of the Dao sect's status and the fact that its disciple was likely to be at the same Earth grade foundation building level as herself that she was interested in coming here. Mo Qianyan, what do you mean? Are you going to fight me bare-handed? Scar Tiger snapped coldly, anger surging across his face. I don't need any weapons to deal with you. Hearing this, Mo Qianyan spoke calmly, then extended his middle finger at Scar Tiger and said indifferently, if I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat. As soon as these words fell, everyone around was shocked, especially Scar Tiger and other disciples of the Great Blade sect, whose faces turned red with anger as they glared at Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan, how dare you? Since you're so bold, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll mistake it for a sick cat. I demand you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Scar Tiger was furious. Gripping his broadsword, he stomped on the ground violently, his entire body shooting up into the sky like a cannonball. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing screech, as if it would cleave Mo Qianyan in half. In the past, Scar Tiger's foundation building spirit C was 3,500 zhang wide, and after 2 more years of cultivation, this blade strike contained power exceeding 1,000,000 units of force. Mo Qianyan's eyes remained calm. Facing the blade energy slashing towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he extended his index and middle fingers, pinching forward suddenly as if using chopsticks, with effortless ease. Disciple. The disciples of the Dao sect gasped in shock, as this behavior was seen as suicidal in everyone's eyes. Some female disciples covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. Meanwhile, Scar Tiger revealed a ferocious smile. His broadsword, forged from 1,000-year coal iron, possessed sharpness comparable to high-grade magical treasures and could even cut through ordinary magical artifacts, let alone the flesh and blood of a mere early foundation building cultivator. This Mo Qianyan was simply being arrogant to the point of courting death. Crack! In the next moment, something happened that shocked everyone. Mo Qianyan's 2 fingers easily pinched and firmly gripped the blade of the great sword. The massive force exceeding 1,000,000 was easily deflected, failing to make Mo Qianyan step back even a single step. How is this possible? Scar Tiger's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. He tried to pull back his broadsword but discovered that it wouldn't budge at all. Despite using every ounce of strength he had, he couldn't move it even slightly. Is this the extent of your strength? This disciple is greatly disappointed. Mo Qianyan shook his head in disappointment, then pressed down forcefully. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, only to see Scar Tiger already kneeling on the ground. This is impossible. Scar Tiger's face was filled with horror as he stared at the blade above his head, his soul nearly leaving his body in terror. He, the proud disciple of the Great Blade sect, was actually kneeling before someone else. Rise! He struggled to get up, tightly gripping his broadsword, trying to break free from Mo Qianyan's fingers. But the harder he tried, those 2 fingers remained as immovable as mountains, not budging even a fraction. Again! Scar Tiger's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and growled, his muscles tensing throughout his body. The true energy within him operated at its peak, frantically surging toward his great blade. Boom! A phantom spiritual sea appeared above its head, stretching over 30,000 feet, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. But soon, he was overcome with despair. Emotianyan's 2 fingers seemed to contain the weight of 10,000 pounds. Despite exerting all his strength, he couldn't move them even a fraction of an inch. All the spectators were shocked, and some who had been sitting stood up involuntarily, their mouths agape. Am I seeing things? A disciple stood dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes. How is this possible? Jifian was also stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. The male disciples of the Great Blade sect had their mouths hanging open so wide that their jaws nearly hit their feet. What had they just witnessed? They watched as Scar Tiger, the Dao disciple of the Great Blade sect and a Xian Great Foundation building cultivator, was completely overpowered by just 2 fingers from the Dao sect's new disciple who had only achieved foundation building 2 days ago. Earth Grade Foundation building. Ling Xiao, Water Gentle Fairy, Flower Fairy, and others, upon witnessing this scene, had their suspicions completely confirmed. Emotianyan, the Dao disciple of the Dao sect, was actually an Earth Grade Foundation building cultivator. He's actually this powerful. Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword sect, was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Emotianyan would be so powerful. Last time when he lost to Emotianyan, it seemed embarrassing, but looking at it now, Emotianyan was actually holding back. After all, wasn't Tiger Scar, who was much stronger than him, completely crushed? The Dao Sun is awesome. I knew from the start that senior brother had the potential for Earth Grade Foundation building. I've always supported him as the Dao Sun. That's not what you said yesterday. Ha ha ha. The Dao sect disciples were silent for a moment before bursting into jubilant cheers, each raising their arms in celebration. An Earth Grade Foundation building cultivator in the 10,000 years since the Dao sect's establishment, there had only been 4 such individuals. How could they not be excited? Go Dao Sun, crush the Dao Sun of the Great Blade sect. Make Tiger Scar kneel and apologize to second senior brother. At this moment, emotions ran high and the scene was extraordinarily lively. Even the Dao sect elders who were maintaining order at the arena had broad smiles on their faces, showing their obvious excitement. Emotianyan's performance had exceeded their expectations as well. Originally, they would have been satisfied if the Dao Sun had achieved Mystic Grade Foundation building at 5,000 zhang or above. But now it seemed that this little fellow far exceeded expectations. No wonder he was accepted as the only disciple by Qingxian Lord. Unlike the excitement of the Dao sect disciples and the shock of other sects' disciples, the disciples of the Blade Gate were now dejected. After all, the one who got crushed was their sect's strongest Dao child, especially Tiger Scar, whose face had turned deathly pale. He never imagined that his most prized great blade would be so fragile before Emotianyan's 2 fingers. It didn't even show any resistance. This gap in power made his spirit tremble. He had never felt such helplessness even before the Spirit Grade Foundation building Flower Fairy and the young master of the Demon Sect. Chapter 22. Beating a Dao child prodigy into a pig's head. 3 days ago, you hurt my 3rd junior brother, and today, you hurt my 2nd junior brother. Emotianyan spoke. Do you know that both 2nd and 3rd junior brothers are my fellow disciples, as close as brothers? Slapping their faces is the same as slapping my face as a Dao child. Slap. Under everyone's gaze, Emotianyan swung his palm and slapped Scar Tiger hard across the face. Immediately, the left side of his face swelled up rapidly, leaving a bright red handprint. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Without any further discussion, the face slapping began. So arrogant. So domineering. The disciple is so handsome. A female disciple from the Dao sect had stars in her eyes, her admiration for Emotianyan reaching its peak. Right. His face deserved to be slapped. Well done. Dao disciple is mighty. Beat that Dao sect disciple. The Dao sect disciples shouted in unison. Emotianyan's actions excited them greatly, releasing all their pent-up frustrations from before. Deduhu well done. Second senior brother also started shouting. Although his face was swollen like a steamed bun, he was still incredibly excited. The Dao disciple was avenging him. Slap. Emotianyan delivered another slap, causing Scar Tiger's other cheek to swell up like a pig's head. Ah, my face. Scar Tiger wailed miserably. As a disciple, when had he ever been treated like this? Your face is too thick. My hand hurts from hitting you. Second junior brother, it's your turn. Alright. Second junior brother was stunned for a moment before hurriedly stepping forward. He suddenly became energetic, swinging his arm in full circles and delivering a barrage of slaps to Scar Tiger. Slap 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 slap. Scar Tiger was stunned by the slap, his head buzzing. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Is this allowed? Is this what they call face slapping? Everyone was speechless with their eyes wide open. Enough, Dao sect disciple. An elder from the Great Saber sect finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. This was a nascent soul monster, who happened to be Scar Tiger's master. Seeing his disciple being humiliated like this, he could no longer sit still. Is a minor issue, but if one's Dao heart is shattered from the beating, now that would be a great loss. Their Great Blade sect only has Scar Tiger as their sole mystic grade foundation building cultivator this generation. He's the sect's future hope. Who are you? How dare you interfere in this disciple's business? Mo Qianyan glanced obliquely at the nascent soul cultivator, speaking coldly. This tone was incredibly arrogant. To look down upon an old monster at the nascent soul realm, truly outrageous. As these words fell, everyone around was stunned. Damn, is he really that arrogant? That's a nascent soul cultivator, how dare you speak to him like that? Even as a disciple of the Tao sect, you shouldn't be this arrogant. Just as expected. Upon hearing this, that nascent soul cultivator became enraged. Humph. Mere disciple, you dare to provoke a great nascent soul cultivator? Haven't your elders taught you to respect your seniors? As he spoke, a mighty aura burst forth from his body, surging in all directions like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire martial arts plaza. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. A nascent soul cultivator was too terrifying. Merely the fluctuations of his aura were enough to make people tremble with fear, creating a suffocating feeling as if a primordial beast had descended before them, ready to devour everything. However, facing this Great Blade sect elder's anger, Mo Qianyan remained unfazed, and even his second junior brother ignored him, continuing with what he was doing. Sure enough, before the elder could make his move, a finger suddenly extended from the void, and in an instant, an immense and boundless aura violently erupted. Bang! The Yuaning elder of the Great Blade sect's body shuddered and was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away. This is a competition between the younger generation. What right do you have to interfere, you old fool? The cold voice echoed, causing everyone from the Great Blade sect to tremble in their hearts, revealing expressions of shock and terror. One move to defeat a Yuaning elder. Evidently, the one who intervened was a supreme powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Tao sect. Mo Qianyan smiled, as this voice was very familiar to him. Who else could it be but his overprotective master? Throughout the spirit realm, there existed one inviolable rule among the 10 supreme sects. In conflicts between peers, life and death were left to fate. If elders interfered, they would face collective retaliation. Decades ago, when an immortal elder from a small empire ambushed and killed a disciple from a supreme sect, dozens of nascent soul monsters took action, reducing that empire's palace to ruins in a single night. After all, young prodigies are the future of a sect, the future of the spirit realm. If any ancient powerhouse disregards their status and attacks them, no sect would tolerate such behavior. Didn't you see how Scar Tiger beat the second senior brother of Tao sect to a pulp, yet none of the Tao sect elders stepped in? Young people's matters should be handled by young people themselves. The nascent soul elder of Broadblade sect got up from the ground, too angry to speak but not daring to voice it. He stared deeply at Mo Qianyan before finally stomping his foot and leaving with a flick of his sleeve. There was no point in staying any longer. However, before leaving, he still spoke coldly. He is the disciple of my Great Blade sect. Don't take this matter too far. Mo Qianyan couldn't be bothered to respond. He had already beaten him up anyway, so if they wanted revenge, they could come anytime. What the hell did he have to fear? Slap, 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 slap. The second junior brother grew more excited and vengeful as he fought, his pair of palms whistling through the air as they struck, beating Scar Tiger's cheeks until they looked worse than a pig's head. Disciple is mighty. Disciple is awesome. Ha ha ha. Scar Tiger, how does that feel? Well done, second senior brother. Well done. Seeing second senior brother's fierce display, the Tao sect disciples all cheered and shouted in excitement. Woo woo. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Scar Tiger's face was bruised and swollen as he wailed repeatedly, begging for mercy, with none of his previous arrogance remaining. Seeing this, Mo Qianyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Seeing Scar Tiger in such a state, he had finally avenged his 2 junior fellow disciples. Do you remember our bet? Now, kneel before my second junior brother and apologize. Mo Qianyan said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the entire place fell silent, and everyone looked towards Scar Tiger with amused smiles on their faces. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, the disciples of any major sect were lofty figures, beings they could only look up to in their daily lives. Especially this Scar Tiger, the disciple of Great Blade sect, who was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, challenging other sects everywhere, and using his background and strength to bully ordinary disciples like them. He had always been utterly dismissive of others. Now that he's hit a snag and lost face, everyone is quite pleased to see him suffer. Scar Tiger, you lost, but you still won't admit it. Scar Tiger, hurry up and get on your knees to kowtow. You made the bet, now accept the consequences. Everyone started teasing him one after another. Scar Tiger's eyes were bloodshot, whether from being beaten to a pulp or from being pushed to his absolute limit was unclear. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Scar Tiger roared in fury, frantically channeling his spiritual energy to cast spells in an attempt to turn the tide. Hey, what are you doing? Bang bang bang. However, he couldn't even block a single slap from Mo Qianyan and was knocked down again. Tiger Scar was completely devastated. Just how strong is this guy? He was the chosen disciple of the Great Sword sect. Tiger Scar, what are you standing there for? quickly kowtow and apologize. Seeing Tiger Scar frozen in place, Mo Qiannian barked, his brows furrowing with apparent displeasure. I can't accept this. Tiger Scar gritted his teeth and growled reluctantly. However, after seeing the cold glint in Mo Qiannian's eyes, he chose to obediently kowtow and apologize to the second senior brother of the Dao sect, looking utterly dejected. He was Tiger Scar, the proud chosen disciple of the Great Sword sect. To kneel and apologize to someone weaker than him and in front of so many people, it was absolutely mortifying. Alright, get lost. Seeing that it was enough, Mo Qiannian waved his hand, dismissing Tiger Scar. Hearing this, all disciples of the Dao sect burst into cheers, especially the second senior brother, who looked at Mo Qiannian with complete admiration. Senior brother is awesome. Senior brother is awesome. Tiger Scar fled in disgrace with a belly full of resentment, disappearing in a flash. He probably wouldn't dare to show his face in public for quite some time. Chapter 23, The Sixth Meeting, What Will Be This Year's Birthday Gift? After driving away Tiger Scar, Mo Qiannian chuckled and turned his gaze toward the Sword Sect disciples. Under his gaze, Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect, slightly changed his expression and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao, the Sword Sect's chosen successor, wore a gloomy expression. Brother Ling Xiao, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to challenge me? I happen to have time now, shall we have a match? Mo Qiannian suddenly proposed, a smile appearing on his face. Ling Xiao's expression turned unsightly, but he still grudgingly agreed, only because he sensed many people around were watching this situation. Under such circumstances, if he refused, it would clearly mean admitting defeat. Fine. He spoke coldly, however, I'm at a critical point of breakthrough right now and shouldn't get agitated. Why don't we fight tomorrow? What? As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the surrounding disciples erupted in an uproar. Breakthrough? Breaking through to foundation building mid-stage? Our disciple has just advanced to foundation building, how dare he? I've never seen someone so shameless, actually trying to bully others with a higher cultivation level. How shameless? What do you mean avoid getting agitated? This isn't some core formation breakthrough. Do you take us for fools? The Dao sect disciple said indignantly. In that case, Mo Qiannian stroked his chin and spoke with a smile. Then I'll wait until you finish your breakthrough before fighting you. Ling Xiao was stronger than Scar Tiger and would certainly become even more powerful after breaking through to the middle stage of foundation building. While others might see this as unfair, in Mo Qiannian's eyes, it was nothing special. Humph. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort, silently telling himself just you wait, then turned and left. The disciples of the Sword Sect followed in succession, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge this disciple? Mo Qiannian looked around and asked loudly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Although Scar Tiger's character was questionable, his strength was undeniable. Given how miserably he was defeated, there was no point in watching anyone below the disciple level. Among the disciples, Ling Xiao had withdrawn, and Ji Fian had already lost about the day before, so she obviously wouldn't be going on stage this time. Water Gentle Fairy from Azure Water Sect had similar strength to Ling Xiao. If even Ling Xiao didn't dare to act, she naturally wouldn't seek trouble either. As for the Flower Fairy from the Flower Sect, her strength was quite formidable, being at mid-stage Earth-grade foundation building. However, she had no grudge against Mo Qiannian, so she wouldn't easily take action. The remaining disciples lacked sufficient strength, they couldn't even get past Scar Tiger, let alone dare to offend him. Ah, this disciple is truly too excellent. Mo Qiannian looked around and saw no one daring to step forward, letting out a helpless sigh. Everyone's lips twitched. Damn, are you sure you're not just showing off? Since no one dares to challenge me, this Daozi shall take his leave. May you all enjoy your time at the Dao School. Mo Qiannian departed with grace. The crowd was left standing there dumbfounded, unable to react for quite a while. This guy was just too casual. Moonlight enveloped the palace, silvery and brilliant, with stars twinkling above. By the western window, a graceful figure stood, wearing a white dress, with black hair cascading down to her waist and clear, bright eyes. It was none other than Princess Daxu, Su Xueyao. Su Xueyao stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought. Princess, it's getting late. Please retire for the night, a maid called softly from the doorway, looking at the candlelight in the room. Su Xueyao nodded and said softly, you may go rest. I need some time alone. Su Xueyao gazed at the starry sky for a long time. It was already close to midnight, but Mo Qiannian had not appeared. In previous years, Mo Qiannian would always appear on her birthday, though never at a specific hour, but it had never been this late. After midnight, it would be the next day. If time experienced a malfunction, would he not come anymore? Su Xueyao's eyes dimmed slightly. She had been looking forward to this meeting for a long time, waiting an entire year for his arrival. But now, would he really not come? And after that, would he never appear again? The princess seems to be waiting for me? At that moment, a gentle voice rang out, accompanied by footsteps, as Mo Qiannian strode into the room. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Shueo's eyes revealed a trace of delighted surprise, but by the time she turned to face Mo Qianyan, her expression had already returned to calmness. How could I sleep soundly knowing someone would appear by my side today? Su Shueo said softly. Mo Qianyan smiled faintly and sat down across from her, saying, 1 day, 1 year without seeing you, you've changed so much. Compared to their previous meetings, Su Shueo had now shed her childishness and appeared somewhat more mature. Counting the time, Su Shueo was exactly 20 years old now. Even after not seeing you for a day, you haven't changed at all. They exchanged glances and both smiled, instantly easing the atmosphere. Today is my birthday, have you prepared a gift? Su Shueo asked with a light laugh, her eyes somewhat mischievous. Mo Qianyan paused, scratching his head and said, while it may be the most important day of the year for the princess, to me it's just an ordinary day. If I had to prepare gifts every day, wouldn't that just exhaust me to death? Hearing this, Su Shueo burst into laughter, her beautiful appearance blooming like an epiphyllum flower, making the night city enchanted by her beauty. She quickly composed herself and said, you're quite honest. Between us, is there any need to hide things? Mo Qianyan shrugged and said, how about this then? After you went home yesterday, you probably drew a portrait of me, right? Why not give that to me as my birthday gift? Su Shueo said with a beaming smile. Princess, this isn't quite right. I was planning to keep these to enjoy and reminisce over in the future. Mo Qianyan said with some hesitation. You can make another copy later, can't you? What's wrong? Did you forget how to draw them? Su Shueo asked, blinking her eyes. Mo Qianyan felt somewhat embarrassed and after clearing his throat said, of course I have the drawing. After speaking, he took out the new portrait and handed it to Su Shueo. Su Shueo smiled with satisfaction, reached out and took it. When she opened the portrait, she was momentarily stunned, then a faint blush appeared on her face. As it turned out, this painting depicted the moment when she helped Mo Qianyan establish his Heavenly Tao Foundation, showing the two of them dual cultivating. The artwork was exquisitely detailed and lifelike, with even the blush on her face clearly visible in the painting. Princess, you look so adorable like this. Mo Qianyan chuckled, teasing her. Su Shueo's pretty face turned crimson as she glared at him coquettishly, such a smooth talker. He carefully put away the portrait, a bright smile spreading across his face. Mo Qianyan was stunned, especially when Su Shueo's pretty face blushed, looking so enchantingly beautiful that he was captivated. He almost wanted to rush over, embrace her, and plant several passionate kisses on her. No wonder he couldn't help but kiss her when he first met her. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Princess, you look beautiful when you smile. A moment later, Mo Qianyan suddenly remarked with sincerity. Really? Su Shueo smiled gracefully, her smile as beautiful as flowers, making the night even more enchanting. Chapter 24, One who wins people's hearts wins the world. Princess, you should smile more often. It makes you look younger and more beautiful, Mo Qianyan said. Well, I'll try to smile more in the future. Su Shueo smiled gently, her smile pure and sweet, like that girl who represents the pure moonlight in people's hearts. Since I accepted your gift, let me give you one in return. I can't let you be at a loss. Su Shueo suddenly said, then took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was crystal clear, containing intense spiritual energy within, extremely pure and profound, its value far from ordinary. This is a birthday gift bestowed by Father Emperor to me a few years ago, called the Mystic Spirit Jade Pendant. It can increase the cultivation speed of its wearer by about 30%, but only works for the foundation building realm. 30%? Mo Qianyan's expression changed drastically, showing surprise in his eyes. In the cultivation world, treasures that could increase cultivation speed were undoubtedly the most precious, especially for prodigies at the Tao child level. Being one step faster than others meant an enormous advantage. Even the most precious treasure in the spirit realm today could only increase cultivation speed by 10%, yet it fetched an astronomical price and is now in the possession of the flower fairy. A 30% increase. What did that concept mean? If a Tao child level prodigy needed 10 years to advance from foundation building to core formation, with this jade pendant, they would only need 7 years. Don't underestimate 3 years of advancement. Just imagine if you've reached the foundation establishment realm while other disciples are still at the chi condensation stage, what an enormous advantage that would be. Without exaggeration, if this jade pendant were to appear in the spirit realm, countless powerful cultivators would fight to obtain it. Princess, this is too precious, I cannot. Su Shueo waved her hand to interrupt, saying, compared to your help to Desu, what's this small gift worth? Besides, I have no use for it now. If you don't take it, should I give it to someone else? Upon hearing this, Mo Qianyan stopped being overly polite and directly accepted the jade pendant, saying, since this is the princess's kindness, I shall respectfully obey. Afterwards, he wore the jade pendant on his chest and indeed found his cultivation speed increased significantly. He remarked with emotion, helping the princess has truly brought the best rewards. In just a few days, the princess has given me such a precious treasure. When the princess rules the world in the future, won't I surely rise to prominence? Hearing his words, Su Shueo said softly, I never thought about ruling the world. My greatest dream is simply to see the people of Dessous live in peace and prosperity with tranquility throughout the land. As she spoke, Su Shuiao's gaze turned to the map on the wall. When Emo Qianyan looked over, he noticed that the map had changed and was different from before. The 5 nations have united to attack the Dezhao Empire? Emo Qianyan was somewhat surprised. Yes. Su Shuiao gently nodded, with worry flickering in the depths of her beautiful eyes. This was to be expected. When Dezhao withdrew from the 6-state alliance earlier, they offended the dignity of the other 5 states. Those states must harbor resentment, so war was bound to break out sooner or later. Su Shuiao let out a soft sigh. For Dezhao Empire's position, if it's not the strongest empire, then it will inevitably fall. I just didn't expect the war to come so quickly. Emo Qianyan nodded and began to ponder. What did you notice? Su Shuiao asked curiously. Previously, Emo Qianyan had been able to solve Dessous' deadly predicament just by looking at a map, so what could he discover from this map? What would the princess like to know? Emo Qianyan asked teasingly, beating around the bush. Recently, the Great Zhao Emperor requested support from our Great Daxu. I want to know if Great Zhao can still be saved if Great Daxu provides full support? Su Shuiao stared at Emo Qianyan, remaining silent for a moment before slowly parting her lips to speak. Although she was not from Great Zhao, she still didn't want to see such a vast empire fall and countless citizens become homeless. Without intervention from other powers, Great Zhao's fall is already inevitable. Even with Great Dax's full support, it would only last a few more years at most. Emo Qianyan shook his head, indicating there was no solution. Great Zhao's current situation was like a frog in boiling water. Though it appeared to be moving, it was already dead. Even the most brilliant strategies, the so-called victory of the weak over the strong, can only help a slightly weaker side gain the upper hand or even defeat a stronger opponent. It cannot make a firefly compare to the bright moon. In the face of absolute power, even the best strategies are futile. Do you also believe that Dezhao's downfall is inevitable? Currently, the court has split into 2 factions. One faction believes we should not provide support but instead preserve our strength and develop in secret. The other faction believes we should deploy troops and take this opportunity to seize some territory, expanding Dessous' power. So what do you think we should do? Su Shuiao's beautiful eyes fixed on Emo Qianyan, her gentle voice mixed with anticipation and nervousness. This decision has major implications and cannot be treated with the slightest carelessness. Emo Qianyan smiled slightly and said mysteriously, Princess, I believe we should deploy our troops. Deploy troops? Su Shuiao's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Taking advantage of Dezhao's time of crisis to send troops and seize territory, such behavior was despicable in her eyes and would be widely condemned throughout the world. Eddie had not yet collapsed, strategies were seldom employed, and military tactics were still blank pages. Battles were decided purely by the raw strength of both sides. Either Dessous should have joined the 5 nations in issuing the declaration of war from the beginning. Joining midway would be seen as dishonorable conduct in the eyes of the world. At the very least, Su Shuiao was firmly against sending troops. However, it was unexpected that Emo Qianyan would agree to deploy forces. Although it could bring abundant resources and wealth in the short term, it would surely result in losses in the long run. Ha, does the princess seem a bit disappointed in me? Seeing this, Emo Qianyan laughed heartily, clearly having noticed Su Shuiao's frown. What do you think? Su Shuiao gave Emo Qianyan a sidelong glance, not denying it. Hearing this, Emo Qianyan smiled faintly and said, Princess must have misunderstood my meaning. When I spoke of deploying troops, I didn't mean to take advantage of the situation. Su Shuiao was surprised, her beautiful eyes blinking as she asked, then what do you mean? To support Dezhao. Emo Qianyan said. What? Su Shuiao was stunned, her pretty face showing a trace of bewilderment as she asked in confusion. Everyone knows Dezhao is doomed to fall. Supporting them now would be futile and only waste Dessous' strength for nothing. Emo Qianyan shook his head and said, Who told you Dessous would lose its strength for nothing? While that may be true in the short term, from a long-term perspective, this is the best opportunity for Dessous' rise. The best opportunity to rise? Su Shuiao grew more confused as she listened and couldn't help saying, Please explain clearly, I don't understand a word you're saying. You, still as slow as ever. Emo Qianyan tapped Su Shuiao's forehead again, speaking with resignation. Emo Qianyan at foundation building initial stage tapping the forehead of Su Shuiao at foundation building peak stage seemed perfectly normal to both of them. Tell me quickly, stop keeping me in suspense. Su Shuiao said impatiently, This guy was always like this, never finishing what he started. Ahem. Emo Qianyan cleared his throat lightly and continued, Princess, have you heard the saying, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world? Chapter 25, The Flower Fairy's Advice. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Su Shuiao pondered these words repeatedly, then suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed in realization, You mean to use this to win people's hearts and strengthen ourselves? You catch on quickly. Emo Qianyan gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, The princess is brilliantly clever, understanding everything with just a hint. After a pause, Emo Qianyan continued, By sending troops to aid Dezhao, we will gain 3 benefits. First, when the six states previously attacked Dessous, Dezhou withdrew its troops, indirectly leading to the dissolution of the alliance. From a certain perspective, Dessous owes Dezhou a favor. At the very least, the people of Dezhou would think so. If Dessous doesn't send troops to help them or take advantage of their misfortune, then in the eyes of Dezhou's citizens, Dessous would be seen as ungrateful and disloyal. Countless citizens would rather surrender than seek refuge with Dessous, and they would be despised by all under heaven. Dessous sending troops to aid Dezhou is not just repaying a past favor, more importantly, it's to win the hearts of Dezhou's people. This way, even if they lose the war, the vast majority of Dezhou's people and wealth will migrate to Dessous. They will regard Dessous as their second home and hate the enemies who destroyed their country. When that time comes, as Dessous launches attacks against the other 5 states, these people of Dezhou will fight with all their might to avenge their fallen nation, thus strengthening Dessous' military power. Mo Qianyan explained patiently, detailing the pros and cons to Su Shuya. Su Shuya gave a thumbs up and said, "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I was just thinking about that aspect too. So, what are the other 2 advantages?" Mo Qianyan smiled slightly and said, "The second benefit is to buy time for Dessous to grow stronger while delaying the 5 nations offensive. If Dessous doesn't deploy its troops, Dezhou won't be able to hold out for long. They might surrender in less than a year." At this moment, the morale of the 5-nation allied forces is at its peak, reaching their finest hour. In this situation, after the 5-nation allied forces easily destroy Dezhou, they might not rest and recuperate but instead press on with their momentum to attack Dessous. Even if Dessous sends troops to aid Dezhou and ultimately fails to defend it, this would still stretch the battle lines and prolong the war for several years. When the 5-nation alliance finally conquers Dezhou, they will suffer considerable losses one way or another. By then, their morale won't be as high. After fighting for several years, the soldiers will want to return home. Plus, they'll need to manage and control the new territory, so they won't move against Dessous anytime soon. With each word Mo Qianyan spoke, Su Shuya's expression grew more astonished. His considerations were so thorough. She couldn't fathom how he had thought of so much. After hearing his explanation, it was clear that Dessous had no choice but to deploy troops. It was their only option. "What's the third benefit?" Su Shuyo asked eagerly. "The third benefit." Mo Qianyan's voice suddenly stopped. Su Shuyo looked over and said, "Why are you being mysterious again?" Before she could finish speaking, she also stopped, because where Mo Qianyan had just been standing was now completely empty. He had vanished without warning again. Their next meeting would probably be a year from now. Mo Qianyan, thank you. Staring at the spot where Mo Qianyan had disappeared, Su Shuyo murmured to herself this gratitude. She had taken it to heart. "Damn, I woke up before I could finish, but what I said earlier should be enough. I hope everything goes smoothly." Opening his eyes, Mo Qianyan muttered to himself, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he took out the jade pendant that Su Shuyo had given him. "Sure enough, I got it back. Increasing cultivation speed by 30% is simply heaven-defying." Looking at the translucent jade pendant in his hand, Mo Qianyan nodded with satisfaction. After getting up, Mo Qianyan, following his habit, drew another portrait of Su Shuyo, capturing her radiant smile. Truly beautiful, even more gorgeous than a celestial fairy. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but give a word of praise, then rolled up the scroll and walked toward the exit of the disciple hall. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw a veiled figure sitting quietly in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. The flower fairy? What is she doing here? This person was none other than the flower fairy, the #1 genius and most beautiful woman of the righteous path in the spirit realm, as well as the successor of the flower sect. Hearing footsteps, the flower fairy withdrew her gaze, slowly raised her head, and looked at Mo Qianyan. This was Mo Qianyan's first time observing the flower fairy up close. Although he couldn't see her full face, her eyes alone were breathtaking. Her fair skin, delicate features, graceful figure, and elegant bearing all exuded a unique charm. Her temperament, especially, was gentle and graceful, like an orchid blooming in a valley. Truly worthy of being the spirit realm's most beautiful woman. Even Jifian with her allure and water-gentle fairy with her gentleness were slightly inferior to her. Among all the people Mo Qianyan had met, only Su Shuyo, the girl from his dreams, could surpass her. "Flower fairy, what brings you here to see me?" A moment later, Mo Qianyan was the first to break the silence, looking at the flower fairy as he asked calmly. The flower fairy pondered for a moment before parting her red lips. "Would you consider not competing with Ling Xiao today?" Mo Qianyan's brows furrowed slightly as he said with displeasure, "What do you mean by this, flower fairy? Could it be that you're afraid I'll defeat Ling Xiao and embarrass him?" "Young Master Qianyan, you've misunderstood. Ling Xiao was once close to achieving Earth-grade foundation building, with a spirit sea of around 9,000 jiang. If he breaks through to mid-stage foundation building, I fear that you..." The flower fairy hesitated, leaving her words unfinished. The flower fairy didn't seem to be pleading for Ling Xiao's sake. "Fairy, we don't seem to have any close relationship, so why would you be concerned about me losing?" Mo Qianyan asked in confusion. Elite disciples of this caliber rarely engage in decisive battles because the defeated one may suffer damage to their Dao heart and ruin their future. Young noble of 1,000 years is at the Earthgrade Foundation building realm, and I do not wish to see you defeated. Flower Fairy lowered her head gracefully. Even so, whether I win or lose shouldn't be your concern, Fairy, should it? Mo Qianyan raised his eyebrows and asked. The Flower Fairy was taken aback, then said, Young Master Mo, you are now a foundation building cultivator of Earth rank. Your opponents should be Knight Sanglong of the Demon Sect and other Earth rank foundation building cultivators from beyond the spirit realm. Your battle with Sword Ling Xiao, regardless of the outcome, is not worth it. Winning would only mean an Earth rank bullying a mystic rank. If you lose, I fear it would damage your Dao heart, and by the time of the Heavenly Dao Conference, our spirit realm's strength would surely be weakened. The Flower Fairy's words made sense. When an Earth rank foundation building cultivator fights a mystic rank, winning is expected, but losing would be utterly humiliating. Mo Qianyan nodded. You're right, even if I defeat Ling Xiao, no one would be surprised. Seeing Mo Qianyan nod, the Flower Fairy let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had taken her advice. But Mo Qianyan's next words caught her off guard. However, I've been annoyed with him for a long time, and I want to give him a good thrashing. After saying this, Mo Qianyan gave a faint smile, walked past the Flower Fairy, and made his way to the arena with composure. Chapter 26: Crushing Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Dao Sect's martial arts arena was packed with a sea of people. Ling Xiao stood in the center of the arena, quietly waiting for Mo Qianyan's arrival. Below the arena, disciples from various sects had gathered, and even Scar Tiger, the disciple from the Great Blade sect who was defeated yesterday, had shown up, though he looked rather comical with bandages wrapped around his face. Water Gentle Fairy, Jifian, and others had all gathered to witness today's battle between the two disciples, Ling Xiao and Mo Qianyan. Ling Xiao's gaze swept over to where the Flower Sect disciple stood, and his brow slightly furrowed when he didn't see the Flower Fairy among them. Before Mo Qianyan established his foundation, Ling Xiao was the second-ranked disciple among the 5 orthodox sects of the spirit realm, standing alongside the Flower Fairy as the 2 most outstanding talents of their generation. All along, he had been pursuing the Flower Fairy, believing that no one in the spirit realm except himself was worthy of her. The sect child has arrived. Following the call of the Dao sect disciples, Mo Qianyan, dressed in white robes, approached with a smile. His graceful figure was like an immortal descending to the mortal world, drawing everyone's attention. Ling Xiao looked over, but his gaze quickly turned cold. What did he see? He actually saw the Flower Fairy walking behind Mo Qianyan, arriving together with him. Though filled with rage, Ling Xiao maintained a composed expression as he looked at Mo Qianyan and spoke coolly. You finally arrived. Yes, I, the sect child, have arrived. Mo Qianyan replied calmly, showing no regard for Ling Xiao, as if completely oblivious to his hostility. I have broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. Do you still dare to fight me? Ling Xiao spoke with an icy tone as the surrounding air suddenly grew colder. Mo Qianyan shrugged and said, Why else would I come here if not to fight you? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao drew a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, yet his heart was still filled with anger. Since you're here, let's cut to the chase and get started. Ling Xiao, unwilling to waste any more time, let out a cold snort as his inner true energy instantly erupted, forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire arena. Indeed, he was at mid-foundation establishment realm. Sensing this powerful wave of true energy, waves of exclamations broke out from the audience below. The Sword Sect's disciple indeed has some real strength, reaching mid-foundation establishment at just 22 years old. He truly deserves his rank as the second most talented prodigy in the spirit domain. No, your disciple was previously ranked second, but now he's dropped to third. Note, these rankings exclude the 4 evil sects. Although Mo Qianyan, the disciple of Dao Sect, is at Earthgrade Foundation building realm, he has just entered this realm. This Ling Xiao has already reached the middle stage of foundation building. Though he is at mystery grade, he has a 9,000 Zhang Spirit C, giving him a great advantage. I beg to differ. Our Dao Sect's disciple reached Earthgrade Foundation building at 18, showing unmatched talent. Since he dared to accept the challenge, he will surely win. Not only were disciples from various sects arguing, but even the elders on the high platform were engaged in verbal battles. After all, this concerned the honor of their sects, and no one wanted their disciples to lose. Amidst the cheers of Dao Sect disciples, Mo Qianyan stepped onto the arena while waving his hand, as if he was there to give a speech rather than to duel. That casual demeanor enraged Ling Xiao even further, making him desperately want to defeat his opponent immediately and grind that face under his foot. Whoosh! The sword rang with a clear sound as Ling Xiao drew his blade, gripping a frost-cold longsword in his palm. Mo Qianyan, are you ready? Ling Xiao called out in a deep voice. Isn't that nonsense? Why would I come to the arena if I wasn't ready? Mo Qianyan rolled his eyes. Mo Qianyan, whoever loses has to shout, I am worthless. Do you dare to accept? Ling Xiao coldly demanded. Since you want to call yourself trash, I shall be all ears. Mo Qianyan shrugged, clearly confident in his abilities. You seem quite sure you'll win against me? Jian Ling Xiao asked coldly, then gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, making it vibrate with a humming sound. Please remove the seam quite part, thank you, Mo Qianyan said with a smile. Taking bets. Taking bets. Betting on senior brother's victory, 100 to 1 odds. Betting on Jian Lingxiao's victory, 1 to 100 odds. Suddenly, from the direction of the Dao disciples, the second senior brother of the Dao sect started taking bets. Rather amusingly, his face was wrapped in white bandages just like Scar Tiger's, yet he was happily keeping track of the bets. 100 to 1. In his eyes, their own Dao heir was definitely going to win. I bet on the Dao heir's victory. I bet 50 low-grade spirit stones on our Dao heir's victory. I bet 1 drop of foundation building spirit liquid. In an instant, almost all the disciples bet on their fellow disciple Mo Qianyan to win. This scene left the disciples from other sects dumbfounded, while Ling Xiao and the sword sect disciples were furious. I bet 100 low-grade spirit stones that our sword sect's disciple will win. A sword sect disciple couldn't sit still anymore and came forward to place a bet. After the first one, naturally came the second, the third, the fourth. In an instant, almost all the sword sect disciples placed their bets, backing their own disciple Ling Xiao to win. The second senior brother of the Dao sect happily kept track of the bets. These were all resources he would gain for free. As for losing, how could his own senior brother possibly lose? Cough cough, second junior brother, we should share our blessings. Mo Qianyan coughed lightly and slowly held up 3 fingers. Senior brother, how could I ever forget about you? Second junior brother chuckled and held up 4 fingers. That's good. Mo Qianyan had a mysterious smile on his face as he lowered 1 finger, leaving only 2 fingers raised. Seeing the 2 fingers, second junior brother felt the scar on his face throb with pain, making him wince. Mo Qianyan, are you looking down on me? Sword Ling Xiao could no longer contain himself. With a loud roar, the true essence within his body surged frantically as he charged towards Mo Qianyan with killing intent. Facing Sword Ling Xiao, who came rushing like a tidal wave, Mo Qianyan merely shifted his body slightly and easily dodged the heavy strike. After the missed attack, Sword Ling Xiao adjusted his position and swept his sword horizontally. The blade gleamed with a cold light as it carried the force of a thunderbolt toward Mo Qianyan's neck. Mo Qianyan took a step back and effortlessly avoided this sweeping attack, not even having the corner of his clothes touched. Sword Ling Xiao, gritting his teeth with bloodshot eyes, charged forward again and swung his sword diagonally at an extremely fast speed. Mo Qianyan reached out, grabbed Sword Ling Xiao's sword-wielding hand, and then struck his chest with his other palm. A muffled boom echoed. Ling Xiao was instantly sent flying, only coming to a stop after smashing through several floor tiles. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. And the sword in his hand had already fallen into Mo Qianyan's possession. A fine sword indeed, I'll gladly accept it. Mo Qianyan chuckled as he picked up the sword and tossed it directly into his storage ring. All the powerful observers were dumbfounded, and even the Dao sect disciples who believed their fellow disciple would definitely win were stunned. I thought that even if Mo Qianyan could defeat Ling Xiao, it would be an earth-shattering battle lasting hundreds of moves. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao couldn't even last a single move? This was completely one-sided domination. The flower fairy also revealed a surprised look as Mo Qianyan's strength seemed to far exceed her expectations. No wonder he was so confident. Is this guy really that strong? Ji Fian's beautiful eyes widened, and it took a while for her small mouth to close. If she could absorb his yang essence. Chapter 27. Is he really just at the Earth Grade Foundation building level? Mo Qianyan, you haven't won yet. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face flushing red as he let out a low growl. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and above Ling Xiao's head, the illusion of a spirit sea appeared, reaching an astonishing 9,300 zhang. This was a stunning phenomenon. The spirit sea illusion glowed purple, emanating a faint aura of majesty and dominance that inspired awe. A foundation building of supreme Xin grade quality. He was just short of reaching 10,000 zhang, almost stepping into the Earth Grade Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, once the foundation establishment begins, there's no turning back to wait for another attempt. What a pity. Rumble. The spiritual sea's phantom image took shape, emanating intense waves of spiritual energy. Thunder 100 slashes. In Ling Xiao's hand, another purple sword appeared, of even higher quality, powerful enough to summon massive thunderbolts. It transformed into a giant purple thunder sword, striking down at Mo Qianyan with overwhelming force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Purple lightning sword energy burst forth across the sky, tearing through space with overwhelming power. This is one of the 3 supreme techniques of the sword sect. With this sword move, Ling Xiao can now defeat cultivators in the late foundation establishment realm. As expected of the sword sect's disciple, his power is indeed formidable. Who knows how many tens of thousands of yards of earthly grade foundation building the Dao sect's disciple has reached. It might be difficult to withstand this sword strike. The elders on the high platform began discussing among themselves, all acknowledging Ling Xiao. The disciple is mighty. The sword sect disciples cheered in unison. However, Mo Qianyan just stood there, his expression indifferent, letting the terrifying sword light fall upon him. Whoosh! A layer of golden shield appeared around his body, blocking all the purple lightning in the sky. Although Ling Zhao's attacks were incredibly fierce, they didn't cause the slightest harm to Mo Qianyan. How is this possible? The excitement on the sword sect disciple's face vanished without a trace, replaced by utter bewilderment. What kind of defensive technique is this? It's so abnormally powerful. People were astounded, and even the elders on the high platform became uncertain. Is this the Golden Bell Shield? Someone hesitated, their voice filled with disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It wasn't that the Golden Bell Shield was too powerful, but rather, almost everyone knew this technique. It was just a matter of channeling internal spiritual energy to form a shield, nothing special about it. The shield's strength depended entirely on how much spiritual energy one possessed. Could such a common, low-level defensive technique really have such powerful protective capabilities? Boom boom boom. The purple lightning continued to rage, frantically bombarding Mo Qianyan. However, the shield around Mo Qianyan remained completely unmoved, as stable as a mountain, withstanding all the purple lightning strikes without any damage. Holy crap, since when did the Golden Bell Shield become this powerful? This is completely different from what I've been practicing. Could this be the legendary upgraded version? Some disciples cried out in surprise, doubting whether they had been practicing a fake version of the Golden Bell Shield. Ding ding dang dang. The sword energy kept striking down, yet it still couldn't affect Mo Qianyan in the slightest. Finally, Sword Ling Xiao was panting heavily, his whole body covered in sweat, having consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. Huff, huff. Sword Ling Xiao breathed heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead, appearing very strained. Mo Qianyan, however, remained standing there calm and composed, as if his spiritual energy was inexhaustible. The Golden Bell Shield was considered low-level not because its defensive effects were poor, but because activating it consumed enormous amounts of spiritual energy. When facing opponents of the same level, spiritual energy would be depleted after just a few breaths, yet Mo Qianyan had maintained it for so long? Did he carry a mobile spiritual spring on his back or something? Just how many thousand fathoms deep is his spiritual sea? How can he possess such abundant spiritual energy? Jifian, Water Gentle Fairy, and others all opened their mouths in surprise, utterly shocked. The Flower Fairy's eyes revealed an unusual look. Even though she was at the middle stage of foundation building at the Earth rank, she couldn't quite see through Mo Qianyan at this moment. At the very least, when facing Ling Xiao, who was one realm above her, she couldn't achieve a guaranteed victory, let alone maintain such composure. It could only mean that Mo Qianyan's spiritual sea quality was even higher than hers, perhaps significantly higher. Mo Qianyan, are you going to be a coward? Ling Xiao was on the verge of breaking down. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qianyan made his move. I'm just playing along with you for fun. With one stride, he instantly approached Ling Xiao and threw a powerful punch. This punch was simple and unadorned, following the most basic principles, seemingly ordinary yet containing unfathomable power. This punch gave Ling Xiao a feeling of absolute inevitability, making his heart tense up completely. He wanted to evade, but there was nowhere to escape, as the fist had already appeared before his face. Not the face. Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. Bang! This punch landed squarely on his right cheek, making him howl in pain as he went flying and crashed at the edge of the arena. Pooh! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his cheek swelling up, with 2 teeth knocked out. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths, some even covering their own faces in sympathy. Fantastic, we've got another pighead. The most excited one was the second senior brother of Dao sect, whose admiration for Mo Qianyan reached an unprecedented level. Scar Tiger touched his pig-like face and looked at Ling Zhao's miserable state, feeling that Mo Qianyan had already shown mercy yesterday. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Xiao coughed violently, spitting blood as he struggled to get up. Mo Qianyan took another step forward, coming face to face with him, and spoke calmly, "You've lost." Those simple 3 words seemed like another resounding slap across Ling Zhao's face. What made it worse was that he had become Mo Qianyan's stepping stone under everyone's watchful eyes, suffering a miserable defeat in front of the 3 most beautiful fairy maidens of the spirit realm. This was undoubtedly another humiliation, a blatant humiliation that made Ling Xiao feel deeply mortified. Why? Why did you appear in the spirit realm? Why are you so powerful? Ling Xiao asked why 3 times in succession. He couldn't accept it. He was supposed to be the most worthy genius in the spirit realm to match the Flower Fairy, but now, there's always someone better out there. I've never thought of myself as particularly strong because I know there are others stronger than me. Mo Qianyan replied calmly. As someone who had achieved the heavenly foundation, he remained humble, knowing well that he wasn't the only one to possess such power. In the dream world, everyone could reach the 10 levels of innate realm, and although those who achieved the foundation building of the heavenly way were rare, Su Shueo surely couldn't be the only one, right? Just like how the foundation building of the heavenly way provides the foundation for becoming a saint, but is the realm of sainthood truly the most powerful state of existence between heaven and earth? There are always stronger people beyond and higher skies above. The Flower Fairy murmured these words, suddenly realizing that the young man in white robes on the stage became increasingly unfathomable to her. Despite being only 18 years old, at his prime as a young prodigy with such remarkable power, he remained surprisingly composed instead of being arrogant. Ling Xiao was strong enough, wasn't he? But she, the flower fairy, was even stronger than Ling Xiao. Just because she was the top genius of the righteous sects in the spirit realm, did that mean she could become arrogant? No, although Yikanlan, the disciple of the demonic sect, had an extremely bad reputation, the flower fairy knew well that her chances of victory against Yikanlan wouldn't exceed 30%. Yikanlan is indeed powerful, the #1 expert in spirit domain. However, with hundreds of states across the entire northern continent, would he dare claim to be invincible among those of the same realm? Is he really just at Earth-grade foundation building? Flower Fairy looked at Mo Qianyan, and at this moment, an unrealistic speculation appeared in her heart. Chapter 28, A Marriage Proposal Meeting? You lost, it's time to fulfill your promise, everyone is listening. Mo Qianyan's reminder made Ling Zhao's expression change instantly. Before the battle, he had promised with his own words, whoever loses must shout, I am worthless. Originally, he thought victory was in the bag. With the suppression of an entire realm level, even though Mo Qianyan possessed a 30,000 Zhang spirit sea, it should have been impossible for him to win. But he never expected that Mo Qianyan would be so powerful, so overwhelmingly powerful that he had absolutely no strength to resist. If he were to shout that he was worthless in front of all the cultivators in the spirit realm, how could he, Ling Xiao, maintain his reputation in the future? Mo Qianyan, you've gone too far. Ling Xiao said through gritted teeth. Oh, how did I deceive you? That was your own request. Mo Qianyan was stunned and said with surprise, since you brought it up yourself, we should follow the rules. I'm a person who values honesty very much. You've already defeated me, what more do you want? Ling Zhao's face turned ashen with anger, wishing he could tear Mo Qianyan into 1,000 pieces. What's wrong, trying to back out of our bet? Mo Qianyan raised an eyebrow. Everyone's watching, you know. You. Ling Xiao was furious, pointing at Mo Qianyan, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The crowd around them burst into discussions, showing expressions of schadenfreude. How disgraceful. Even the nascent soul elders of the sword sect couldn't bear to watch anymore. They left with ashen faces, unwilling to stay and be made a laughingstock. The disciples of the sword sect were all red-faced, either from embarrassment or because they had lost their hard-earned savings by betting against Ling Xiao. In contrast, the disciples of the Dao sect were celebrating, and even the elders of the Dao sect were stroking their chins with delight. Ha, this is what we call shooting yourself in the foot. Serves them right. That's right, he brought this on himself. Who else can he blame? I just love seeing his smug expression crumble after failure. It's so satisfying. I knew our disciple was invincible. Although I only bet 100 low-grade spirit stones and can only earn one, even a small profit is still profit. The disciples of the Dao sect burst into raucous laughter, driving Ling Xiao, who was already seething with rage, to the brink of madness. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared fixedly at Mo Qianyan. Ling Xiao, you must honor the bet. Don't forget your own words, otherwise, I won't mind giving you a little reminder. Mo Qianyan said with a smile. Though he was smiling, in Ling Zhao's eyes, he appeared like a devil, making his blood run cold. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid, he understood what kind of help Mo Qianyan was referring to. Would it be with fists or feet? I am worthless. Ling Xiao almost gritted his teeth as he muttered. Your voice is so soft, I can't hear it at all. Hey, can any of you hear him? Mo Qianyan turned his head to look around, saying with a smile. We can't hear you. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, with mocking smiles playing on everyone's lips. Nobody can hear you, speak up louder, Mo Qianyan urged, with an amused look in his eyes. Ling Xiao trembled all over, gritting his teeth tightly, and shouted again, I am worthless. Not bad, you know your place, Mo Qianyan applauded. Ling Zhao's body trembled even more violently as he glared at Mo Qianyan with bloodshot eyes before leaving in a huff. He would remember today's humiliation. After Ling Xiao walked away, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from beneath the arena. What a thrill, what an absolute thrill. Ling Xiao actually backed down. I'm dying of laughter. I've been annoyed by his arrogant attitude for a long time. The disciple is truly awesome, beating Ling Xiao until he was totally disoriented. Did you see Ling Zhao's expression just now? He looked like he was constipated. Man, that was so satisfying. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and many people gazed at Mo Qianyan on the arena platform with burning intensity in their eyes. Defeating Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the Mystic Foundation realm, while being a realm lower, and doing so effortlessly, how terrifying. Mo Qianyan's talent is likely equal to, if not greater than, the flower fairies. Just when Mo Qianyan thought everything had been settled for the day, a light cough suddenly rang out. He saw Qingxian Lord appear on the high platform, which made Mo Qianyan's right eye twitch involuntarily as he wondered silently what his master was up to. In the spirit realm, nascent soul powerhouses are the oldest of ancient monsters, possessing incredibly long lifespans. They spend the vast majority of their time in secluded cultivation and rarely make appearances, unless, greetings, Qingxian Lord. Even the elders who were originally seated on the high platform all stood up at this moment, clasped their hands, and greeted respectfully. Ahem, everyone, you've all witnessed the performance of my only disciple, Emochienyan, haven't you? Qingshan Lord glanced around, speaking slowly in a calm tone that carried little authority. We saw it. Everyone exclaimed in unison, their voices ringing out with intense admiration. Emochienyan's power had completely conquered everyone present. Only Emochienyan's heart skipped a beat, wondering what kind of show his master was about to put on. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qingshan Lord spoke up. My disciple has extraordinary talent, exceptionally handsome looks, a gentle personality, approachable demeanor, and is always willing to help others. He is truly a perfect son-in-law that's hard to come by. Emochienyan's face darkened as he suddenly recalled that Qingshan Lord had mentioned earlier about arranging a marriage proposal for him. This is definitely heading towards selling me off. Master, my disciple is rather shy. A few days ago, he told me that he likes both the Flower Fairy from the Flower Sect and Water Gentle Fairy from the Azure Water Sect, and hoped that I could help him propose marriage. Qingshan Lord interrupted Emochienyan with a smile. Everyone was stunned by these words, then as realization dawned, an explosive uproar erupted. Countless people gasped, their gazes darting back and forth between Emochienyan, the Flower Fairy, and the Water Gentle Fairy. The Flower Fairy was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Emochienyan, unable to respond for a moment. Water Gentle Fairy was startled at first. She glanced briefly at Emochienyan, his figure appearing so enchanting in the sunlight, then lowered her head with a slight blush. Oh my goodness, this is so explosive? As expected of senior brother, when he likes someone, he likes two at once. TSK, not bad, showing both courage and determination. That's what I call being a real man. Impressive. Everyone was discussing animatedly, with various envious and jealous gazes falling on Emochienyan, leaving him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What kind of nonsense was this? Master, this isn't the right way to set up your disciple, is it? Emochienyan said with a bitter smile. You brat, both Baihua and Watero are first-rate beauties with exceptional talent, and they're quite worthy of you. Are you still not satisfied with two? Do you want to marry 9 out of the spirit realm's top 10 beauties? Qingshan Lord responded irritably. Emochienyan nearly choked upon hearing this. He was certain that Qingshan Lord did this deliberately, absolutely deliberately. Chapter 29, The 7th Meeting. Who was that man? Elders from the Flower Sect and Bywater Sect, what are your thoughts on this? Qingshan Lord looked at the two elders from the Flower Sect and Bywater Sect with a smiling face, inquiring about their thoughts. The two elders exchanged glances, and the Flora Sect elder spoke. Your sect's disciple indeed possesses unparalleled talent. However, we cannot make decisions on such significant matters. This requires the sect leader's decision and depends on the young people's own thoughts. Indeed, if they develop mutual feelings for each other, it would be a joyous occasion for all, the Azure Water Sect elder agreed. At least from their perspective, they were quite in favor of this arrangement. The Dao Sect's strength was not weak, and Emochienyan could indeed be called a peerless genius. Moreover, as the only disciple of Qingshan Lord, his future potential was limitless. It's all arranged. I have already discussed with the sect masters of both sects, and they strongly agree. As long as Fairy Baihua and Watero are willing, we can settle the marriage today. Qingshan Lord said with a smile while stroking his beard. Holy crap, is this for real? Emochienyan was dumbfounded. How did his master move so quickly to even get the approval of both sect masters? This was way too exaggerated. Watero, what do you think of disciple Qianyan? Flower Fairy, what's your opinion of disciple Qianyan? The elders from both sects turned to Water Gentle Fairy and Flower Fairy, asking for their thoughts. There was still confusion in Flower Fairy's beautiful eyes. From her interaction with Emochienyan this morning, he didn't seem to like her as Qingshan Lord had claimed. It wasn't even just a lack of affection, coldness would be a more accurate description. As the most beautiful woman in the spirit realm and a foundation establishment cultivator of the Earth grade, she was initially unhappy about being disregarded by Emochienyan. However, after hearing what Qingshan Lord said, she began to feel confused. As for Water Gentle Fairy, she had never interacted with Emochienyan before, only witnessing him defeat Scar Tiger and Ling Xiao in these past 2 days. However, from these two encounters, Emochienyan had left a deep impression on her. With unparalleled talent and striking good looks, his every movement exuded an air of elegance and grace. As he walked, his demeanor was refined and poised, displaying a remarkable charm. Everyone was waiting eagerly to hear how the two fairy maidens would respond, wondering if Emochienyan, the disciple of the Dao sect, would be able to win their hearts. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Emochienyan had no choice but to step forward. Master, I already have someone I like. Please stop teasing your disciple, okay? Emochienyan said helplessly, and although his voice wasn't loud, it was particularly clear on the arena. Instantly, the whole venue was in an uproar. Holy cow, our senior brother actually has someone he likes? It must be the Flower Fairy and Water Gentle Fairy, right? Who else in the spirit realm could catch the young master's eye? Could it be that vixen Jifian? No, impossible, the young master isn't that kind of person. Impressive. Both the Flower Fairy and Water Gentle Fairy rejected him. For ordinary people, getting either one would be a blessing taking 10 lifetimes to cultivate. As expected of the Tao sect's young master, the young master has never left the sect, so the person he likes must be one of his disciples. Could it be me? Everyone was discussing heatedly, their eyes burning with curiosity, their gossip heart soaring. They wished they could strip Mo Qianyan bare and examine him thoroughly. This was too exciting. Both the flower fairy and water gentle fairy were stunned, their gazes fixed on the young man in white robes as they slightly pursed their lips. Every young maiden in love has, more or less, dreamed of her beloved being an extraordinary talent, handsome, graceful, and refined. Although they didn't know Mo Qianyan very well, being liked by such an exceptional young talent naturally made them feel secretly delighted. When they heard Mo Qianyan say he had someone he liked, they felt a subtle sense of loss in their hearts. This sense of loss wasn't because Mo Qianyan didn't like them, but rather because they wondered, was there someone in Mo Qianyan's heart who was even more outstanding than they were? You have someone you like? Who is it? Let your master check them out for you. Qingxian Lord raised his eyebrow and asked with a serious tone. Mo Qianyan opened his mouth but couldn't speak. How could he say that the person he liked only existed in his dreams? If he said that now, by tomorrow the entire spirit realm would think that Mo Qianyan, the disciple of the Tao sect, had lost his mind. Master, as your disciple, I am fully devoted to cultivation and do not wish to consider matters of love at this time. I hope you can understand. Finally, Mo Qianyan exerted all his strength and effort to escape, avoiding being dragged by his master to propose marriage. When Mo Qianyan looked at the maiden's chamber before him, he knew that he had traveled through time again. He glanced around but couldn't see any trace of Su Shueya, though he could hear her voice. He went to the window and looked outside. Beside a peach grove filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers stood an ancient-style pavilion, with a winding stream gurgling as it flowed around the building. Inside the elegant and exquisite pavilion, Su Shueya sat facing a man, and they were talking in hushed voices. Around them stood guards in silent vigilance, clearly well-trained soldiers, suggesting that this man must be someone of extraordinary status. The man wore blue robes and appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. His features were strikingly handsome, and his demeanor was gentle and refined, giving off a warm and approachable impression. Shueya, tomorrow I must leave to oversee the war in Dezhou. I don't know if I'll be able to return by this time next year. The man's voice carried hints of resignation and reluctance. The journey ahead is long and perilous. You must take extra care to protect yourself. I will wait for your return at the Imperial Palace. Concern and care flickered in Su Shueya's eyes. Mo Qianyan watched quietly. In the tower, a handsome man and beautiful woman made for a pleasing sight, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. Suddenly, that man looked up in his direction. Mo Qianyan hurriedly turned sideways while hearing the man's voice. Shueya, is there someone in your room? Following that, Su Shueya's nervous voice came out. It should be my maid cleaning the room? Mo Qianyan didn't continue listening to the voices after that. He just closed his eyes, recalling everything he saw in the tower. That man's expression, the look in his eyes. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, and Su Shueya carefully walked over. I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd come so early today, so I wasn't prepared and got a bit delayed. I'm not sure how long you can stay, Su Shueya said in a soft voice. Mo Qianyan opened his eyes, and Su Shueya was still as beautiful as ever, breathtakingly beautiful. However, he remained silent and returned to the window, looking toward the tower. It was now empty, indicating that everyone had already left. Who is that man? Mo Qianyan frowned. Looking at Mo Qianyan's expression, Su Shueya let out a light laugh, her eyes filled with amusement. What's wrong, are you jealous? Su Shueya blinked her watery big eyes and asked teasingly. Mo Qianyan froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, Princess, you misunderstood. I just want to know who that man is. Su Shueya covered her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Alright, you don't need to worry. He's my royal brother, the Crown Prince of Dezhou, and my only brother. Chapter 30, Royal Decline, Lurking Crisis. Su Shueya laughed softly, watching Mo Qianyan's jealous expression, feeling sweet in her heart. Jealousy meant that he cared about her, didn't it? I can see that, but what I'm asking about isn't your royal brother, but rather that guard with the sword beside him. Who is he? Mo Qianyan asked seriously. Guard, why are you asking about him? Su Shueya looked at Mo Qianyan with confusion, not understanding why he would question who a guard was. The way he looked at you wasn't right. Mo Qianyan frowned slightly and said slowly. What's wrong? Su Shueya asked. Mo Qianyan took a deep breath and said, the way he looks at you is obsessive and manic. Obsessive? You mean he likes me? Su Shueya was stunned. No, it was no longer just fondness, it was an insatiable, greedy, and burning gaze, as if ready to possess the other person at any moment. Mo Qianyan frowned and continued, moreover, I saw deeply hidden ambition, an ambition like a fierce beast that could devour you at any moment. What? But I don't even know him. Su Shueya widened her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with shock. If what Mo Qianyan said was true, the thought of falling into that person's grasp was truly terrifying. You may not know him, but he knows you, your highness. With your beauty, how many in this world could resist? Mo Qianyan said. Perhaps he has been obsessed with you since the first time he saw you, only lacking the opportunity. But judging from his gaze, it seems he will find a way to possess you soon." Upon hearing this, Su Shuiao's face turned pale. If what Mo Qiannian said was true, wouldn't her situation be extremely dangerous? Of course, since you were with your royal brother before, it's possible that he wasn't looking at you, perhaps he was looking at your royal brother instead, Mo Qiannian added. "Ha? What did you say?" Su Shuiao didn't react immediately, staring at Mo Qiannian in a daze. "Ahem, it's just my speculation and may not be true, but we can be certain that the guard has ill intentions." Mo Qiannian coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. "Let me think, my imperial brother mentioned his personal guard before, who seems to be a son of the Northwestern king, named Sima Tong?" Su Shuiao frowned in contemplation. "Wait, the son of the Northwestern king? The king of the Northwestern region? Surname Sima? A king of a different surname?" Mo Qiannian grasped the key issues. It was a simple sentence, yet he sought information of explosive value in it as he raised his head to look at the map in Su Shuiao's room. Sure enough, when he looked at the territory under the Northwest King's control and saw its location and extent, his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. This was terrible news. The Northwestern King Sima Qiuo is Disu's greatest warrior. Known for his valor and military prowess, he has led troops to defeat multiple invasions from Dichu, establishing illustrious military achievements. He commands great prestige in Disu and is also Disu's first king with a different surname. Su Shuiao briefly explained the matters concerning the Northwestern King, and as Mo Qiannian listened, his thoughts deepened. Mo Qiannian pointed at the map and said, "The Northwestern King's territory accounts for 1/5 of Disu and borders Dichu. If I'm not mistaken, the Disu royal family can no longer keep him in check now, can they?" "Well," Su Shuiao frowned, her delicate brows knitting together as she nodded gravely. "1,000 years ago, when the Northwestern King was first in theft, the Disu royal family's power was absolutely unshakable by him. However, over these 1,000 years of continuous warfare, many of the royal family's powerful warriors have died in battle. Now in all of Disu, only my royal father can keep the Northwestern King in check. The other kings are no longer his match in strength," said Su Shuiao. "No wonder." Mo Qiannian nodded thoughtfully. "Now the Northwestern King is extremely ambitious. If given the chance, he will surely plot to usurp the throne." Su Shuiao was still confused. "You mean rebellion?" Without a legitimate reason, it would be extremely difficult for the Northwestern King to rebel. After all, rebellion is despised by everyone. Not only would he bear infamy, but he would also face attack from Disu's million-strong army. Besides, with my royal father suppressing him, the Northwestern King wouldn't dare to rebel even if he had 100 times more courage. "You're right," Mo Qiannian nodded again and said, "the Northwestern King has very little chance of succeeding in direct rebellion. However, what if he uses another method to strip power from the Disu royal family? Strip power from the royal family through other means?" Su Shuiao raised her eyebrows, looking at Mo Qiannian in confusion. "If, and I'm just saying if, your royal father encounters danger, becomes gravely injured or even perishes, while you and your royal brother are not yet grown up. So at this time, using the pretext of protecting the emperor, the Northwest King is manipulating the emperor to command the nobles, usurping power that belongs to the royal family. How can you two siblings stop the Northwest King?" Mo Qiannian analyzed. "Impossible. Father's martial arts are supreme, and his cultivation has transcended to sainthood. How could he be in any danger?" Su Shuiao refused to believe. In her heart, her imperial father was an omnipotent, towering figure of a man. "I know your imperial father is powerful, but I believe there must be enemies in the Great Chu Empire who are equal to or even stronger than him," Mo Qiannian said softly. "If your imperial father were to battle against the powerful figures of Great Chu, and the Northwestern King were to play some dirty tricks, such as leaking his whereabouts, poisoning, or launching sneak attacks from behind, do you think your imperial father could escape unscathed?" Although what Mo Qiannian said was cruel, it was reasonable. Su Shuiao fell into silence. But if the Northwestern King truly harbors such ambitions, why didn't he cause trouble during the siege of Chu to save Su? Instead, he offered his full support, Su Shuiao asked in confusion. "The reason is simple. At that time, Disu was in grave danger. If Disu fell, the Northwestern King would have nowhere to escape to. And now, Disu has accepted Dejiao's people and resources, making its strength nearly equal to that of Chu. With him in control of Disu, they can still stand against Chu. That's why he chose to watch from the sidelines as the tigers fought each other, waiting for the right moment to act. And now that the time is right, he naturally can't sit still anymore," Mo Qiannian explained. "In that case, the Northwest King is quite treacherous and cunning," Su Shuiao said through gritted teeth. "I must tell my father emperor and royal brother what you said, so they can prepare in advance and not be caught off guard," Su Shuiao said. "Be careful. That old fox probably arranged all this 1,000 years ago. He even has his son by your royal brother's side. I estimate there are quite a few in the imperial palace, and there might even be people from the Northwestern King around the princess. Don't trust anyone," Mo Qiannian solemnly warned. "I don't know how to thank you. Here, these are the cultivation resources I've saved up over the years. You've only recently established your foundation, so I think these should help you. Su Shueyo removed the storage ring from her finger and handed it to Mo Qianyan. Looking at the storage ring in Su Shueyo's hand, Mo Qianyan smiled slightly and said, "Princess, do you know what giving a ring means in my world?" Su Shueyo blinked in confusion, looking adorably innocent. Mo Qianyan's lips curled into a faint smile as he took the ring from Su Shueyo's hands. The next moment, his figure vanished, leaving this world once again. Chapter 31, You Better Come Back Alive. On the bed, Mo Qianyan looked at the ring still warm in his palm, his lips curling into a slight smile. In my world, giving a ring represents a confession of love. However, he couldn't say these words to Su Shueyo in the dream, because what separated them wasn't distance, but time and space itself. Mo Qianyan extended his spiritual sense, and in the next moment he drew in a sharp breath. The cultivation resources in the storage ring were overwhelming, not to mention all the spirit herbs and medicinal pills. There were over 100,000 spirit stones alone. Moreover, these spirit stones were extremely lustrous and full of the highest quality. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones weren't just currency, but also resources for cultivation. Because spirit stones contained enormous spiritual energy, they were essential for cultivation, healing, recovery, formation arrays, and more. The denser the spiritual energy contained within a spirit stone, the higher its quality and the more valuable it became. Spirit stones come in 4 grades: low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and premium-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy concentration of a medium-grade spirit stone is 100 times that of a low-grade spirit stone, meaning one medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent in value to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Although one mid-grade spirit stone is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones in value, its rarity makes it far more precious. Generally speaking, its exchange value far exceeds 100, as mid-grade spirit stones are the best resource for foundation formation cultivators to practice with. Even nascent soul masters greatly covet high-grade spirit stones. For ordinary cultivators, it represents an unimaginable fortune. After all, a drop of premium foundation establishment elixir is only worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Even if 100 medium-grade spirit stones were counted as one high-grade spirit stone, those 100,000 high-grade spirit stones could purchase 100,000 drops, or in other words, 1,000 bottles of premium foundation building elixir. This wealth surpassed that of more than 99% of nascent soul masters in the spirit realm. With such wealth, Mo Qianyan no longer needed to worry about cultivation resources. Because in the world of cultivation, as long as one had spirit stones, any resource could be obtained. Using high-grade spirit stones for foundation building cultivation, there probably isn't a second person in the entire spirit realm who would dare to be so extravagant, right? Mo Qianyan took out a high-grade spirit stone and placed it in his palm to begin absorption. As the dense spiritual energy entered his body, it instantly transformed into a surge of pure spiritual power flowing through his limbs and meridians. Mo Qianyan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, entering a state of cultivation. Leave the sect? Auction? Spirit calming pearl? Increase foundation building cultivation speed by 2 levels? In the main hall, Mo Qianyan looked at his master in surprise. Since being picked up by a Dao sect elder at age 3 and brought back to the sect, he hadn't taken a single step outside. Indeed, I've heard that Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction in the spirit realm soon. I learned that among the items, there is a magical treasure called the Spirit Calming Pearl that can increase a foundation building cultivator's cultivation speed by 20%. Only the 100 Flowers sect has an auxiliary spiritual treasure that can enhance cultivation speed, and it only increases the speed by 10%. Therefore, you must secure it in this auction, as it concerns your future. Xingxian Lord spoke solemnly. How could he not be cautious when it concerned his disciples' future? If one with Heaven's foundation did not have powerful auxiliary treasures, it would be a waste of such heaven-defying talent, unable to demonstrate the true magnificence of the Heaven's foundation. Mo Qianyan's expression turned somewhat strange. Not only did he possess magical treasures that could boost cultivation speed, but they could even increase it by a full 30%. This was far more powerful than any spirit calming pearl. Combined with high-grade spirit stones for cultivation, Mo Qianyan declared that he would show everyone what truly shocking cultivation speed looked like. Although the spirit calming pearl was of no use to him, the thought of being able to leave the sect and see the outside world held immense appeal for Mo Qianyan, who had never had the chance to venture beyond the sect before. Master, disciple understands. Mo Qianyan nodded without hesitation. Good. Xingxian Lord smiled with satisfaction, then added with deep earnestness, remember to return soon. Mo Qianyan gave a light chuckle. Disciple understands. This is your funding. It should be enough to bid for the soul calming pearl. Xingxian Lord tossed over a storage ring. Thank you, Master. Mo Qianyan caught the storage ring and sent his spiritual sense into it, clearly seeing the spirit stones within. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was another enormous fortune, an amount that many Yuaning realm monsters couldn't gather even if they spent everything they had. Master had given him both 100 bottles of premium foundation establishment elixir and now so many spirit stones it showed just how much hope Master had placed in him. Also, this is a positioning jade slip. If you encounter any danger, break it, and I will come immediately. Also, I will leave these defensive magical artifacts with you. They might come in handy when you encounter danger. Remember, never put yourself in life-threatening situations. Xingxian Lord further advised and then took out a pile of items. These are attack talismans, these are defense talismans, these are concealment talismans, and as for these last two, they are the substitute talisman and escape talisman that I specially crafted for you. While explaining, Xingxian Lord stuffed 5 protective talismans into Imoqianyan's arms and finally instructed him, "This is your first time entering the mortal world, so you better come back alive, you hear me?" "I understand, Master." Imoqianyan nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. "Good. I shall take my leave now." Xingxian Lord slightly nodded before disappearing. "Farewell, Master." Imoqianyan bowed deeply, showing respect toward the direction where Xingxian Lord had disappeared. A moment later, Imoqianyan raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "Master, please rest assured, your disciple will definitely return safely." The Tao sect, perched atop Cloud Mountain, reaches up to touch the azure sky, perpetually shrouded in mist, appearing like an immortal realm. Such supreme sects typically distance themselves from the mortal world, avoiding secular conflicts. Cultivation emphasizes tranquility of mind. If one becomes too entangled in mortal affairs, it will disrupt one's mental state. This was why Imoqianyan had never ventured into the mortal world before. As a key disciple under the sect's careful cultivation, he was rarely allowed to enter the mortal realm before establishing his foundation and strengthening his Tao heart. Above the clouds, a young man in white robes, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood upon a flying sword as he soared down through the mist. The young man had a handsome face and a tall, straight figure. His bright and profound eyes were like starlight, and shrouded in mist, he resembled a young immortal, appearing graceful and otherworldly. The young man was none other than Imoqianyan, who had just left the Tao sect. He rode his flying sword toward the distant mortal world. After flying for about 2 hours, Imoqianyan could see the mortal city faintly appearing in the distance. He descended from the sky, landed on the ground, and put away his flying sword. He walked on foot as if he was no longer a cultivator but rather an ordinary mortal. An immortal enters the mortal world, remaining untainted by worldly dust, resolving karmic ties of the mortal realm, pursuing the great Tao, undisturbed by secular affairs. The world of mortals might have its own unique flavor. Chapter 32, Immortal in Mortal Realm, Meeting the Flower Fairy Again. Along the official road, Imoqianyan strolled leisurely at a slow pace. Perhaps due to the distance from the city, this area was sparsely populated, appearing somewhat desolate and quiet. Suddenly, rumble rumble. From behind, the sound of hoofbeats arose, accompanied by waves of shouting. "Run quickly, a great demon is attacking. Help!" Imoqianyan frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. A group of riders came galloping, stirring up rolling dust that rose to the sky, obscuring visibility. The team was large in number, with several dozens of people. However, there were very few people with cultivation abilities, and they were merely martial artists rather than formal cultivators, with their cultivation level only reaching the postnatal realm. At this moment, horses galloped forth, kicking up clouds of dust, startling nearby birds that scattered and fled in all directions. "Young master, run quickly. The wolf demons are in a frenzy." The leader was a burly man, his face covered in sweat as he shouted breathlessly. The burly man appeared to be in his 30s, with a face full of stubble and tan skin, clearly someone who had seen many battles. Post-heaven great perfection realm his strength was quite impressive. Roar! A massive silver wolf burst out, with blood dripping from its jaws and half a corpse still in its mouth, which it was devouring. Everyone else was terrified at the sight, their souls scattered in fear as they frantically fled in all directions. "You vile beast! Stop harming the innocent!" The burly team leader roared as he charged forward with his gun. Bang! The spear light flashed, striking the silver wolf's head, but unexpectedly bounced off. The burly man was shocked to his core, knowing he was no match for the beast. The silver wolf raised its head and howled, and immediately, the surrounding wolf pack roared in response. Countless wolf shadows converged from all directions, encompassing the entire area. "It's over, we're surrounded. Is this where we die today?" The burly man trembled, his face showing despair. "Young master, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." The burly man looked at Imoqianyan, who stood motionless, assuming he was paralyzed with fear, his face full of guilt. Looking at the surrounding pack of wolf demons and the desperate looks in everyone's eyes, Imoqianyan felt great compassion. His master had said that cultivators should avoid mortal karma and try not to interfere in worldly affairs. Roar! The lead silver wolf pounced forward, its sharp claws and fangs seemingly able to easily tear through the muscular man's skin and rip apart his body. This silver wolf possessed innate cultivation, which meant nothing to Imoqianyan, but in the eyes of these ordinary people, it was an unbeatable great demon. "Alas, but as a disciple, I cannot stand idly by in the face of death. I shall bear all the mortal consequences myself." A soft sigh echoed, followed by a flash of swordlight that easily cut through the silver wolf's hard fur that ordinary weapons couldn't penetrate. With a thud, the silver wolf collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The rest of the wolf demon pack let out mournful howls, and seeing their leader dead, they frantically scattered and fled. The wolf demon siege was broken in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Imo Qianyan. Was that just now a flying sword? Could he be an immortal? The muscular man's eyes widened even more. Immortal. The others snapped out of their daze and knelt down in worship, shouting, "Thank you, immortal master, for saving our lives." Seeing the reverence in these people's eyes, Imo Qianyan understood that he could no longer stay here. The immortal and mortal realms were, after all, two different worlds. Imo Qianyan took a light step onto his flying sword, soared into the clouds, and vanished in the blink of an eye. "Thank you, immortal master, for saving me. This place is closest to the Dao sect. He must be an immortal from the Dao sect, right?" It was not until long after Imo Qianyan had left that these people gradually recovered their composure, feeling grateful for encountering an immortal cultivator. Otherwise, they might have become food for the wolf pack. Standing atop his flying sword, Imo Qianyan didn't stop at the city below, but instead flew directly toward the location of the Tianbao Pavilion's auction house. After flying for an entire day, he only stopped when night fell, seeking out the nearest city and finding lodging at an inn to rest. The moonlight poured down like water, enveloping the entire city in a silvery glow. Imo Qianyan was lying in bed, about to drift into sleep when he suddenly heard melodious notes from a zither. The zither music flowed like a gentle spring, light as a soaring bird, seemingly penetrating deep into one's soul, making one's spirit sway. This zither music seems to be audible only to cultivators, not to ordinary people. The player must be a cultivator, and not a weak one at that. Imo Qianyan pondered silently. He pushed open the door and walked toward the source of the music. In a small pavilion, a woman wearing a veil sat elegantly playing the zither, strands of music transforming into flowing musical notes. Her fingers danced nimbly across the strings, each pluck creating a stream of beautiful notes that floated through the air. It's her. She must be heading to that auction too. Imo Qianyan's eyes gleamed as he recognized the woman's figure. Though wearing a veil, this woman's breathtaking beauty could not be concealed, especially her beautiful eyes that sparkled with an enchanting radiance capable of bewitching any soul. She was none other than the Flower Fairy, the most beautiful woman in the spirit realm. At this moment, her jade-like fingers danced gracefully across the strings, creating melodious music that sounded like a heavenly tune, leaving people completely enchanted. A moment later, as the song ended, the Flower Fairy stopped playing. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over Imo Qianyan as her eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Perhaps she had not expected to encounter Imo Qianyan here either. "Young Master Qianyan, who would have thought that after parting ways yesterday, we'd meet again today?" The Flower Fairy spoke with a charming smile, her voice as sweet as an oriole's song, alluringly pleasant. "Indeed, what a surprise to encounter Fairy again," Imo Qianyan replied with a faint smile. The Flower Fairy smiled gently and asked in a soft voice, "Young Master Imo Qianyan, how did you find the music from my zither just now?" "It was indeed incredibly beautiful, like music from the heavens." Imo Qianyan nodded in approval. "I'm glad young Master Qianyan likes it." The Flower Fairy smiled and nodded. "Would you like to hear another piece?" "Ahem, no need. It's getting late, and I need to sleep. If I have time tomorrow, I'll naturally listen to Fairy's music again." Imo Qianyan waved his hand in refusal. The Flower Fairy was slightly stunned. This was the first time someone had refused when she offered to play music, when usually so many people would beg for even one piece but to no avail. However, refusing was one thing, but why use such an obviously flawed excuse? Sleep? Those at the posterior heaven and prior heaven realms indeed still needed sleep to replenish their spirit, but once one reached the foundation building realm, just sitting in meditation for a while was enough to restore energy. There was absolutely no need for sleep. Of course, the Flower Fairy was only stunned for a moment before composing herself and saying with a smile, "If that's the case, young master should rest early." Imo Qianyan nodded and replied, "Then I shall take my leave." After speaking, he turned and left, without any hesitation or lingering attachment. Watching her retreating figure, the Flower Fairy gently bit her lip. Though she placed her hands on the zither strings again, she couldn't bring herself to play. With a disturbed heart and troubled strings, how could one play the zither with peace of mind? Chapter 33, The Eighth Meeting, Holding Hands. Before even opening his eyes, Imo Qianyan sensed the moisture in his surroundings. It seemed that, just like in his first dream, he had appeared in a pool of water. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes before him. They held a pure and flawless beauty, as if they could cleanse one's soul. Imo Qianyan stared at the figure before him in a daze, forgetting how to speak. Her face was of world-toppling beauty, with delicate features that made her incredibly captivating. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her nose was delicately bridged, and her pink thin lips were as alluring as rose petals about to drip with dew. All these features combined created a truly pleasing sight to behold. However, after a few breaths, two alluring patches of crimson suddenly appeared on the young girl's delicate face. "Stop looking. Turn around right now." The young girl cried out shyly, her voice carrying a hint of sweet reproach. Sorry. Mo Qianyan froze, quickly turned his head away and closed his eyes, pretending nothing had happened. After a while, the girl's voice came from behind, "It's all right now, you can turn around." Hearing those words, Mo Qianyan opened his eyes and smiled awkwardly. As he turned around, he saw the young girl standing by the pool. The young lady wore a white dress, her skin fair as snow, with jet black hair cascading down to her waist, making her appear even more delicate and graceful. Compared to their first meeting at this same pool, the young lady had transformed from a naive girl into a mature woman, exuding even more charm. Counting the time, this was their 8th meeting, and in the young lady's world, a full 7 years had already passed. As for her cultivation level, Mo Qianyan had been unable to sense it since their last meeting, but he figured she must have surpassed the foundation building realm, otherwise she wouldn't have said the Xianling jade pendant was no longer useful to her. "How much longer are you going to stare?" Seeing Mo Qianyan fixated on her, Su Shuiao's delicate face once again flushed red, and she shot him a shy glare. Ahem, your highness's beauty is worth admiring for a lifetime, huh? Mo Qianyan laughed dryly. Such a smooth talker. Su Shuiao pouted coquettishly. "I'm being honest. I wonder who will be lucky enough to end up with such an outstanding girl like the princess." Mo Qianyan shook his head inside. His serious expression made Su Shuiao burst into a light chuckle. This guy really knows how to amuse others. "Your laughter is more enchanting than celestial music," Mo Qianyan sincerely praised. Su Shuiao's face lit up with a bright smile as she gazed at Mo Qianyan with a beaming expression. Seeing Su Shuiao smile, even Mo Qianyan with his extraordinary self-control couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He quickly came to his senses and hastily averted his gaze, not daring to look any longer, afraid he might lose control of himself. "By the way, princess, since you knew I was coming today, why were you still bathing here?" Mo Qianyan asked. When Mo Qianyan mentioned her bathing, Su Shuiao's previously cheerful expression instantly stiffened, and her face once again flushed with an intoxicating pink. "It's because you came too suddenly this time. You arrived just after midnight, which is much earlier than ever before," Su Shuiao said with a hint of complaint. "Oh? Does that mean I'm the first person to wish the princess a happy birthday this year?" Mo Qianyan laughed as realization dawned on him. "You can only count as the second." Su Shuiao let out a light snort. "Why? I came the earliest," Mo Qianyan asked in confusion. "Because." Su Shuiao blinked her beautiful eyes. "I'm a person too." No, the princess is not human, so I'm still the first one." Mo Qianyan shook his head. "If I'm not human, then what am I?" Su Shuiao asked curiously. "Princess is a fairy who has descended to the mortal world, so naturally, you're not human." He. Su Shuiao was amused, her smile as beautiful as flowers, her charm unmatched. "By the way, princess, has the matter regarding the Northwest King been investigated?" Mo Qianyan suddenly asked in a serious tone. When Mo Qianyan brought up this serious matter, the smile gradually faded from Su Shuiao's face. "Just as you predicted, that Sima Tong actually dared to ambush royal brother in broad daylight. Fortunately, following your advice, Father Emperor arranged shadow guards around royal brother, which prevented him from succeeding. And that king of the Northwest, he indeed wanted to betray Father Emperor. Fortunately, Father Emperor was cautious, otherwise we would have fallen into his trap. However, we discovered it too late. After the Northwestern king failed in his rebellion, he sought refuge with the Chu Empire, and along with him, 1/5 of our Dessous territory completely submitted to Chu." Su Shuiao said with furrowed brows, her tone still carrying traces of indignation. "The Dessous Empire has treated the Northwestern king well, yet unexpectedly he wants to rebel. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain, and when two powerful forces emerge in one empire, either one must submit or they must fight. This has been the way since ancient times." Mo Qianyan shook his head, clearly having anticipated all of this. "Just thinking about it still makes me angry." Dessous had treated the Northwestern king well, even exempting his territory from paying taxes to Dessous. But what was the result? The Northwestern king secretly plotted rebellion and even attempted to assassinate my royal brother and father. Originally, Dessous had taken in Dejiao's people and could barely confront Chu head-on. Now with the Western king's defection, the situation has completely deteriorated. Sigh. Su Shuiao let out a long sigh. Seeing Su Shuiao's somewhat indignant expression, Mo Qianyan consoled her. "Princess, at least we've eliminated the internal threat. That's also good news." Hearing these words, Su Shuiao nodded, a smile returning to her face. "Indeed, I'm so grateful for your warning. Otherwise, I can't imagine what I would have done if something had happened to Father Emperor and Imperial brother." Mo Qianyan looked at the young lady before him and smiled. "How does the princess plan to thank me?" Su Shuiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "How would you like me to thank you? Ever since the first time, I've been enchanted by the princess's taste. Would you like to give me another kiss?" Mo Qianyan said with a sly smile. Su Shuiao was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned crimson as she shot Mo Qianyan a fierce glare. "You're dreaming." Seeing Su Shuiao's expression, Mo Qianyan chuckled and stopped teasing her. Then, he asked with a serious tone, "Princess, would you allow me to hold your hand?" "Hold hands?" Su Shueyo was stunned. She looked Emo Qiannian up and down, feeling that something was off about him. Why did you suddenly make this request? Su Shueyo asked suspiciously. Emo Qiannian didn't answer directly, but said, Princess, you're so heartless. You won't let me kiss you, and now you won't even hold my hand. Never mind, forget I said anything. Emo Qiannian shrugged, putting on a heartbroken expression. Seeing Emo Qiannian acting this way, Su Shueyo became even more confused, having no idea what he was up to. After all, from their interactions these days, she had come to know what kind of person Emo Qiannian was. Though he could be playful at times, he wasn't someone who would make unreasonable demands. What exactly do you want? Finally, Su Shueyo couldn't hold back anymore and asked anxiously. Looking at Su Shueyo's confused expression, Emo Qiannian smiled gently. Don't be nervous, princess. I have no ulterior motives. I just want to hold your hand, nothing more. Seeing Emo Qiannian's demeanor, Su Shueyo found it both amusing and strange. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. Seeing Su Shueyo's agreement, Emo Qiannian's heart suddenly started racing, and his breathing became heavy. Taking a deep breath, he tried to suppress his surging emotions as he reached out with his right hand to grasp Su Shueyo's delicate jade-like hand, holding her small hand in his palm. How soft, how delicate, how smooth. Though it was just a simple hand-holding, it undoubtedly brought them closer in this moment. Chapter 34 Yi Canlan, the demonic sex disciple. Feeling Emo Qiannian's large hand gripping hers tightly, Su Shueyo's cheeks instantly flushed pink, her heart pounding wildly. This sensation was so wonderful she had never experienced anything like this before, her heart feeling as if it would leap out of her chest. Hey, is that enough? After a while, Su Shueyo asked shyly. Princess, wait a little longer, it won't be long now. Emo Qiannian said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Su Shueyo looked up and immediately saw Emo Qiannian's bright starlit eyes staring intently at her. As their eyes met, both hearts began racing wildly and they involuntarily averted their gazes. Put. Looking at this awkward scene, Su Shueyo couldn't help but laugh. So this guy could be shy too. However, what slightly surprised her was that Emo Qiannian seemed to truly just want to hold hands, with no other moves being made. He's already holding my hand, so with just a little more force, wouldn't I end up in his embrace? After an unknown amount of time passed, Su Shueyo suddenly felt Emo Qiannian's grip tighten, as if he wanted to hold her so firmly they would become one. But in the next moment, that sensation vanished without a trace. Su Shueyo thought Emo Qiannian had let go of her hand, but when she looked up, he had already disappeared. Gone again. A year is too long, so long that waiting to see you feels endless. Yet a year is too short, so short that it passes before we can exchange more than a few words. Everything is so hard to let go, but sadly, I cannot keep you by my side. Emo Qiannian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Apart from a lingering warmth of the maiden, where was Su Shueyo's figure? I can bring books, jade pendants, and rings to my world, but I cannot take you out of here. Can we only meet in these dreams? Gently caressing his empty palm, Emo Qiannian smiled bitterly. Perhaps this was destiny. We were fated to only gaze at each other through dreams. High in the sky, Missouri Qiannian flew on his sword. Shortly after his departure, a graceful figure appeared behind him. Young Master Qiannian, I assume you're also heading to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction? Why don't we travel together? The flower fairy landed beside Emo Qiannian and said with a beaming smile. Emo Qiannian turned his head and glanced at the flower fairy, calmly saying, walking with me, aren't you afraid of misunderstandings, fairy? What misunderstandings? The flower fairy asked, puzzled. Emo Qiannian shook his head, not bothering to say anything to the flower fairy as he headed straight toward the distance. The flower fairy's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she watched Emo Qiannian's receding figure, then quickly followed after him. Emo Qiannian's speed was extremely fast. Despite being only at early foundation establishment stage, he poured spiritual energy into his spirit sword as if it cost him nothing. The spirit sword emitted a pale blue light and its speed suddenly increased several times. Whoosh! In just an instant, the spirit sword transformed into a streak of light, darting through the clouds. Such incredible speed. I can barely keep up. Could he really be a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment cultivator? Behind him, the flower fairy was secretly shocked, with surprise appearing in her eyes. It should be noted that she had several more years of cultivation than Emo Qiannian and was at a higher realm, being an Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator herself, yet she could still barely keep up with his speed. At such speed, after 3 hours, Emo Qiannian arrived at the spirit domain location of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and descended from the sky. Perhaps because he had been delayed on the first day, by the time he arrived, Ling Xiao, Water Gentle Fairy, Scar Tiger, and other prodigies at the Dao Child level were all already present. Upon seeing Emo Qiannian's arrival, Ling Xiao's face twitched slightly, and when he saw the flower fairy following behind, his expression grew even darker. The flower fairy, it seems, had truly taken a liking to Emo Qiannian. The feeling was as if Emo Qiannian had snatched the flower fairy away from his side. Although he had never really had any interaction with the flower fairy, if Emo Qiannian hadn't appeared, who else in the spirit realm would have been worthy of the flower fairy besides him? Therefore, he had long since considered the flower fairy as his woman, but now, Mo Qianyan was slapping him in the face. Yet unfortunately, he couldn't even defeat Mo Qianyan in combat. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's heart filled with anger and jealousy, his gaze toward Mo Qianyan growing increasingly cold, wishing he could devour him alive. Everyone, you've all arrived. The Evil Path 4 sects surely won't miss this auction for the Spirit Calming Pearl, so we need to unite. The flower fairy descended and addressed the group. Sister Flower, I will support you with all my might. Water Gentle Fairy was the first to declare. Don't look at me. Everyone knows that my Great Blade sect is famously poor. I'm just here to watch the show. Scar Tiger said with a grimace. Please rest assured, Fairy. I, Ling Xiao, will fully support you in obtaining the Spirit Calming Pearl. Ling Xiao suppressed the hatred in his eyes and said with cupped hands. No matter how much hatred he harbored inside, he still managed to keep up appearances quite well. Finally, the flower fairy turned to Mo Qianyan with a hint of pleading in her eyes. In her heart, Mo Qianyan alone held more weight than Ling Xiao, Water Gentle Fairy, and Scar Tiger combined. If Mo Qianyan were willing to cooperate with her, the four evil sects would no longer pose any threat. Because in her heart, even if Mo Qianyan wasn't a heaven-grade foundation building cultivator, he must at least be an exceptional earth-grade foundation building cultivator. We heard you plotting against us from far away. You really think highly of us. Suddenly, a cold mocking voice came from the sky, followed by four figures appearing before everyone. 3 men and 1 woman, including a familiar face Jifian. It was unclear how she had gotten involved with the four evil sects again. Apart from Jifian, the other 3 were shrouded in black qi, emanating incredibly powerful auras. They were all at least mystic-grade foundation-building cultivators. The one on the right wore a grotesque demon mask, revealing only a pair of deep, cold eyes. Ghost Gate Taoist Gui Qi, mid-stage mystic-grade foundation building. The person on the left was enveloped in black mist, showing only half of his face, yet giving off a terrifying presence. In Corp Sect Taoist Shur Wuxie, mid-stage mystic-grade foundation building. The one in the middle wore crimson robes, appearing incredibly bewitching, yet no one dared to look directly at him. Blood Robe Sect Taoist Shui Tu, late-stage mystic-grade foundation building. Such formidable power. The flower fairy stepped forward with a grave expression, positioning herself in front of everyone as a powerful aura emanated from her body. Well, if it isn't the loser Ling Xiao? What's this, hiding behind a woman again? Shui Tu sneered with a mocking gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned extremely ugly. At the same time, Shui Tu turned his gaze toward Mo Qianyan, a hint of blood red flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, You must be Mo Qianyan, the disciple of the Dao sect. Having defeated Ling Xiao, you are worthy of being considered my opponent. Mo Qianyan remained silent, and the flower fairy let out a cold snort. Shui Tu, weren't you also defeated by me? Where is Yi Canlan, the disciple of the demonic sect? Without him, you are no match for me. Who dares to call for this young master? A young man with a slightly pale complexion slowly walked towards this direction. He wore a white robe embroidered with golden patterns, his figure was thin and he looked frail. But the terrifying aura emanating from his body made people tremble in fear, as if he could easily eliminate anyone present with just a slight movement of his little finger. Yi Canlan, the disciple of the demonic sect, Foundation Establishment Realm. Late stage. Chapter 35, The Ninth Meeting, Su Shueyo's Forced Blind Date. Everyone, our heavenly treasure city is no place for fighting and killing. If you want to fight, take it outside the city. As tension mounted between both sides, an elderly man walked out from the sidelines. His name was Ouyang Yuan, the presiding figure of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the Spirit Realm, a nascent soul master. The disciples of various sects weren't afraid of nascent soul masters. After all, each of the 10 super sects had at least 10 nascent soul masters. However, Ouyang Yuan was different. Not only was he a nascent soul master, but more importantly, he was an elder of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was a behemoth on the continent, with branch pavilions in every state domain, serving as a sacred trading ground for magical treasures among cultivators of all regions. It can be said that whatever magical treasures, weapons, or intelligence you want, as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can get them all at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. No one knows exactly how powerful the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is, only that each branch's elder is at least a nascent soul grand cultivator. Just in the northern continent alone, not to mention the entire continent, there are over 100 states, which means the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has at least 100 nascent soul cultivators in the northern continent alone. The reason why super sects in various regions tolerate such a powerful force is that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion never interferes in regional conflicts. They simply guard their heavenly treasure cities in various regions and trade all kinds of items with cultivators from all directions. Moreover, some of the supreme treasures traded by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion are things that even super sects might not possess. For example, the Spirit Calming Pearl that's about to be auctioned in the Spirit region is something all 10 super sects desire to own, which clearly shows the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion status. With this relationship in place, a fight definitely won't break out, and the several young masters of the 4 evil sects left with cold sneers. Before leaving, Yi Canlan suddenly turned his gaze toward Mo Qianyan with an almost imperceptible flush appearing on his pale face. Has he discovered something? Mo Qianyan slightly furrowed his brows as he noticed Yi Canlan's final glance. Phew, that was terrifying. Only after Yi Canlan and his group had completely left did Scar Tiger exhale heavily while catching his breath. He couldn't be blamed for this reaction, as the pressure from their opponents had been too intense. If a real fight broke out, he would probably be the first one to bite the dust, as among the 10 great disciples, his strength was undoubtedly at the bottom. Yi Canlan has actually advanced to the late stage of foundation building. This time, he won't be easy to deal with. The flower fairy frowned, her expression extremely solemn as she muttered under her breath. Back when Yi Canlan was still in the mid-stage of foundation building, she had crossed hands with her several times. Although they were merely probing matches, they had put tremendous pressure on her. Now that he had advanced to the late foundation building stage before her, her hopes of defeating Yi Canlan became even more remote. It's just Yi Canlan. Can't we handle them if we work together? Ling Xiao suddenly said with a cold sneer. These words immediately caught everyone's attention. Are you sure about that? Scar Tiger asked with some doubt. What's so difficult about it? Flower Fairy can easily suppress blood slaughter. I'll take care of Ghostblade, and you and Water Gentle Fairy can handle Corpse Unholy. Ji Fian probably won't interfere. As for Yi Canlan, we might as well let Mo Qianyan deal with him. He's also an Earth-grade foundation building cultivator. Even if he can't win, he can at least stall for time. After we've dealt with our opponents, we can join forces against Yi Canlan. How could he possibly defeat so many of us alone? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold gleam, as if wishing that Mo Qianyan would be slain by Yi Canlan. Are you insane? Young Master Qianyan is only at the early foundation building stage. How can he confront Yi Canlan? The flower fairy glared at Ling Xiao, speaking angrily. Then who will deal with Yi Canlan? Hearing the flower fairy speaking for Mo Qianyan, Ling Zhao's face darkened as he retorted. Mo Qianyan moved, slowly walking to Ling Zhao's side, and said coldly, Ling Xiao, I don't need a waste like you telling me what to do. After saying that, he walked past Ling Xiao and left alone. You? Being called a waste by Mo Qianyan in front of everyone, Ling Zhao's face flushed red and white with alternating emotions as he glared furiously at Mo Qianyan's back. Mo Qianyan turned around and gave Ling Xiao an icy cold look, making him swallow the words he was about to say. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart. After casting a sinister glance at Mo Qianyan's back, he walked off in another direction. Mo Qianyan. He must have revenge. He will definitely have revenge. After paying the spirit stones, Mo Qianyan entered the advanced cultivation chamber in Tianbao City. Instead of checking what good items were available at the trading house, he went straight into cultivation. There was nothing in particular that he needed right now. Even the spirit calming pearl would be useless to him since he already possessed the mystic spirit jade pendant. If it weren't for his master's instructions, he wouldn't have bothered coming here for training. What he lacked most now was cultivation time. Among the 10 young masters of the spirit realm, he was the youngest and most disadvantaged in terms of cultivation level. Otherwise, with his Heaven Path Foundation, after a few more years of cultivation, what threat would Yi Canlan pose? Although the daily rate for the advanced cultivation chamber in Tianbao Pavilion was expensive, it was extremely safe and free from disturbances. Therefore, Mo Qianyan could stay here with peace of mind. After cultivating for 2 hours, Mo Qianyan calculated the time and realized it was time to enter the dream realm again. Thinking about seeing Su Shueyo again, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if all his troubles had dispersed with the wind. Sigh. Su Shueyo rested her chin on her hand as she sat at the desk, her face filled with distress. She was truly troubled at the moment. Princess, it's your birthday today. Why are you so unhappy? Mo Qianyan appeared, happening to hear Su Shueyo's long sigh, and couldn't help but ask. You're here? Hearing the familiar voice, Su Shueyo looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Princess, what happened? Mo Qianyan sat down beside her and asked softly. See for yourself. Su Shueyo bit her lip lightly and spoke with a worried expression, pointing at several pieces of painted paper on the table, her pretty face full of helplessness. Mo Qianyan looked and saw a portrait of a talented young man on the paper, with a line of small text below. Nangong Russian, third young master of the Nangong family, exceptionally gifted, reached the realm of spirit transformation at merely 26 years old. This is? Mo Qianyan was startled, immediately sensing something was amiss. I almost forgot that the cultivation realms in the two worlds are different, but the focus is mainly on the protagonist's cultivation realm. Protagonist's world, post-heaven, innate, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, sacred realm. Female lead's world, body tempering, physical body, divine power, spirit transformation, penetrating mystic, transcendent, sacred entry. He turned over the first drawing paper and looked at the second one, which also had a portrait of a talented young man. Li Wentao, the foremost prodigy of Xiling Prefecture, disciple of Tao Lord Yunlai, has already achieved grand perfection in the divine power realm at merely 25 years old. In the following paintings, each one depicted a brilliant young talent, all of them being either young masters of various noble families or some exceptional genius. Each one was a renowned prodigy, famous throughout the region, and their age and cultivation levels far surpassed those of the disciples from various parts of the spirit realm. Obviously, Su Shuya was now facing a very troubling matter. That is, she was being forced to choose a consort. In terms of another world, this means being forced into a blind date. Chapter 36. How could someone like this become a disciple? Looking at these paintings, Mo Qianyan was lost in thought. Although he knew this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Counting the years, Su Shuya was already 23 years old, indeed of marriageable age. If she were an ordinary girl, it wouldn't matter, but Su Shuya was the only princess of Disu, and many things were not for her to decide. However, Mo Qianyan's heart ached, and his breathing became difficult, as if he had been struck hard. Though he hadn't known Su Shuya for very long, he could feel that unique charm about her. Even though this was just a dream world, he still wanted to accompany Su Shuya through the long years ahead. He didn't want to see her marry another man. Princess, have you taken a liking to any of them? After a while, Mo Qianyan asked with a forced smile. Hearing Mo Qianyan's words, Su Shuya was slightly taken aback. She raised her eyes to look at him, her delicate brows furrowing. Do you want me to be with someone else? Upon hearing this, Mo Qianyan shook his head and said, No, I don't. Su Shuya's eyes lit up, and she broke into a radiant smile, like spring flowers blooming. If you don't want that, then why did you ask me? Mo Qianyan was stunned. He lowered his head and mumbled, Then what about the princess's choice? Among these people, I choose none of them. Su Shuya took the drawing paper from Mo Qianyan's hand and with a flash of spiritual energy, shattered it to pieces. Ah! This scene left Mo Qianyan dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Su Shuya, feeling a warm current surge through his heart that made his nose tingle with emotion. Was the princess telling him, right to his face, that she wouldn't choose anyone? Don't worry, Father Emperor dotes on me quite a lot. No matter what, he won't force me to marry anyone. Seeing Mo Qianyan's expression, Su Shuya burst into laughter, her enchanting face radiating like 100 blooming flowers. Mo Qianyan also laughed and said, To be honest, princess, a few days ago, my master also forced me to choose a bride, and it was simultaneously from among the top 3 of the spirit realm's 10 beauties. Oh? Su Shuya blinked, a trace of nervousness appearing in her eyes as she asked, So what did you choose? I refused, of course. Mo Qianyan shrugged his shoulders. You refused all of the 10 beauties? Su Shuya seemed somewhat disbelieving. Then why did the princess also refuse? Mo Qianyan asked with a smile. Their eyes met, but it was Su Shuya who first looked away, though the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. A moment later, Su Shuya lightly coughed and asked, How beautiful are these 10 beauties of your spirit realm? Mo Qianyan pondered briefly and said, The 10 beauties are all peerless beauties who could topple kingdoms with their looks. Before Mo Qianyan could finish speaking, he saw Su Shuya's puffed up cheeks and quickly shut his mouth. If I were in the spirit realm, could I be counted among the top 10 beauties? Su Shuya stared at Mo Qianyan and asked. Yes, absolutely. Mo Qianyan nodded hastily. Really? Su Shuya eyed Mo Qianyan with suspicion. Not only can you enter, but the first place will definitely belong to the princess. Mo Qianyan guaranteed, patting his chest. Hearing these words, Su Shuya finally smiled, making the entire room bright and enchanting, mesmerizing everyone present. Looking at Su Shuya like this, Mo Qianyan's heart inadvertently skipped a beat. Princess, you are truly beautiful. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I am the most beautiful woman among the 7 kingdoms. Su Shuya said with pride. This was the first time Mo Qianyan had seen Su Shuya being so narcissistic. No, it shouldn't be called narcissism, as Su Shuya was indeed the most beautiful girl Mo Qianyan had ever seen. Can you tell me about your world? I don't know much about it. Su Shuya rested her chin on her hand, her autumn-like eyes blinking gently twice as she gazed quietly at Mo Qianyan. In her heart, curiosity arose about Mo Qianyan's world. She wanted to know what kind of world it was. Of course. Hearing Su Shuya's question, Mo Qianyan nodded with a smile. In the spirit realm, there are 10 super sects. These 10 great sects are. And I am the Dao son of the Dao sect, the senior brother of this generation's disciples. Mo Qianyan slowly began to explain. As she listened to Mo Qianyan's narration, ripples appeared in Su Shuya's beautiful eyes, and she grew increasingly expectant. She suddenly felt an urgent desire to visit Mo Qianyan's world, but it seemed she couldn't go there. With 10 great sects, there must be 10 Dao sons. Besides you, what are the cultivation levels of the other Dao sons? Su Shuya suddenly asked curiously. The strength of the 10 great disciples varies. Take Ling Xiao, the disciple of the sword sect, for example. He reached foundation building at 22, and after 2 more years of cultivation, he just entered the middle stage of foundation building. As Mo Qianyan spoke, Su Shuya's expression suddenly turned strange. Princess, is there something wrong? Mo Qianyan asked, noticing Su Shuya's odd expression. 24 years old, at mid-foundation establishment stage? Su Shuao asked with a peculiar expression. That's right. And you're also a disciple of the sword sect? One of the 10 prodigies of the spirit realm? Su Shuao added. That's right. Mo Qianyan continued. What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Su Shuao opened her mouth, wanting to say something but felt the words would be inappropriate, finally saying, and this qualifies as a disciple? The implication was, too weak. Don't you see those young talents of the empire? At just 25 or 26 years old, they've either reached foundation establishment or achieved core formation. And even with such accomplishments, they still might not qualify for a position among the empire's top 10 prodigies. Have you not seen her, Su Shuao? At merely 20 years old, she surpassed foundation building and stepped into the golden core realm. At 24, in mid-stage foundation building, just recently entered the mid-stage. What about the others? You mentioned the 10 beauties of spirit realm earlier. Are there any disciples among them? Su Shuao asked again. Among the top 10 beauties of the spirit realm, 3 are disciples, with the most beautiful one being the flower fairy, who is not only the disciple of the flower sect but also possesses extremely powerful cultivation strength. Mo Qianyan replied. Oh, how strong? Stronger than me? Su Shuao playfully blinked her eyes and looked at Mo Qianyan with interest. She can't compare to the princess, of course. The flower fairy is about the same age as the princess this year, but her cultivation level is already approaching the late foundation building stage, Mo Qianyan said with a smile. Hearing Mo Qianyan's words, Su Shuao laughed again. This so-called most beautiful woman in the spirit realm seemed to pose no threat to her. The two continued their conversation, with Mo Qianyan speaking and Su Shuao listening, occasionally interjecting a few words. For a moment, neither of them noticed the passage of time, as if they had forgotten the very existence of time and space. Not until dusk was approaching did Su Shuao finally awaken. She looked up at the setting sun, then turned to Mo Qianyan beside her, with an unprecedented gleam in her eyes. Because this time, Mo Qianyan's existence lasted beyond 2 hours for the first time. And not just over 2 hours, it had been a full 4 hours and more. Chapter 37, The Shortest and Most Distant Distance. Mo Qianyan also came to his senses, realizing that this time he had spent an exceptionally long time in the dream world. In fact, the time he had spent this time exceeded the sum of his previous 8 visits. Most importantly, he hadn't left yet and was still in the dream world. It was as if he had completely merged into this world, as though he would never leave again. Their eyes met, and they both saw the delight in each other's gaze. This 9th meeting had undoubtedly led to a major breakthrough. It's almost sunset. Would you watch it with me? At this moment, Su Shuao looked at the setting sun and asked Mo Qianyan, a faint blush appearing on her beautiful face. Yes, we can. Mo Qianyan nodded with a smile. The two quietly climbed onto the roof, sat at the edge of the eaves, watching the setting sun, and silently immersed themselves in the sunset's afterglow. The sun was setting in the west, with twilight clouds as red as blood. Against the backdrop of fiery clouds filling the sky, a magnificent and spectacular scene unfolded. The evening glow cast their elongated shadows onto the eaves, creating a mesmerizing painting. Looking at the young man beside her under the setting sun, the peaceful and serene scene made Su Shuao feel unprecedented relaxation. After some time, Mo Qianyan suddenly turned his head and said to Su Shuao, Princess, staying by your side for these 2 hours feels more beneficial than half a month of arduous cultivation. Su Shuao turned her head at his words and looked at Mo Qianyan with a gentle smile. My physique is very special. The closer one gets to me, the more their cultivation speed increases. Her bright, beautiful eyes gazed at Mo Qianyan with a hint of pride dancing at the corners of her eyes and brows. Oh, then princess, may I move a little closer to you? Mo Qianyan was startled for a moment before saying with a smile. Of course. Su Shuao replied without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Shuao felt Mo Qianyan take a step closer to her, though not close enough for direct contact. However, at such a distance, just a slight tilt would be enough to lean against the other person. As the sunset gradually descended, the evening breeze gently stirred Su Shuao's beautiful hair. The last rays of light shone down, making the entire imperial palace appear even more dazzling and spectacular. When I was little, on every birthday, Mother Empress would always accompany me right here in this spot. I would lean against her embrace, watching the sunset scenery, Su Shuao murmured, her tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. Where is she now? I don't seem to have ever met her? Mo Qianyan asked softly. She's gone. Su Shuao sighed softly, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. Mo Qianyan was momentarily stunned as he looked at the young woman beside him. He noticed tears welling up in her eyes, as if something had touched a tender spot deep in her heart. I'm sorry, Mo Qianyan apologized. He had only asked casually, not expecting to stir up such sadness in the young girl's heart. It's not your fault, Su Shuao shook her head, wiping away the tears from her eyes and forcing a slight smile. Mo Qianyan reached out and gently held Su Shuao's small hand. Feeling her delicate, boneless hand, his heart trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but grip it a bit tighter. Don't be sad anymore, Mo Qianyan said softly. I'm fine, Su Shuao replied quietly. She struggled gently, trying to withdraw her hand, but Imo Qianyan held it too tightly for her to pull away. She had no choice but to give up, letting Imo Qianyan hold her hand. Soon, the evening glow completely vanished at the horizon, replaced by darkness enveloping the earth as countless stars began to twinkle in the sky. The two of them quietly gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky, their hearts becoming tranquil, drawn to each other like two magnets. After a long while, "Do you think there's a purpose behind heaven arranging our meeting?" Suddenly, Su Shueyo spoke up, gazing at the night sky, and said slowly, her clear and melodious voice echoing in the silent night. Following Su Shueyo's gaze, Imo Qianyan also looked up at the starry sky. After a moment, he said, "Perhaps this is the destiny that heaven has arranged for us." Upon hearing this, Su Shueyo gently pursed her lips and said softly, "Do you truly believe in fate?" "Of course, because heaven's arrangements are absolute." Imo Qianyan replied earnestly, a slight smile curving his lips. "If only we could live in the same world, under the same sky, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Su Shueyo mused wistfully, a look of longing flashing across her face. "Princess, would you like to hear a story?" Imo Qianyan said. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Su Shueyo nodded. A long time ago, there was an immortal fairy who descended to the mortal realm and met a mortal man. They fell in love, but the divide between immortal and mortal was insurmountable, and they could never truly be together. In the end, they transformed into two stars in the sky, separated by the vast Milky Way, able to meet only once a year. As she listened to Imo Qianyan's story, ripples stirred in Su Shueyo's heart. Why did this story seem so similar to their own situation? Meeting only once a year. Look, shooting stars. Two shooting stars streaked across the night sky, shining like brilliant pearls, their radiant glow particularly dazzling against the pitch-black curtain of night. Imo Qianyan and Su Shueyo were captivated by this beautiful sight. They both looked up, their gazes fixed on the dark sky, watching the meteors streak across the horizon. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything around them became quiet and beautiful. These two shooting stars seemed to possess some mysterious power as they slowly drew closer and closer to each other. Imo Qianyan and Su Shueyo's eyes never left the shooting stars, their hearts filled with anticipation and hope. In this moment, they seemed to forget the world around them, left only with each other and those two gradually converging shooting stars. It was as if Imo Qianyan and Su Shueyo themselves were drawing closer and closer together. Until, just as they were about to merge, the two shooting stars suddenly changed direction, abruptly splitting apart and drifting further and further away from each other. The greatest distance in the world is not between opposite ends of the earth, but when I'm right beside you, yet can never hold on to you. Just like meteors in the sky, they seem about to merge together, yet suddenly separate, following no pattern at all. A teardrop fell from Su Shueyo's eye as the evening breeze gently dispersed the lingering warmth in her palm. She turned around to find no one beside her. The distance between them was more dramatic and unpredictable than a shooting star. Just a moment ago, they were holding hands. In the next breath, they were separated by a realm of space and time, by an entire world. The shortest and farthest distances in the world both existed between them. So close they could touch, yet so far they could never trace back. The night grew increasingly silent. The shooting star grew more and more distant. Their next meeting would be a year from now. P.S. Now that we're in the verification period, the data in the next few days is particularly important. If you like this book, please help by recommending it to others, clicking for updates, sending a small gift, or leaving a good review. Help Imo Qianyan and Su Shueyo spend more time together. Chapter 38. Jifian becomes an auctioneer. My cultivation has improved another step, getting closer to mid-foundation building stage, but I can't feel happy about it. In the cultivation chamber, Imo Qianyan opened his eyes, showing a trace of melancholy on his face. In fact, compared to him, Su Shueyo endured much more. As the empire's only princess, she was well protected deep within the imperial palace and had never left it, as she told Imo Qianyan today. The only people she had contact with were the emperor, the crown prince, and a few palace maids and guards. Everything else she could only hear about or glimpse from afar. Before she was 9 years old, Su Shueyo still had a loving empress mother. Perhaps those were her happiest moments. Later on, she lost even her mother, the empress. Though her father the emperor and royal brother doted on her, they never truly understood her or knew what she needed. What she needed was companionship. What she needed was a friend to confide in. Imo Qianyan was not only her first friend but also her only friend. Yet it was cruel, for Su Shueyo had to wait an entire year just to meet Imo Qianyan for that brief moment. Moreover, after waiting for a year and finally meeting, it's possible that they might barely exchange a few words before awakening again. He could neither predict nor control the duration of the dreams. Last night's lengthy meeting was an unexpected delight. This time, Imo Qianyan stayed for nearly 9 hours, and he could sense that Su Shueyo was very happy. Because she had finally found someone to confide in, someone with whom she could share the burden that had been buried in her heart for years. If only she could stay a moment longer, wouldn't that be wonderful? If only it was him who came to visit once a year, wouldn't that be wonderful? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction arrived as scheduled, and each auction was a grand occasion for cultivators in the spirit realm, especially for independent cultivators. This time was even more special, as days ago, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion added the Spirit Calming Pearl to the auction list at the last minute, attracting more people. Even all the disciples from the 10 super sects were present. Inside the auction house, the crowd was bustling, extraordinarily lively, with an extremely vibrant atmosphere. Powers from various factions and independent cultivators began taking their seats. This auction actually has a spiritual treasure that can enhance cultivation speed. That's the most precious thing there is. Forget about it. I saw all the disciples from the 10 super sects are here. We should just enjoy the atmosphere and not think about bidding. All 10 disciples are here? Does that mean we can see the top 3 beauties of the spirit realm's top 10 beauties? Inside the auction house, exclamations of amazement kept rising, and discussions were widespread. Several people were already seated on the second floor of the auction house. These elegant seats were reserved only for prestigious nascent soul grandmasters of the spirit realm or the renowned heavenly talents at the disciple level. As people on the first floor looked up at those on the second floor, their eyes were filled with reverence and envy. Look, the chosen disciples from various sects have arrived. So beautiful, is that the flower fairy, the most beautiful woman in the spirit realm? She's truly beautiful. I'd willingly lose 10 years of my life just for one night with her. 10 years? I'd give up 100 years. Damn, even this is becoming competitive? That must be Water Gentle Fairy, right? I heard she's incredibly beautiful, truly a rare beauty in this world. Now that I see her, the rumors were true. Everyone discussed among themselves, while male cultivators would occasionally steal glances at the second floor, their eyes entranced. The Flower Fairy and Water Gentle Fairy sat down with others. The other chosen disciples hadn't arrived yet, and though there were several nascent soul masters on the second floor, they all sat in the corners. Moments later, Ling Xiao and Scar Tiger arrived as well, followed closely by the chosen disciples from the 4 Devil Path sects. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere suddenly went quiet, as the oppressive aura from these Devil Path disciples was overwhelming. His cold gaze swept across the room, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Where is Mo Qianyan? Why hasn't he shown up? He was also absent from our meeting last night. Could it be that he has run away? Ling Xiao scanned around but couldn't find Mo Qianyan anywhere, and couldn't help but frown as he asked. Don't know. After we split up yesterday, he just disappeared. I can't get in touch with him either, Scar Tiger shrugged. He's totally looking down on us. Just because he has some strength, he's getting too full of himself. Does he really think he alone can defeat Yi Canlan? Ling Xiao said with a cold sneer. I believe young Master Qianyan will come. He must have some matters to attend to. The Flower Fairy had always maintained her faith in Mo Qianyan. Watching the Flower Fairy defend Mo Qianyan once again, Ling Xiao was so furious that he wanted to tear Mo Qianyan into pieces. His eyes narrowed, and when he looked at the Flower Fairy again, they glinted with an icy cold light. Sorry for being late. Mo Qianyan finally arrived, dressed in white robes. His elegant and handsome demeanor made him look like a distinguished young gentleman, causing many female cultivators to secretly admire him. It's alright, I'm glad you came. The Flower Fairy smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Mo Qianyan. Seeing the Flower Fairy's attitude towards Mo Qianyan, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth in jealousy. Just as Mo Qianyan sat down, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to find a pale-faced young man staring at him from not far away. Yi Canlan, what exactly does he want? Mo Qianyan frowned slightly. He had never had any dealings with Yi Canlan before, so why was the other person staring at him so intently? Had he discovered that Mo Qianyan was a Heaven's Path Foundation builder? Or had he noticed the mystical spirit jade pendant on him? Mo Qianyan pondered for a long while but still couldn't figure out Yi Canlan's intentions. However, he understood that Yi Canlan was the only person who could pose a serious threat to him, so he remained extremely vigilant against her. Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion auction. I, Fei Yan, wish you all success in acquiring treasures and returning home satisfied. An incomparably enchanting voice rang out. As everyone turned toward the sound, they saw Jifian, clad in a flame-red dress that left little to imagination, sauntering into the auction house with graceful, seductive steps. This seductress is utterly irresistible. My goodness, she's absolutely mesmerizing. If only I could marry her. Though they say no one survives more than 3 days with her, dying beneath such a peony would be a poetic end. I can't take it anymore. In the auction house, people whispered among themselves, their lecherous gazes brazenly tracing Jifian's graceful curves. Some people even secretly extended their hands under their seats while staring at Jifian. Indeed, while the Flower Fairy ranked higher than Jifian, she was like a distant star that could only be admired from afar. Jifian, on the other hand, was someone they might actually have a chance to get close to. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jifian gave a charming smile, her grace and beauty captivating. Every gesture and expression exuded irresistible allure. Suddenly, Jifian let out a coquettish laugh, instantly making all the men present feel numb all over, their blood boiling with rising desires. This Jifian, she was with us the day before yesterday, then with the 4 evil sects yesterday, and today she's become an auctioneer at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Which side is she really on? Scar Tiger said in a rumbling voice. We can't control which side she stands on, but we need to prepare for the worst, the flower fairy spoke up. He. Ji Fian glanced at the crowd on the second floor, then said seductively, since everyone is here, this lady declares that the auction begins now. Chapter 39, Unexpected Joy, Stacked Effects. The first auction item is a single drop of premium foundation establishment elixir, with a starting bid of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Ji Fian took out a jade bottle containing a single crystal clear drop of liquid. What? It's actually a premium foundation establishment elixir. Premium foundation establishment elixir. Upon hearing these words, the auction house instantly erupted into chaos. Premium foundation establishment elixir. It was something as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the entire cultivation world. Just one drop could guarantee a successful foundation establishment for anyone at the peak of innate realm. In the entire spirit domain, only 3 grand alchemist masters could refine such a premium item, making it extremely scarce. While elite disciples of super sects might not lack it, it was invaluable for smaller forces and independent cultivators. 110 mid-grade spirit stones, 120 mid-grade spirit stones, 150 mid-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the previously quiet auction house became noisy. Numerous cultivators frantically joined the bidding war. Soon, the foundation building elixir's price was bid up to 300 mid-grade spirit stones. At this price point, fewer people continued bidding, clearly approaching its true value. In the sect, each disciple can purchase 1 drop of premium foundation building elixir for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, though it's limited to 1 purchase per person. Outside, it costs 300 mid-grade spirit stones? Mo Qianyan murmured. The treatment of disciples in major sects is indeed much better than that of independent cultivators. For example, talented disciples in major sects can build their foundation before 30 years old, while those from smaller factions or independent cultivators below usually take several decades to reach foundation building. 300 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 time. That makes 600 mid-grade spirit stones for 2 times. When no one continued bidding, Ji Fian suddenly cast a seductive glance and rolled the jade bottle across her scantily clad chest in a circular motion. If no one else makes a bid, it will be going to someone else. Ji Fian gazed at the crowd below with feigned melancholy, her beautiful eyes glistening with an alluring charm that was hard to resist. Damn, who can resist this? 310 medium-grade spirit stones. A burly man immediately raised his sign and shouted, while swallowing hard. Who wants to buy spirit liquid? I want to buy the bottle. 350 medium-grade spirit stones. Another person immediately shouted, his beady eyes greedily fixed on Ji Fian's prominent chest. Soon, the price was pushed up to 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Is this even possible? Scar Tiger widened his eyes, looking utterly astonished. Everyone now understood why the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had invited Ji Fian to serve as their auctioneer. It was absolutely a profitable decision with no downside. Finally, this drop of premium foundation building spirit liquid was auctioned off for 900 medium-grade spirit stones, won by a foundation building cultivator. After receiving the bottle, this foundation building cultivator immediately kissed it several times before putting it in his mouth, his face full of intoxicated expression, as if he had tasted some heavenly nectar. Now, for the second item. After that, Mo Qianyan stopped paying attention to the auction and closed his eyes to begin cultivation. Since there was nothing he particularly needed among the auctioned items, he didn't want to waste his energy. After the auction ends, there would likely be a great battle waiting. When peers compete, the older generation cannot interfere. And cultivation level was what he most urgently needed to improve. After spending several hours beside Su Shueyao yesterday, plus the more concentrated spiritual energy in that world, his cultivation had reached the peak of early foundation building stage. Of course, such rapid progress was also due to his extremely powerful cultivation talent. Foundation establishment realm at 18 years old was extremely rare in the spirit realm, appearing perhaps once in 1,000 years. Moreover, this was without him deliberately trying to be competitive. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would have increased even more significantly. After reaching the heavenly foundation stage, his talent had further improved, making his cultivation speed even more terrifying. At this rate, it would take less than a month for him to advance to the middle stage of foundation building. After an unknown period, a strong and resonant voice rang out. Welcome everyone for your gracious attendance. Now, we come to the finale of this auction, which is also the most remarkable item of this event. I believe everyone will be extremely interested. Elder Ouyang Yuan of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion personally came to host the auction. Mo Qianyan also opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping towards the stage. Not just him, all the disciples present turned their attention there as well. Ouyang Yuan held a wooden box in his hands, gave a light cough, and then slowly opened it. Hiss. As soon as the wooden box was opened, a sensation of pure energy flowed forth, instantly invigorating everyone present. It was a thumb-sized emerald jade bead, completely translucent, like an art piece carved from jade. The jade bead emitted a faint glow, seemingly containing immense energy, and a mysterious wave of power emanated from within. At the same time, everyone present felt their cultivation speed increase slightly. A treasure that increases cultivation speed. Everyone, please take a moment to experience this. Ouyang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand, sending the jade bead flying towards the second floor, pausing briefly before each person there. When the jade bead stopped in front of Mo Qianyan, his expression remained unchanged, but his pupils contracted slightly. Surprisingly, he also felt his cultivation speed increase by another 20%. What was going on? Didn't he already have the Xianling jade pendant? Wasn't it said that only one auxiliary spiritual treasure for increasing cultivation speed could take effect at a time? Could it be that the methods of crafting spiritual treasures in these two worlds were completely different? Mo Qianyan secretly speculated in his heart, and with this discovery, his previously idle expression finally turned serious. Since they could be stacked, then, he must obtain this spirit calming pearl. Everyone, this is an auxiliary spiritual treasure crafted by a master artificer of our heavenly treasure pavilion called the Spirit Calming Pearl. It has the effect of focusing the mind and calming the heart, and can also absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, providing miraculous assistance to its bearer's cultivation. After making a round, Ouyang Yuan placed the Spirit Calming Pearl back in its box and began the auction. The effects of this Spirit Calming Pearl have surely been felt by all the young masters present. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, it is undoubtedly an invaluable treasure. Its starting price is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 high-grade spirit stones. After Ouyang Yuan's words fell, the entire auction hall became surprisingly quiet. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was impossible for ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators to afford, and even most core formation cultivators might not have that much. The people on the first floor naturally couldn't afford such prices, so everyone's gazes turned to those on the second floor. None of the 9 Dao children had made a bid yet, but the atmosphere between the two sides had already become extremely tense. Meanwhile, Mo Qianyan was already thinking that after acquiring the Spirit Calming Pearl at the auction, he must show it to Su Shuiyao. He wanted to see if the crafting techniques for spiritual treasures differed between the two worlds. If they were indeed different, could they perhaps be improved to make them even more powerful? As for whether he could afford it? What a joke! With over 100,000 superior grade spirit stones in hand, he only wanted to say one thing. Who else among those present dares to compete? Chapter 40, Not Good, Is There a Mole? Since no one is speaking up, this old one shall make the first bid 1,100 superior grade spirit stones. A nascent soul grandmaster spoke up from a corner of the second floor, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. This nascent soul grandmaster wasn't an elder from the 10 super sects, but he was still an elder from a major power second only to the super forces, and his name was quite renowned in the spirit realm. Following his bid, several other nascent soul cultivators also began making offers one after another. Soon, the price of the Spirit Calming Pearl climbed to over 3,000 premium spirit stones, and this number was still increasing. 5,000 premium spirit stones. A cold voice rang out as Shi Wuxia, the successor of the Corpse Shadow sect, finally spoke up at this moment. With a successor joining the competition, the remaining nascent soul cultivators weighed their wealth and reluctantly withdrew from the bidding. Good, successor Wuxia has bid 5,000 premium spirit stones. Is there a higher offer? Seeing this situation, Ouyang Yuan's smile grew broader as he asked again. 6,000 premium spirit stones. The flower fairy made her bid. Wearing a veil, her tone was as cold as winter. The Spirit Calming Pearl absolutely could not be won by the successor of any of the 4 evil sects, otherwise, Yi Kanglin's cultivation would only grow stronger. The flower fairy bids 6,000 premium spirit stones. 7,000 premium spirit stones. Just as Ouyang Yuan was about to call out the price, Shi Wuxia, the successor of the Corpse Shadow sect, jumped in again, directly raising the bid to 7,000 premium spirit stones. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. Flower Fairy frowned and called out another bid. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shi Wuxia, as if having anticipated this situation, raised the bid without hesitation, going as high as 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the Flower Fairy's brows slightly furrowed. In fact, this price far exceeded the original value of the Spirit Calming Pearl. However, such a magical treasure was extremely rare and hard to come by. If it fell into Yi Canlin's hands, they would be suffocated under his pressure. Even at several times the cost, we must secure it. 11,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Flower Fairy took a deep breath. This price was already approaching her absolute limit. Hee, the Flower Fairy sure has some nerve. Shi Wuxia chuckled softly as he sat down, appearing to have given up on bidding. However, before the Flower Fairy could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Canlin spoke indifferently. 15,000. He simply uttered 3 words, instantly causing the Flower Fairy's expression to darken considerably. This price had already exceeded her limit. Yi Canlin, how could he possess so many spirit stones? Sister Flower Fairy, I'll lend you all my 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Water Gentle Fairy spoke up, determined to fully support Flower Fairy. With Water Gentle Fairy's 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, Flower Fairy steadied herself and called out another bid. 16,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the Flower Fairy's offer, Yi Canlan's lips curled into an amused smile. He stood up, dusted off the corner of his robe, and said calmly, "If we keep bidding against each other like this, the price will only keep going higher. How about this, we each hand over our storage bags of spirit stones to Elder Ouyang Yuan and let him see who offers the highest price. We'll settle this in one go, what do you say?" "This is a good idea, Elder Ouyang Yuan. What do you think of our proposal?" Shuetu nodded and looked at Ouyang Yuan. "Ha, as an auctioneer, I only ensure the item goes to the highest bidder. How you decide to bid is your business." Ouyang Yuan chuckled and nodded in agreement with the proposal. "Alright, but we need to discuss this in the room." After a moment's contemplation, the Flower Fairy nodded. Afterward, everyone went to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, the Flower Fairy immediately set up a pre-prepared sound isolation formation that even nascent soul powerhouses couldn't eavesdrop through. "Everyone, we must not let Yi Canlan obtain the spirit calming pearl, so this time, we must go all out." After the formation was set up, the Flower Fairy was the first to speak, her gaze sweeping across everyone as a flash of determination appeared in her eyes. "No problem, I have 8,000 high-grade spirit stones." Ling Xiao spoke up first, taking the initiative to hand over the spirit stones to the Flower Fairy. "I only have 2,000. Can't help it, I never really expected to win the bid anyway," Scar Tiger said awkwardly as he took out all his spirit stones. "All of these together only amount to 26,000, I'm afraid it's not enough." The Flower Fairy turned her gaze toward Mo Qianyan and said, "Young Master Qianyan, I have 10,000 here." Mo Qianyan nodded and took out the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones that Qingxian Lord had given him. "Thank you so much." Seeing Mo Qianyan's gesture, the Flower Fairy gratefully expressed her thanks. 36,000. That should be enough to compete. After gathering all the spirit stones together, the Flower Fairy took a deep breath and returned to her second-floor private booth. At this moment, Yi Canlan and his companions also emerged from another private room. As he looked in this direction, a playful, sinister smile appeared on his pale face. "Elder Ouyang Yuan, please take a look." The Flower Fairy levitated her storage bag through the air to Elder Ouyang Yuan's hand, and Yi Canlan similarly passed over his storage bag. "These are your bids, is everything in order?" Ouyang Yuan asked after examining them. "Of course." Both Yi Canlan and Flower Fairy nodded in agreement. Ouyang Yuan first looked at Flower Fairy's storage bag, swept it with his divine sense, and announced Flower Fairy's bid is 36,000 high-grade spirit stones. Then, Ouyang Yuan turned his gaze toward Yi Canlan's storage bag. At this moment, the Flower Fairy and others were undoubtedly extremely tense. They must outbid the other party. When Ouyang Yuan saw the number of spirit stones in Yi Canlan's storage bag, his expression turned peculiar. Disciple Canlan bids 36,100 high-grade spirit stones. Wow! When this bid was announced, the whole venue erupted in excitement. How could these two bids be such a coincidence? The Flower Fairy turned deathly pale and muttered, "Only exceeding by 100, how is that possible?" Mo Qianyan slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that while Yi Canlan might possess more spirit stones, it was absolutely impossible for the difference to be exactly 100. There must be something suspicious going on. Someone among us has leaked the information about our spirit stones to the other party. The Flower Fairy looked at everyone with pain in her eyes. She had expected them to offer 40,000 or even 37,000, but instead, they offered exactly 36,100. Unless there was a traitor who revealed my trump card to the other side, this was simply impossible. A traitor, but who? Mo Qianyan, is that you? You were nowhere to be seen at our meeting last night. Today you're late, and you've shown no interest in the auction. By all accounts, how could you, an Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator, not want this spirit calming pearl? Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to mock from the side, directly throwing accusations. Scar Tiger hurriedly stepped back, distancing himself from Mo Qianyan, clearly believing Ling Xiao's words. The Flower Fairy also looked towards Mo Qianyan, but Mo Qianyan's expression remained unchanged, still calm as he slowly said, "Whoever betrayed us knows best in their heart. I believe you. Perhaps they really only have 100 more spirit stones than us." The Flower Fairy took a deep breath, still choosing to believe in Mo Qianyan. This surprised even Mo Qianyan. He wasn't very familiar with the Flower Fairy, so why did she trust him so much? Chapter 41, Did I ever say I was Earth-grade Foundation establishment? Since neither of you have any objections, then I hereby declare that this spirit calming pearl shall belong to. Just as Ouyang Yuan was about to announce the auction results, a calm voice suddenly interrupted him. "My apologies, I haven't made my bid yet." The speaker was none other than Mo Qianyan. His sudden outburst drew everyone's attention, with puzzled gazes turning toward him. Even the Flower Fairy looked at him in astonishment. Could it be that he still had more spirit stones? After all, Mo Qianyan had already put up 10,000 before, and to win the spirit calming pearl, he would need to offer more than 36,100 high-grade spirit stones. Mo Qianyan, what are you up to? Haven't you already made your offer? Shuetu spoke darkly, with a trace of anger in his voice. You were talking about 1 bid per person. That was the flower fairy's bid. When did I ever make my bid? Of course, if you have spirit stones, you're welcome to continue bidding. Imochienyan smiled faintly, his casual words leaving Blood Butcher momentarily speechless. Putting on an act. I'd like to see how you can produce so many spirit stones. Corpse Sinister sneered. Over 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even the 4 evil sects combined could barely scrape together that much. How could Imochienyan alone possess such wealth? Senior Ouyang Yuan, may I continue bidding? Imochienyan turned to Ouyang Yuan and inquired. Ouyang Yuan looked at Imochienyan while stroking his chin, secretly calculating in his heart. This Dao sect disciple is said to be at the Earth-grade foundation building realm, with limitless potential. Haha, disciple Qianyan, in this auction, naturally the highest bidder wins. Of course you can bid, Ouyang Yuan replied with a hearty laugh after brief contemplation. Then I thank you, Senior Ouyang Yuan. Imochienyan smiled slightly, flicking his finger to send a storage pouch flying into Ouyang Yuan's hand. After probing the spirit stones within the storage pouch, Ouyang Yuan's face immediately broke into a wide smile. Disciple Qianyan bids 36,250 high-grade spirit stones. After hearing the price announced by Ouyang Yuan, everyone's expressions varied. Yi Canlon, Shuetu, and others all looked somewhat displeased. Imochienyan, unexpectedly, could really offer an even higher price. PFT. Water Gentle Fairy burst into laughter because Imochienyan not only offered a higher price but also that number ended with 250. Obviously, this was mocking the other party. A peculiar light flashed in Flower Fairy's eyes as she gazed at Imochienyan, who stood there in white robes, maintaining his composure as if everything was under his control, causing her heart to beat faster. If you can match the price, the spirit calming pearl will be yours. Imochienyan looked at the 4 evil sect disciples and said calmly. Damn it! At this moment, Shuetu's face turned ashen, his clenched fists making cracking sounds as he desperately wanted to rush forward and tear Imochienyan to pieces. They had already given all their possessions to Yi Canlon. How could they possibly produce any more spirit stones? Even if there were more, damn it, there would only be a few thousand left. How could that exceed Imochienyan's bid? Let's go! Yi Canlon spoke up. Although it was somewhat frustrating, things had come to this point, and there was no meaning in lingering further. After retrieving his spirit stones, he turned and left the scene. However, before leaving, he cast another glance at Imochienyan, his eyes cold, with a frosty smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations to Taoist Imochienyan for winning the Spirit Calming Pearl. Here is the Spirit Calming Pearl and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion membership card. In the future, Taoist Imochienyan will receive a 10% discount when purchasing or bidding on items at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After Yi Canlon left, Ouyang Yuan immediately handed the Spirit Calming Pearl to Imochienyan, along with a black card. The black card was a special universal metal card issued by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and cardholders could enjoy VIP treatment. Elder Ouyang Yuan is too kind. Imochienyan put away the Spirit Calming Pearl and the black card, then cupped his hands respectfully to Ouyang Yuan. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always conducted business fairly. If friend Imochienyan has any other needs, feel free to find me. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will surely help with all our might. Ouyang Yuan spoke with a beaming smile, showing increasingly warm enthusiasm towards Imochienyan. After all, with a single Spirit Calming Pearl being auctioned for so much, his commission alone was worth several thousand high-grade spirit stones, naturally making him happy. Certainly, Senior. We'll take our leave now. Imochienyan smiled faintly and left together with the Flower Fairy and others. Now that they had obtained the item, they must leave Heavenly Treasure City and return to the Dao sect as quickly as possible, otherwise, it would become increasingly dangerous. The 4 evil sects would not let Imochienyan and the others take the item back so easily. Just as they left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a sinister and cold shout came from the sky. Imochienyan, leave the Spirit Calming Pearl behind, and I'll spare your life today. This cold shout, containing a strong killing intent, came straight at Imochienyan, causing him and his companions to stop in their tracks and turn toward the source. The disciples of the 4 evil sects were waiting for them at the city gate. What should we do? What should we do? Scar Tiger panicked, his forehead covered in sweat. What's there to fear? We'll deal with whatever comes our way, Ling Xiao said coldly. The Flower Fairy also frowned, watching the 4 figures slowly approaching in the sky, her mood becoming solemn. This battle seems inevitable. Split up. Imochienyan made a quick decision and was the first to dash out. Young master, I'll chase after him while you deal with the Flower Fairy, Blood-robed Taoist growled, his figure suddenly darting forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot and pursued in the direction where Imochienyan had fled. He had no chance against the Flower Fairy, but he certainly wasn't afraid of Imochienyan, who was just at the early foundation establishment stage. Whoosh! Imochienyan flew low on his sword, glancing briefly behind him. Seeing that only Shuetu was following, a faint smile appeared on his face. This Shuetu seems to think he has me in the bag. Imochienyan, why are you running? If you have the guts, fight me to the death. Blood Butcher roared, frantically channeling his spiritual power, trying his utmost to catch up with Emo. As the distance between them gradually shortened, Blood Butcher's expression grew even more excited. Run, keep running. You're only at early foundation establishment stage, let's see how long you can keep running. Blood Butcher yelled ferociously. When the timing seemed right, Emo suddenly stopped and turned to face the rapidly approaching Blood Butcher. Why did you stop running? Already out of breath? Blood Butcher smiled viciously as his body abruptly halted. The two stood 100 meters apart, gazing at each other from afar. I think this place is not bad, a remote wilderness, suitable for a burial ground, Emo smiled faintly. Hearing this, Blood Butcher was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back in wild, unrestrained laughter. Boy, looking for a burial ground for yourself? Blood Butcher smiled grotesquely. Since you've found your burial spot, I'll do you a favor and send you to meet your maker. Shuetu sneered repeatedly, and as his words fell, he suddenly waved his arm, causing a blood-red spear to appear beside him. This was the Blood Fiend Spear, a spirit-level weapon of extreme power. Don't think you're untouchable just because you're an Earth-grade foundation building cultivator. If you were at mid-foundation building, I might not be able to handle you, but you're only at early foundation building, and you've just stepped into it. Shuetu grinned, his eyes radiating an intense murderous glint. Emo gave a light chuckle as he flicked his fingers, summoning a spirit sword into his hand. At the same time, his amused words drifted from his mouth. Did I ever say I was at the Earth-grade foundation building realm? Chapter 42, Heavenly Phenomenon, Bright Moon Rising from the Sea. Aren't you at the Earth-grade foundation building? What do you mean? Shuetu's expression slightly froze, feeling that Emo words were somewhat strange. If not Earth-grade foundation building, could it be Mystery-grade foundation building? Wasn't Mystery-grade foundation building even weaker? As for foundation establishment of the Heavenly Way, he had never even thought about it. Not just in the spirit realm, but across all 100 regions of the Northern Territory, no one had ever heard of foundation establishment of the Heavenly Way. He even suspected that such a thing as foundation establishment of the Heavenly Way didn't exist in this world at all. Emo didn't answer, just snorted lightly. Make your move, you'll understand soon enough. Arrogant fool. Whether you're an Earth-grade foundation establishment or not, you'll die all the same. Blood Butcher snarled. With a swoosh, the blood slaughter spear shot towards Emo carrying an overwhelming murderous aura. The spear strike was incredibly fast, splitting through the void like lightning, reaching its target in an instant, aiming straight for Emo chest. Blood Butcher, at the late stage of foundation establishment and being of the mysterious grade himself, possessed true strength that even those at the peak of normal foundation establishment might not be able to match. Emo stood still, not moving a muscle. Seeing this, Blood Butcher broke into a savage grin. Die, you fool. Emo remained motionless, which made Blood Butcher completely relax, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Foundation establishment early stage? How much trouble could they possibly cause, no matter how strong? However, in the next moment, a brilliant light shot out from Emo palm, illuminating the horizon with dazzling radiance. Thunder 100 slash. Boom. Crack. Crack. Bang. 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 In an instant, thunder roared continuously, and the earth-shattering sounds were endless. Bolts of purple lightning struck through the void, as thunderbolts transformed into serpentine dragons, lunging to strike at Shuetu. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh! In just a moment, black smoke erupted from Shuetu's body as he screamed in agony from the explosion, looking utterly miserable. Isn't this the secret technique of the sword sect? How do you know it? Shuetu shouted in shock while dodging. Isn't this Ling Zhao's trump card? And it's even more powerful than Ling Zhao's. Back then, even when Ling Zhao used this Thunder 100 slashes, he was still no match for him. But Emo Thunder 100 slashes was far more powerful. There's still so much you don't know. Emo said calmly, you don't think I was just showing off when I used the Golden Bell Shield to withstand Ling Zhao's 100 lightning slashes earlier, do you? More importantly, he was studying Ling Zhao's ultimate technique. Over many years in the dream state, his spiritual power grew stronger and stronger, not only giving him a photographic memory but also making him quick to learn anything. Boom! Seeing that he couldn't resist, Shuetu directly activated the projection of his spirit sea. A 9,000 jung tall spiritual sea phantom emerged, as vast and mighty spiritual energy surged frantically throughout his body, helping him recover from injuries while enhancing various attributes including his attack power, defense, and speed. The manifestation of the spiritual sea was a characteristic of the foundation establishment realm. Once activated, one's power could be said to double instantly. Of course, there are limitations. After activating it once, if maintained for too long, one would become weakened for a period and unable to activate it again shortly after. According to legend, when a Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator opens their spirit sea, not only does their power multiply, but they also receive blessings from heaven and earth. That's what makes it truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Shuetu took out several pills and swallowed them. Then, wielding his blood-red spear, he unleashed tremendous power. Blood Fiend Spear Art 4th Form Bloodthirst. Wang Wang. The blood fiend's spear trembled violently, emitting a piercing sound. Shuai-Tu let out an angry roar and thrust his spear forward viciously. A blood-red spear energy tore through the 100 lightning slashes, heading straight for Mo Qianyan. After all, Shuai-Tu was at the late stage of penetrating Mystic Foundation at 9,000 zhang, his combat power far exceeding ordinary penetrating Mystic Foundation cultivators. At this moment, with him going all out, Mo Qianyan in his normal state could no longer defeat him. As expected of the blood-robe sect's disciple, even at the same cultivation level, you're more powerful than Ling Xiao. Mo Qianyan muttered, knowing that with his currently displayed power it would be difficult to detain his opponent. In that case, Spirit Sea, manifest. Mo Qianyan stepped forward, and instantly, a surging spiritual pressure swept outward as a vast sea of spiritual energy materialized. At the same time, within the Spirit Sea, a bright moon rose, emanating pure and gentle radiance that enveloped Mo Qianyan's entire body, making him appear like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Heavenly Dao phenomenon, moon rising from the sea. This was the blessing bestowed by heaven and earth unique to the Heavenly Dao Foundation building, and in this state, Mo Qianyan's strength wasn't merely doubled, but tripled. Mo Qianyan raised his head to look at the incoming spear energy, lifted his palm, and suddenly struck out. Dao Sect's ultimate technique, heaven-shaking palm. Under this palm strike, it was as if mountains were collapsing, crushing all things, displaying extraordinary dominance and filled with destructive power. With a boom, the spear energy shattered. The giant palm didn't stop there, but struck directly at Shuai-Tu's body. Pooh! Shuai-Tu's face turned pale as he spat out fresh blood. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as a 100 zhang handprint appeared on the ground, with Shuai-Tu lying in its center, barely clinging to life. This was only because of the protection from his spirit armor, otherwise, the force of that single palm strike would have been enough to flatten him into a meat patty. Heave, Heavenly Dao Foundation, you actually are the legendary Heavenly Dao Foundation. Shuai-Tu painfully turned over, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, his entire body racked with intense pain, while tremendous waves surged in his heart. He never would have dreamed that Mo Qianyan had achieved the legendary Heavenly Foundation. How could this be possible? But there was no denying it. The 100,000 zhang Spirit Sea and the Heavenly Phenomenon were both undeniable proof. After withdrawing both the Spirit Sea and the Phenomenon, Mo Qianyan strode toward Shuai-Tu. You can't kill me. I am the disciple of Bloodrobe Sect. My master is the sect leader of Bloodrobe Sect. Sensing Mo Qianyan's ice-cold gaze, Blood Butcher felt endless fear rising in his heart and hurriedly shouted. He regretted it. Had he known Mo Qianyan was a Heaven Path Foundation establishment cultivator, he would rather fight the Flower Fairy than provoke this monster. True, he couldn't defeat the Flower Fairy, but at least he could run away from her, right? But facing Mo Qianyan, he didn't even have the qualification to escape. Swoosh! However, Mo Qianyan completely ignored him. He simply extended his right arm, fingers pressed together like a sword, and lightly pointed downward. Master had said, when encountering evil cultivators, kill them whenever possible. Put! A streak of sword light tore through the void, directly piercing Blood Butcher's throat. Blood Butcher clutched his throat, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Mo Qianyan. Your master is the Bloodrobe Sect leader, a nascent soul cultivator, but my master is a divine transformation sovereign, Mo Qianyan said casually. Puff! Blood 2 immediately died. A generation's elite disciple, a foundation establishment late-stage genius of supreme mystic rank, fell just like that at Mo Qianyan's hands. Come to think of it, this is this disciple's first time killing someone. Mo Qianyan recalled Su Shuiyao's appearance when she first killed him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, he collected Blood 2's storage bag, magical treasures, spear and everything else, thoroughly cleaned him out before leaving satisfied. Chapter 43, The Darkened Ling Xiao. Boom! In another direction, the Flower Fairy and others were battling against Knight San Lan and 3 evil sect disciples. As planned earlier, Foundation Establishment Early-Stage Scar Tiger and Water Gentle Fairy joined forces to fight against Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage Corpse Wuya. Though the two were not Corpse Wuya's match, they could still hold on for a while when working together. After all, Corpse Wuya had only just entered the Foundation Establishment mid-stage not long ago. In the duel against Gu He, Ling Xiao actually managed to suppress him for a while. Meanwhile, the Flower Fairy fought alone against Yi Canlan, but it was clearly visible that she was struggling to hold on. Although she was almost entering the late stage of Foundation Establishment, she still hadn't quite reached it, falling one minor realm behind Yi Canlan. Why hasn't Shuai-Tu brought Mo Qianyan back yet? During the battle, Yi Canlan felt somewhat puzzled. According to his calculations, the fight should have been over by now. For Shuai-Tu, who was at the late stage of Foundation Establishment, capturing Mo Qianyan, who was only at the early stage, shouldn't be too difficult. Could it be that Mo Qianyan had managed to escape? Meanwhile, the Flower Fairy prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Mo Qianyan could escape from Shuai-Tu's pursuit and successfully bring back the Spirit Calming Pearl. Stop struggling in vain. Mo Qianyan has probably been captured by now. Surrender, and I might consider sparing your lives. Yi Canlan's lips curved into a mocking smile, as if he had the flower fairy and her companions completely at his mercy. Surrender? Defeat me first. The flower fairy shouted angrily, her delicate eyebrows rising in fury. So stubborn and foolish. Yi Canlan shook his head, then his body moved, disappearing suddenly as if teleporting, and reappearing right in front of the flower fairy. So fast. Flower fairy's pupils contracted slightly as she swept her jade-like hand, sending frost spreading across the sky. Swish! Yi Canlan moved too fast for the flower fairy to react. With one strike to her shoulder, he tore her clothes apart, exposing her snow-white shoulder with 5 deep claw marks. Spirit Sea, manifest. Knowing she was no match, the flower fairy decisively unleashed her Spirit Sea projection. Boom! The flower fairy's Spirit Sea far surpassed the mystical foundation building level, instantly reaching beyond 10,000 zhang and continuing to expand rapidly, soon reaching an astounding 34,000 zhang Spirit Sea. Under the empowerment of the Spirit Sea's phantom, the flower fairy's aura grew increasingly powerful, and her injuries were rapidly healing. 34,000 zhang, not bad, now things are getting interesting. Yi Canlan chuckled, showing no fear. Instead, a greedy desire flickered in the depths of his eyes. Flower fairy, I'm here to help you. At the side, Ling Xiao pushed back Guiqi and headed towards the flower fairy. No need, you are not a match for Yi Canlan, go help the others. Flower fairy rejected Ling Xiao. I can't, if even you are defeated, me helping them would be useless. Ling Xiao insisted stubbornly, showing no intention of heeding the flower fairy's advice. Then be careful, he is very strong. Flower fairy sighed, not persisting further. Afterward, the two stood side by side, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Canlan. Yi Canlan, however, let out a chuckle, and as he watched the two, an almost imperceptible sinister smile flickered in his eyes. Attack together. The flower fairy let out a delicate shout and made the first move, raising her jade-like hand as ice and snow danced through the sky. Good, let's attack together. Ling Xiao held his sword, infusing it with spiritual power, causing the blade to emit a dazzling light. He pointed the sword tip and thrust it forward violently. Meanwhile, Knight Sanglong stood with his hands behind his back, not even considering intervening, while the sinister smile on his lips grew deeper. Swoosh! The sword pierced flesh, and the flower fairy turned around, staring blankly at Ling Xiao behind her. You betrayed us? The flower fairy's face turned deathly pale as she looked down at the sword blade piercing through her abdomen. She couldn't understand why Ling Xiao would ambush her at such a crucial moment. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? In the distance, Scar Tiger and Water Gentle Fairy were stunned, never imagining that the flower fairy would be attacked by one of her own. Who told you to only have eyes for that Emotian? Am I really nothing compared to him? Ling Xiao roared madly, his face twisted and contorted. Yi Canlan, you promised me that after this is done, you can take the spirit calming pearl, but the flower fairy will be mine. Sword Ling Xiao said to Yi Canlan, who was watching from the side. Very well, but I'll only give you 1 day. After that, you must hand her over to me. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Canlan's mouth. 1 day? That's enough. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, rotating his wrist as he drew his sword, causing fresh blood to spurt out. The flower fairy collapsed helplessly on the ground. Although the wound wasn't fatal, it prevented her from using her spiritual power, leaving her at their mercy. From now on, you're mine. I'm going to torture you, humiliate you, and ravage you. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao laughed uncontrollably, his eyes terrifying, filled with an intense desire of possession as he looked at the flower fairy. Don't you love Emotian? That's exactly why I'm going to take what belongs to him. Ha ha ha. Sword Ling Xiao roared madly, clenching his fists, his face twisted and distorted like a devil. The flower fairy remained silent, just staring at Sword Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger, humiliation, sorrow, pain, and despair. Perhaps this would be her end? I told you all to go separately, yet you still stay together. A light sigh echoed, and in the next second, Sword Ling Xiao's hair stood on end, his body frozen, as a figure silently appeared before him. Boom! Emotian struck out with his palm, a terrifying explosion erupted, the air itself cracking with the sound of the blast. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the heavens as Sword Ling Xiao was sent flying backward, half his face caved in, teeth falling out, blood gushing from his mouth. Thud! Finally, Sword Ling Xiao crashed heavily into the forest hundreds of meters away, his fate unknown. Emotian? When the flower fairy saw the white-robed youth before her, joy suddenly lit up her face, and the light returned to her eyes. Emotian had appeared, which meant he was safe. However, her gaze dimmed again. Although Emotian was unharmed, Yi Canlan was still here. Now that she had lost her fighting ability, what about Yi Canlan? On the other side, Scar Tiger and Water Gentle Fairy broke free from their opponents and ran over together. Take her away, I'll cover the rear. Emotian instructed the two. But what about you? They have so many people. Water Gentle Fairy hesitated, saying worriedly. It's fine, they won't be able to hold me. I'll contact you later. Emotian said coldly, waving his hand to signal them to leave. All right. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and immediately left with the flower fairy. Shi Wuxie tried to intercept, but Emo Qianyan immediately threw a spear, hurling it toward Shi Wuxie. Boom! Yi Canlan moved to intercept the spear, but his expression immediately changed upon seeing the blood-red spear in his hand. This is Shui Tu's weapon, but where is he? Yi Canlan stared at Emo Qianyan and said coldly. Dead, Emo Qianyan said calmly, his eyes as still as ancient wells. You killed Shui Tu? Upon hearing this, Yi Canlan's pupils constricted sharply, while Shi Wuxie and Guiqi involuntarily took a step back. Shui Tu was Yi Canlan's right-hand man, second only to Yi Canlan in strength, and now he had been killed? He couldn't even escape? This is truly unexpected. I thought you were a foundation-building cultivator of earth rank above 70,000 zhang, but it seems I was wrong. Yi Canlan's eyes gleamed with intensity, his gaze toward Emo Qianyan gradually changed, becoming increasingly eager as he continued. You're not just an earth-grade foundation builder, but a Heaven's Path foundation builder, aren't you? P.S. Thank you all for the gifts, thanks to Yen Chen-yun for the inspiration capsule, and thanks everyone for urging me to update. Chapter 44, It's late, let's fight another day. Upon hearing Yi Canlan's words, both Shi Wuxie and Guiqi were greatly shocked, their gazes toward Emo Qianyan changed significantly, filled with wariness. With his Heaven's Path Foundation establishment and having slain Shui Tu, Emo Qianyan's strength was now far beyond theirs. Emo Qianyan did not deny it and calmly nodded. As you've guessed, this disciple has achieved Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, invincible among all at the Foundation establishment realm. Invincible, you say? Yi Canlan licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. I'd like to see just how powerful this legendary Heaven's Path Foundation establishment really is. Rumble. Yi Canlan stepped forward as spiritual energy churned around him, his terrifying aura spreading in all directions. With each step he took, a formidable aura spread out, making others feel utterly oppressed. Thud. The next moment, Yi Canlan stomped his foot and suddenly darted forward, moving at an extreme speed, rushing out like a streak of black light, instantly appearing before Emo Qianyan. Emo Qianyan raised his hand to counter, and when they collided, a thunderous boom erupted as terrifying gusts of wind swept in all directions. Bang! Emo Qianyan's body retreated 3 steps as he stabilized himself. This Yi Canlan's strength was far, far greater than Shui Tu's. The Heavenly Tao Foundation truly lives up to its reputation. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too low and still no match for mine, Yi Canlan said coldly, his eyes flickering with excitement. He. After hearing Yi Canlan's words, Emo Qianyan shook his head with a smile and said, cultivation level isn't the key to determining the outcome of a battle. Why don't we give it a try? In the next moment, the spirit sea of Heavenly Foundation expanded, and vast spiritual power surged forth. At the same time, a mysterious phenomenon appeared. As the spiritual sea circulated, Emo Qianyan's aura surged, instantly increasing several-fold. So it's indeed the Heavenly Path Foundation building. No wonder Shui Tu lost to you. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Sensing the change in Emo Qianyan's aura, Yi Canlan's eyes flashed with burning intensity. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from within Yi Canlan's body as the spiritual energy around him surged and billowed like an unstoppable tide. At this moment, the projection of his spiritual sea rapidly expanded, almost covering the entire horizon, vast as clouds, blocking out the sun, causing people's hearts to tremble. Yi Canlan, with a spiritual sea of 57,000 zhang. However, his spiritual sea was different from the normal ones. Only 30,000 zhang were the normal white color, while the outer 27,000 zhang were gray. 57,000 zhang. Something still feels off, but no matter, I've managed to probe his true strength, and that's enough. Emo Qianyan looked up at the sky. It was already nighttime, and it was approaching the hour of Z around midnight. Sorry, but it's getting late, and this disciple needs his sleep. Let's fight another day. Emo Qianyan smiled faintly, tore apart the divine movement talisman, and his speed instantly increased by 50%. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Yi Canlan. Damn it, are you messing with me? Humph. Yi Canlan's anger surged, and he shot a fierce glare at Emo Qianyan's vanishing silhouette before violently kicking a tree. Crack! The massive tree snapped instantly, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. In fact, it wasn't that Emo Qianyan didn't want to continue fighting with Yi Canlan, but rather that his current strength was indeed slightly inferior to Yi Canlan's. Of course, most importantly, needing Su Shuiao was the top priority. Never mind the battle or the spirit calming pearl, we'll discuss all that tomorrow. Whoever dared to disturb his sleep would find no place to hide, even at the ends of the earth. After escaping from Yi Canlan's trail, Emo Qianyan finally contacted Scar Tiger and Water Gentle Fairy, learning of their current hiding place. Moments later, Emo Qianyan arrived at the cave where the two were hiding, erased all traces around the area, and set up a concealment formation before confidently entering the cave. In the cave, Water Gentle Fairy was taking care of Flower Fairy, while Scar Tiger was grumbling on the side. That damn Ling Xiao almost got me killed. I must skin him alive and tear out his tendons. Scar Tiger roared in anger. Seeing Emo Qianyan enter, his expression brightened, and he smiled. Emo Qianyan, thank you for saving us this time. I apologize for what happened before. Scar Tiger had a much broader mind than Ling Xiao. If Mo Qianyan had been only slightly stronger than him, he might still have felt jealous and resentful. But after seeing Mo Qianyan easily defeat Ling Xiao, he knew he could never catch up to Mo Qianyan in his lifetime, and his resentment largely dissipated. And this time, Mo Qianyan had not only saved them but also easily escaped from Yi Canlin's grasp. He knew the gap between him and Mo Qianyan had grown to an unimaginable extent. Therefore, he completely submitted and no longer held any grudge against Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan nodded and walked to Water Gentle Fairy's side, looking at the Flower Fairy who was lying on the ground. "Are you all right?" Mo Qianyan asked. The Flower Fairy's face was still pale, but she shook her head and said, "It's not a fatal wound. After taking the healing pill, I'm feeling much better." "That's good. You rest well for now. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave this place right away," Mo Qianyan said with a slight smile. After speaking, he turned around, preparing to find a quiet place to sleep. "Mo Qianyan," the Flower Fairy called out to Mo Qianyan. "Is there something else?" Mo Qianyan stopped in his tracks and turned around with confusion. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have certainly died today," the Flower Fairy said solemnly. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Mo Qianyan waved his hand dismissively. Afterwards, he chose a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and prepared to sleep in meditation. "Whatever you do, do not disturb me," he warned one last time before falling asleep. "Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." In the depths of night, countless stars sparkled in the pitch-black sky, casting a hazy moonlight below. Inside the cave, there was complete silence, with only a thread of cold moonlight pouring through a crack in the rocky wall. Under the shroud of this hazy moonlight, a white-robed youth sat cross-legged on a stone platform. The youth's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing steady, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. "How can he sleep at a time like this?" Scar Tiger muttered under his breath, careful not to disturb Mo Qianyan. "Princess, His Majesty has returned." A maid came running to deliver this good news to the beautiful lady sitting at her dressing table. "Really? Father has been at war for 2 years, and he's finally coming back." Su Shuiao's face was filled with joy. "Princess, His Majesty has prepared the banquet and asked me to escort you there. He said he has gifts for you," the maid exclaimed excitedly. She thought the princess would go happily, but Su Shuiao hesitated. She looked up at the window, where the sunlight was bright and the weather was perfect. If she hadn't miscalculated, wasn't this around the same time when Mo Qianyan last visited? "Xiao Chang, please tell father on my behalf that Shuiao misses him, but today I need to go into secluded cultivation. I will definitely come to apologize and pay my respects tomorrow," Su Shuiao instructed. "Ah." Xiao Chang was shocked and asked, "Princess, what's wrong?" Remember, Princess always refuses all banquets and invitations on her birthday, dismisses everyone around her, and stays alone in her room. But today, before Xiao Qing could finish speaking, Su Shuiao waved her hand to stop her. "Xiao Chang, don't worry about all that. Just do as I say and go report it," Su Shuiao said. "All right, as you command." Hearing Su Shuiao's insistence, Xiao Qing said nothing more and withdrew. Chapter 45. Even a nascent soul can't stop me from killing him. Su Shuiao sat quietly by the window, gazing at the bright sun in the sky while occasionally glancing back into the room. She turned her head at every slight sound, as if expecting the white-robed young man to have silently arrived. Time passed second by second, minute by minute, as the sun in the sky gradually moved westward. As evening fell, the setting sun hung askew, dyeing the entire sky yellow, like a golden thread suspended in the celestial curtain. Su Shuiao remained gazing silently at the sky, lost in her own thoughts. Every time her birthday came around, she would feel both anxious and expectant, anticipating the appearance of a certain someone. This tension and anticipation would begin several days before, but today it was even more intense. The setting sun gradually descended, the golden evening glow turning into fiery clouds, dyeing the entire sky red, like a giant crimson cloth. Su Shuiao turned around, the room still empty. She looked up at the setting sun and let out a soft sigh. "It seems we won't be able to watch the sunset together today." As the sun set and night fell, the entire world seemed to dim, with only a bright, full moon hanging high in the sky, casting a hazy glow. The night grew colder, and Su Shuiao turned around again, the room still empty. "Is he this late this time?" She spoke softly, but her expression revealed a trace of fear. Fear that he would never come back again. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the doorway. Su Shuiao turned around joyfully, adjusted her clothing, and looked at the entrance with eyes full of anticipation. "Princess, it's very late. Haven't you gone to rest yet?" Xiao Qing's voice came from the doorway. "It's not him. I'll rest now, you may go first," Su Shuiao replied with a smile, though somewhat disappointed. "Yes," Xiao Qing responded and turned to leave. "Ah." Su Shuiao let out a soft sigh, the helplessness and fear in her eyes growing deeper. The night grew darker, a cold wind blew past, lifting Su Shuiao's jet-black hair to dance in the air. Su Shuiao stood motionless by the window, wearing only thin clothes. "Princess, I'm here, aren't I?" In a daze, Su Shuiao heard that familiar voice. She lifted her gaze but found no one there. As the bright moon rose overhead, Su Shueyo seemed to have turned into a statue, standing perfectly still as the cold moonlight bathed her body. Until dawn, when Xiaoqing came here again, she was shocked to find her princess standing by the window, appearing to be in a trance. It's right here. The tracking mark points to this location. They're hiding in there. Ling Zhao's voice rang out, sounding increasingly maniacal. Boom! Someone made their move, breaking through the hidden formation array here. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, the ground shook, and a cave emerged. Inside the cave, Scar Tiger's face changed drastically as he looked at Yi Canlan and others in mid-air, his heart filled with terror. How did you find this place? Scar Tiger asked with a trembling voice. How did you find this place? Ha, you certainly don't know that I placed tracking marks on all of you, do you? Sword Ling Xiao spoke with a hideous expression. Half of his face was now mangled, blood flowing everywhere, looking terribly frightening, especially those venomous eyes which inspired even more fear. Mo Qianyan, so you are here too. At the same time, Sword Ling Xiao also spotted Mo Qianyan sitting in the deepest part of the cave, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Today, you won't escape even if you grow wings. Sword Ling Xiao roared, lifting a huge boulder and hurling it towards Mo Qianyan. Bang! Mo Qianyan raised his hand, pulverizing the boulder, and then slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, merciless, indifferent. Upon seeing these eyes, even Scar Tiger and the Flower Fairy trembled in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even Yi Canlan was trembling in his heart at this moment, feeling that provoking Mo Qianyan now might be the worst decision of his life. Mo Qianyan slowly stood up, his cold gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still shouting, Yi Canlan, I can give you anything as long as you kill him. In the next instant, Mo Qianyan's figure moved, appearing before Ling Xiao and Yi Canlan. Without any unnecessary words, he threw a punch, unleashing vast and magnificent spiritual power that surged violently, striking hard against Ling Xiao's chest. Poof! Ling Xiao violently spat out a mouthful of blood, several of his ribs broken, as his entire body was sent flying backward and crashed in the distance. Just as Mo Qianyan was about to deliver the finishing blow, Yi Canlan suddenly appeared in front of him. Mo Qianyan, I am your opponent. Yi Canlan said in a deep voice, his eyes cold yet filled with fighting spirit. Are you sure you want to stop me from killing him? Mo Qianyan's gaze turned over, still as cold and emotionless as ever. His gaze was like the blade of death, making people tremble with fear and even causing Yi Canlan to feel uneasy. However, he was after all Yi Canlan, not someone who grew up being scared. I don't care whether you kill him or not, but you and I still have an unfinished battle. Yi Canlan responded coldly, the aura around him rising steadily. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qianyan made his move, with the heavenly Tao phenomenon above his head, domineering and boundless. Bang! The next moment, Yi Canlan was sent flying, landing on the ground with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, appearing to be seriously injured. Madman! Seeing Mo Qianyan directly open his spirit sea, Yi Canlan wiped away the blood and decisively opened his spirit sea as well. Boom! The two peerless geniuses clashed together, instantly setting off an explosion that filled the arena, with violent energy sweeping in all directions. This is 100,000 Zhang Spirit Sea. Is he the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation building? Scar Tiger and Water Gentle Fairy were shocked. They never imagined that one day they would witness the legendary Heavenly Foundation building with their own eyes. He truly isn't an Earth-grade foundation building, Flower Fairy murmured with a complicated expression. Although she had suspected it before, actually seeing it still left her heart inevitably shaken. You've gone mad! Yi Canlan shouted, clutching his bloodied chest. This Mo Qianyan seemed like a completely different person, attacking desperately, even abandoning all defense, willing to trade blow for blow at any cost. At this moment, Mo Qianyan also had a wound on his shoulder, but he seemed not to notice it and continued charging toward Yi Canlan. Damn it! Yi Canlan cursed loudly. He really couldn't understand why Mo Qianyan had become so crazed. This was simply a suicidal fighting style, completely without technique. Originally, his strength was slightly greater than Mo Qianyan's, but unfortunately, Mo Qianyan had gone berserk, completely disregarding his life, making him more and more alarmed as they fought. The soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about their lives. Gradually, he was suppressed, with more and more wounds appearing on his body as blood continuously flowed. I said, whoever blocks my way shall die. Mo Qianyan threw another punch, sending Yi Canlan flying, though he also took a palm strike in return. But Mo Qianyan remained as if nothing had happened, just coldly staring at Yi Canlan. Not just you, even a nascent soul cultivator can't stop me from killing him. Mo Qianyan's ice-cold voice spread throughout the mountain forest. Yi Canlan was scared, even he who feared neither heaven nor earth became frightened, and he didn't doubt the weight behind Mo Qianyan's words. With a void formation master behind him and being a Heaven's Path Foundation himself, who knows what other trump cards he hasn't revealed yet. Facing such a madman, he was truly terrified. Chapter 46, The 10th Meeting, Sorry I'm late. Not just Yi Canlan, even Scar Tiger was frightened by Mo Qianyan at this moment, even though Mo Qianyan's gaze wasn't directed at him. How terrifying. Suddenly Mo Qianyan seemed to become a completely different person, and the reason appeared to be that Ling Xiao had disturbed his sleep. Heavens, could the Dao sect disciple Mo Qianyan really have such severe morning anger? In Scar Tiger's heart, he marked an absolute forbidden zone: never, ever disturb Mo Qianyan while he's sleeping. Otherwise, people will die. Madman, completely and utterly mad. Yi Canlan cursed under his breath, no longer concerned about Ling Xiao, and turned to leave. Besides, he had just been using Ling Xiao all along, so what did it matter to him whether he lived or died? Yi Canlan, you're breaking your word. Ling Xiao was terrified. He wanted to run but couldn't move at all. Mo Qianyan's punch had nearly crippled him. Haha, I never make deals with worthless trash. Yi Canlan sneered and left without looking back, quickly disappearing into the forest. Bastard, Yi Canlan, you bastard. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush into the forest right now to catch Yi Canlan and flay him alive. But now he was completely immobilized, and even if he could move, he was far from being a match for Yi Canlan. Not to mention, there was also a terrifying presence here: Mo Qianyan. Ling Xiao was now filled with bitter regret. If he had known Mo Qianyan would be like this, he would never have gotten involved in this situation. Put. Ling Xiao spat blood, his face contorted in a fierce expression. Unwilling to die like this, he struggled to his feet and said to Mo Qianyan with difficulty, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. No, you haven't realized your mistakes, you've only realized that you're about to die. Mo Qianyan said coldly, without wasting words. His finger moved like a sword, and with a gentle wave, sword energy burst forth, slashing straight at Ling Xiao's neck. Swoosh! The sword energy pierced through, and Ling Xiao's eyes instantly widened. His body stiffened before slowly collapsing to the ground, dead beyond dead. The illustrious disciple of the sword sect, the most brilliant genius of this generation, had fallen just like that. Serves him right. Scar Tiger spat, saying that Ling Xiao nearly got them all killed, so he deserved what he got. After killing Ling Xiao, Mo Qianyan returned to the cave without another word and continued his meditation and sleep. 1 hour later, he opened his eyes again. It's useless. Even if he fell asleep again, he could no longer enter the dream world. However, his efforts weren't entirely fruitless. At least now he knew the exact time when he could enter dreams each day. From this, it seemed that the time he entered the dream world was at the boundary between 2 days at the hour of Z midnight. If he hadn't fallen asleep by the hour of Z, then he wouldn't be able to enter the dream world that day. Going to sleep later couldn't make up for it. Mo Qianyan walked out of the cave and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, but his heart felt heavy. Even killing Ling Xiao couldn't quell his anger. He only needed to wait 1 more day, but Su Shueya would have to wait another year. Is she waiting for me with anticipation right now? Does she have many things she wants to share with me right now? Does she have many questions she wants to ask me right now? These thoughts kept surging in his mind, making Mo Qianyan feel extremely irritable and troubled. He gazed up at the starry sky and took a deep breath, yet he still couldn't calm his emotions. He could only hope that every time he entered the dream, only 1 year would pass in the dream world. Perhaps when he enters the dream tomorrow, Su Shueya would have only waited for a year. He hoped that even though 2 years had passed, Su Shueya hadn't encountered any misfortunes. After all, he didn't want to see Su Shueya suffer any grievances. These thoughts kept haunting Mo Qianyan as Su Shueya's graceful figure floated in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Qianyan let out a long sigh, shook his head to clear away his distracting thoughts. Dawn has broken, it's time to return to the sect. Let's go, the Dao sect is closest to where we are. We'll head back there first and then you can make your plans afterward. After giving his instructions, Mo Qianyan and his 3 companions flew on their swords, speeding towards the direction of the Dao sect. Half a day later, they returned to the Dao sect, and Mo Qianyan immediately went to his master's cultivation grounds. Sure enough, Xingxian Lord was already waiting for him and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him return safely. Master, your disciple has not failed your trust and has successfully acquired the spirit calming pearl at the auction. Mo Qianyan took out the spirit calming pearl, placed it in his palm, and said respectfully, Good, very good. Xingxian Lord was extremely excited, expressing his approval with 3 consecutive goods. You're injured? Who dared to hurt my disciple? Then, Xingxian Lord noticed Mo Qianyan's injuries and became furious. Master, these minor wounds of mine are nothing. Yi Canlan suffered far worse injuries than I did. Mo Qianyan said with a slight smile and a shake of his head, clearly unconcerned. Yi Canlan? That demonic sect disciple with Earth-grade foundation building? He's been at the foundation building realm for 2 years. I didn't expect you could defeat him. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Upon hearing this, Xingxian Lord burst into hearty laughter, feeling increasingly proud of Mo Qianyan. Master, you flatter me. My cultivation level was too low this time, and it was just luck. Next time I meet him, I won't even let him touch the hem of my clothes. Mo Qianyan said with confidence. Very well, I shall look forward to it. Xingxian Lord said with a smile while stroking his beard. Master, I shall go practice cultivation now. I will strive to break through to the middle stage of foundation building as soon as possible. Then I can seek guidance from that Yi Canlan. Mo Qiannian said with clasped hands. Go ahead. Xingxian Lord nodded and said, wait. Just as Mo Qiannian turned around, Xingxian Lord called out to him again. Master, is there anything else? Mo Qiannian turned around and asked in confusion. Xingxian Lord carefully examined Mo Qiannian up and down, with a slightly peculiar expression. Master, why are you staring at me like that? You kid, after going out once, you've grown up quite a bit, Xingxian Lord suddenly remarked after a moment. Hearing this, Mo Qiannian couldn't help but rub his nose and smiled. Master, I'm already 18. If I hadn't grown up by now, wouldn't I be a fool? Ha, that's not what you were saying a few days ago. Xingxian Lord chuckled, then said solemnly, since you've grown up and have the ability to stand on your own, I'll teach you one final lesson. Please instruct me, Master. Mo Qiannian said respectfully. Xingxian Lord spoke slowly. The path of cultivation is endlessly long, and only the strong survive. You have a foundation blessed by heaven's law and a brilliant future ahead. You must maintain an invincible belief. On your future path, just remember these 25 words. If others don't harm me, I won't harm them. If they do harm me, I'll repay it 100-fold. And if they dare to strike again, I'll eliminate them root and branch. As long as you have a clear conscience and didn't actively cause trouble, even if you destroy the sword sect, I, your master, will stand by you. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Mo Qiannian said solemnly, your disciple will keep this in mind. Good, you may go. Xingxian Lord waved his hand, signaling Mo Qiannian to leave. Yes. Mo Qiannian cupped his hands respectfully and took his leave. Watching Mo Qiannian's retreating figure, Xingxian Lord's eyes flickered with expectation. My disciple, your master believes your future lies in that vast expanse of stars. At night, Mo Qiannian entered his dreams once again, and this time, no one could disturb him. The night was as silent as void, with the Milky Way like an illusory dream. When Mo Qiannian arrived again, the young lady before him was sitting by the window, lost in thought. Compared to the last time they met, she seemed much more haggard, her beautiful eyes showing nothing but gloom and loss. Perhaps, in her eyes, she thought he would never appear again? Thinking of this, Mo Qiannian felt heartache. He walked over gently and said softly, Princess, I'm sorry I'm late. P.S. Finally about to make my debut. 3 chapters offered. Since the initial data will determine the future success of the entire book, and so the author can earn enough to eat and continue writing, I hope everyone can show their support. Chapter 47. I want double birthday presents. For Su Xueyao, this was undoubtedly the year she smiled the least. Since Mo Qiannian's disappearance a year ago, hardly anyone had seen her smile genuinely from her heart, for no one else could stir her heartstrings again. No one would become her confidant without caring about her identity. And no one would accompany her to watch the sunset in the evening glow. She wondered if perhaps the connection through time and space had been severed and he would never come again. However, when the same day came around the following year, her heart began to stir once more. Could it be that the connection across time and space hadn't been broken, that he simply couldn't enter her dreams yesterday because he was occupied with something? She had been sitting here waiting since last night, witnessing the dawn break, the sun blaze overhead, and then the sunset fade away. Even as stars adorned the night sky, filling the heavens with their brilliance, and meteors streaked across the darkness, she still hadn't seen him. Perhaps their last parting had truly been their final meeting? Princess, I apologize for being late. A gentle voice sounded behind her. She turned around and saw that white-robed youth once again, his eyes gleaming with light, appearing before her. Is it another illusion? She murmured to herself, as someone at the spirit transformation golden core realm, she shouldn't be experiencing hallucinations. But over the past year, she had experienced hallucinations multiple times. This is not a hallucination, Princess, I am just late in arriving. The gentle voice once again reached her ears. Su Xueyao finally confirmed it wasn't an illusion. She lifted her head and looked at Mo Qiannian with joy in her eyes, though tinged with a hint of grievance. However, she quickly suppressed these emotions, turned around to look out the window, and gave a soft in response. Princess, you must be angry with me. Mo Qiannian let out a bitter laugh. Why should I be angry? Whether you come or not is entirely your choice, Su Xueyao said softly after a moment of silence. Mo Qiannian took another step closer, gazing at the night sky through the window with Su Xueyao, and said, after my sleep was interrupted last night, I was terrified, afraid that I would never be able to enter this dreamscape again. Today, I kept thinking, if I truly couldn't come here anymore, would that silly yet adorable princess remember that there was once someone who appeared in her world? After Mo Qiannian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he reached out to hold Su Xueyao's slightly cold hand. But my worries were unnecessary because the connection between us hasn't been broken, and I can still come to her side. So, I'm very grateful that I can still see the princess, grateful that I can still come to her side, grateful that such a beautiful princess has been waiting for me all this time. Su Xueyao listened to Mo Qiannian's voice in a daze, her heart stirring with emotions. Her previous grievances largely dissipated, replaced by waves of warmth that made her unconsciously break into a gentle smile. Who's been waiting for you? However, despite her verbal denial, Su Xueyao's eyes unconsciously narrowed, and the smile on her face grew even brighter. See, you look so beautiful when you smile. Princess, you promised me you would smile more often, Imochienyan said with a smile. Su Shueyo let out a light snort. I don't care, you didn't come last time, so this time I want double the birthday gifts. Double gifts? Sure, Imochienyan replied with a smile. Then, he took out the spirit calming pearl, a jewel-like pearl that emitted an emerald green light. Is this an auxiliary spiritual treasure that helps increase cultivation speed? Su Shueyo was somewhat surprised. She shook her head. I can sense that it only helps cultivators at the foundation building stage. It's of no use to me. You didn't need to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy it. Obviously, in her eyes, although the spirit calming pearl was quite precious, it was still far inferior compared to the mystic spirit jade pendant. In this world, only one auxiliary spiritual treasure could take effect at a time. Come to think of it, if the effects of auxiliary spiritual treasures could stack, wouldn't crafting hundreds of them make cultivation speed reach the heavens? Princess, buying it is not a waste. Even at 10 times the price, it would still be an incredible bargain, Imochienyan said mysteriously. Oh, does it have some hidden effect? Su Shueyo's curiosity was successfully piqued. Princess, hold this and watch me carefully. Imochienyan handed the spirit calming pearl to Su Shueyo. Though puzzled, Su Shueyo still followed Imochienyan's instructions and kept her eyes on him. Imochienyan sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. He deliberately placed the mystic spirit jade pendant that he wore on his chest outside his clothes, making it clearly visible to Su Shueyo. A moment later, Imochienyan completed a full cycle of the Greater Heavenly Circuit, a cultivation speed that would surely shock ordinary cultivators to the point of dislocating their jaws. Even those disciples from the spirit realm would be astonished if they saw it. Is this the cultivation speed resulting from Heavenly Path Foundation building talent combined with the mystic spirit jade pendant? Afterward, Imochienyan opened his eyes, took the spirit calming pearl from Su Shueyo's hand, and began another cycle of cultivation. A moment later, Imochienyan opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at Su Shueyo. As for Su Shueyo, she was already shocked. A great Joe cycle shortened by 20%? And that's on top of having the Xinling jade pendant? Multiplied together? This is practically like cheating, Su Shueyo murmured. It would have been fine if they just added together, but they actually multiplied? With the mystic spirit jade pendant providing a 30% increase and the spirit calming pearl providing a 20% increase, possessing both items doesn't just add up to a 50% boost in cultivation speed, but rather results in a 56% increase. Princess, take a look at this spirit calming pearl and see if there are any differences compared to the auxiliary spiritual treasures in your world. Could we possibly find a new refinement method from it? Imochienyan handed the spirit calming pearl to Su Shueyo. Su Shueyo took the spirit calming pearl once again, probing deep into it with her powerful divine consciousness. She closed her eyes to sense the profound mysteries within. Imochienyan didn't disturb her, but quietly watched her from the side. She's truly beautiful. After a long while, Su Shueyo finally opened her eyes, which sparkled as if she had made some discovery. The quality of this bead isn't as good as the Xinling jade pendant, but its crafting technique is extremely sophisticated and completely different from our conventional methods. If I can comprehend this crafting technique thoroughly, I am confident I can forge spiritual treasures that can increase cultivation speed by more than 50%, Su Shueyo said excitedly. Hearing this, Imochienyan was surprised. You know how to forge artifacts? Well, when I'm bored and have nothing better to do than stare into space, I learned some equipment forging techniques. According to the levels in your world, I should be considered a Grandmaster Equipment Forger, right? A Grandmaster Equipment Forger. Imochienyan's eyes widened. He was shocked, and according to Su Shueyo, she had only learned it out of boredom. My goodness, what kind of talent is this? Chapter 48, A Beauty Stands Alone in the Distance. In the world of cultivation, whether it's artifact forging or alchemy, everything has its ranks. There are non-ranked, ranked Artificer Alchemist, Master Artificer Alchemist, Grand Artificer Alchemist, Supreme Artificer Alchemist, and the legendary Sacred Master. Non-ranked artificers can only forge postnatal and innate weapons. Upon reaching a qualified rank, one can forge spiritual weapons for foundation building realm, while masters can forge spiritual weapons for core formation realm. At the Grandmaster level, it becomes extremely formidable, capable of forging spiritual weapons for the nascent soul realm. In the entire spirit domain, there are only 3 Grandmasters of weapon forging, and only 3 Grandmasters of pill concoction. Among them, the Dao sect has Master Huayun, one of the 3 Grandmasters of alchemy, who is the junior brother of Qingxian Lord and the beloved disciple of the Dao sect. As for Grandmasters who can forge divine weapons for the transcendent realm, there are none in the entire spirit domain. And Su Shueyo, how young is she, yet she's already a forging Grandmaster. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be truly frustrating. I accept this gift, but remember, you must never, ever let others know about your mystic spirit jade pendant, especially those artifact forgers. Su Shueyo put away the spirit calming pearl, and added a warning. Fearing that Imochienyan might not fully understand, she explained further. Treasures that enhance cultivation speed become more precious the greater their enhancement effect. The value of the Mystic Spirit Jade Pendant lies not in its intrinsic worth but in its unique forging technique. If the supreme powerhouses discover it, I can tell you without hesitation that even Dessou and all 6 nations of the continent would be reduced to ashes in an instant, Su Shueyo warned solemnly. The princess has become smarter now, knowing that some things shouldn't be revealed, Emo Qiannian teased. Auxiliary spiritual treasures that enhance cultivation speed aren't limited to just the foundation building realm. With different forging techniques, powerful artificers can deduce methods to create auxiliary treasures suitable for the core formation, nascent soul, and even deity transformation realms. Just as Emo Qiannian was putting the Shinling Jade Pendant back into his chest, Su Shueyo suddenly noticed the wound on his shoulder. You're injured? Su Shueyo asked with furrowed brows. It's nothing, I've already taken healing pills. I'll be fully recovered in a few days, Emo Qiannian answered with a smile. That won't do. Even the most perfect pills have side effects. That's why we never take pills to enhance cultivation. Don't move. Su Shueyo spoke as she gently lifted Emo Qiannian's shirt, revealing the wound on his shoulder. How is this not serious? Su Shueyo saw it. The wound was long and deep enough to expose bone. Emo Qiannian was slightly startled as he hadn't expected Su Shueyo to be so concerned about him. It's nothing, just a flesh wound, Emo Qiannian said with a smile. Su Shueyo extended her delicate jade-like hand, gently covering Emo Qiannian's wound. Then, pure white spiritual power flowed from her palm, slowly merging into the wound on Emo Qiannian's shoulder. It felt warm, relaxing, and comfortable. This wonderful sensation made Emo Qiannian want to cry out, but ultimately he forcefully held it back. Gazing at her exquisite and flawless face so close to him, full of concentration, Emo Qiannian suddenly felt dazed. Why could they only meet in dreams? Done. After a moment, Su Shueyo released her fingers and smiled faintly. Emo Qiannian looked down and was immediately stunned. There was no trace of any wound on his shoulder. There wasn't even the faintest scar left behind. Emo Qiannian was dumbfounded. What kind of medical skill was this? You know medical skills too? Emo Qiannian asked in surprise. Su Shueyo lifted her head proudly. Princess, what other skills are you hiding from me? Emo Qiannian couldn't help but ask. Well, I'm also a grandmaster of alchemy. Su Shueyo blinked her watery eyes and said with a serious expression. Emo Qiannian's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt that compared to Su Shueyo, he was practically worthless. Being skilled in medicine was one thing, but she was also a master of equipment forging and alchemy, at the grandmaster level no less. Even more absurd was her freakishly fast cultivation speed, reaching golden core at just 20 years old. Let alone the spirit realm, even across the entire continent, it's hard to find such a prodigy. It seems investing in the princess was my wisest decision. Princess, I'll be counting on you from now on, please watch over me, Emo Qiannian said with a wry smile. Sure, Su Shueyo chuckled, but there's one condition. What condition? Emo Qiannian asked. Su Shueyo gazed at Emo Qiannian with a gentle smile. That we'll be able to meet again when the time comes. Put. Looking at Su Shueyo's mischievous expression, Emo Qiannian couldn't help but smile, nodding as he said, Alright, I promise the princess that as long as the space-time connection remains, I will come to see the princess. You promised. Su Shueyo smiled brightly, in quite a good mood. Emo Qiannian looked at Su Shueyo indulgently. Of course, unless something happens to me. Before Emo Qiannian could finish speaking, Su Shueyo placed her finger on his lips, interrupting his words. Don't talk nonsense. I've already guessed that your injury must be related to me. Next time you encounter such a situation, you must prioritize your own safety. At worst, I'll just wait another year. Emo Qiannian felt warmth in his heart and said softly, Alright. At the same time, he reached out and gently held Su Shueyo's jade-like hand, which was soft, delicate, and smooth like silk. Why are you holding my hand again? Su Shueyo muttered, but didn't pull away. After all, it wasn't the first or second time. Emo Qiannian remained silent, just smiling as he gazed at the beautiful young woman before him, as if he could never look at her enough. Why are you staring at me? Su Shueyo glared at him. My princess is so beautiful, I can't help but steal a few more glances, Emo Qiannian chuckled. Who said I'm yours? Su Shueyo's pretty face turned red as she protested coquettishly. That's our princess, Emo Qiannian said with a radiant smile and gentle gaze. You silver-tongued devil. Su Shueyo let out a light snort, her cheeks flushing pink, though she was secretly delighted. At this moment, she looked exactly like a celestial maiden who had just descended to the mortal world, with beauty beyond compare. Emo Qiannian was stunned. How could there be such an incomparable beauty in this world? Why are you still looking? Noticing Emo Qiannian staring at her intently, Su Shueyo's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Emo Qiannian smiled without speaking, just quietly gazing at the beauty before him. Suddenly, he remembered a poem from the previous dream world. Princess, I have a poem I'd like to dedicate to you, Emo Qiannian said suddenly with seriousness. Poem? What's a poem? Su Shueyo asked curiously, lifting her clear, crystal-like eyes in confusion. This poem is just a few lines to praise the princess. Mo Qianyan smiled and recited softly. In distant lands dwells a beauty rare, standing alone without compare. One glance from her topples a city's might, another glance brings kingdoms to plight. Who knows not of cities and kingdoms falling? Such beauty shall ne'er again be found calling. After hearing the verses, Su Shuya was lost in thought, so this was what Mo Qianyan meant by a poem. This poem sounds so beautiful, Su Shuya smiled gently, her stunning beauty putting all flowers to shame. Mo Qianyan wished to admire this beautiful woman a while longer, but the scene before him gradually became illusory. Space brings the deepest sighs of parting ways, and time shows no mercy as it swiftly strays, till dawn breaks clear to eyes and ears anew, while my fair lady's gone, leaving just her shadow in view. P.S. First day stats 9 gifts, 12 book reviews, income, 2 packs of instant noodles. Since I only reached 100,000 words on the 2nd of this month, I haven't received the minimum payment for full attendance yet. I hope I won't starve to death. For every 50 gifts received, I will post 1 extra chapter. When 5-star reviews reach 30, I will post 1 extra chapter. No upper limit. Chapter 49, Questioning from the Sword Sect, Arena of Life and Death. Mo Qianyan, get out here. Mo Qianyan, come out here right now. Early in the morning, Mo Qianyan was awakened by noises from outside. He frowned slightly. If it weren't for his dream having already ended, he would likely have been quite grumpy about being woken up. He was now at the Dao sect, and those making a racket outside definitely weren't Dao sect members. He could figure out who they were with minimal thought. However, despite the intense commotion outside, he didn't immediately go out. Instead, he picked up his brush and drew the 10th portrait of the girl from his dream. Then, he slowly walked out of the disciple hall, his gaze sweeping calmly over the dozens of people before him. Most of these people were from the Sword Sect, while some were disciples from the Dao sect and other sects who came to watch the commotion. Among these people, there was also an old acquaintance, none other than Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect, whom he had defeated with a single move before. Mo Qianyan's gaze didn't linger on Wang Tianyi for even a moment. Someone he had defeated didn't deserve any attention. His eyes focused on an elderly man at the front of the crowd who had white hair but a youthful complexion. The leading elder of the Sword Sect, a nascent soul master who was also Ling Zhao's martial uncle. Mo Qianyan, my nephew Ling Zhao's life token has shattered. He went with you all, yet he perished while everyone else returned. Give this old man an explanation. The leading elder of the Sword Sect thundered, his voice booming like a clap of thunder, causing the eardrums of the surrounding disciples to ache. Hearing this, Mo Qianyan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing across them. Are you questioning me, a disciple? Mo Qianyan spoke indifferently. The Sword Sect's lead elder fixed Mo Qianyan with an icy stare. Ling Xiao was our Sword Sect's disciple. Now that he's dead, as an elder of the Sword Sect, do I not have the right to question this? The Sword Sect elder retorted. Since you want an explanation, this disciple shall give you one. Mo Qianyan said calmly, he's dead, slain by me. Upon hearing this, the Sword Sect elder's pupils constricted, his clouded eyes bursting with murderous intent. Such an arrogant junior, daring to kill our sect's disciple. Boom! A powerful wave of killing intent swept across in all directions, pressing down on everyone until they could barely breathe. The might of a nascent soul cultivator was terrifyingly extreme. Sword Songhai, have your eyes grown so dim that you can't tell where you are anymore? A loud shout echoed through the air as a figure appeared before Mo Qianyan. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the imposing aura of the nascent soul elder from the Sword Sect. He was a middle-aged man wearing a cyan robe, tall and straight in stature, with dignified features, exuding a domineering aura. The leader of the Dao sect, Lin Tianya. Sect leader. Mo Qianyan gave a slight bow when he saw who had arrived. Lin Tianya, your sect's disciple killed our sect's disciple. Don't you owe the Sword Sect an explanation? Zhen Songhai spoke in a cold, stern voice. In a duel among peers, life and death are determined by fate. Your sect's disciple was simply outmatched. Who else can you blame? Lin Tianya responded calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. 100 years ago, several great lords made an agreement that when disciples of the 5 orthodox sects clash, they should stop at first contact. Yet today, your sect's disciple has dealt a killing blow, violating the great lord's agreement. Lin Tianya, the Dao sect must give my Sword Sect an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, our Sword Sect will never let this go. Zhen Songhai was burning with rage. Mo Qianyan stepped forward and said, the Dao Lord made a promise. Disciples of the 4 evil sects are to be killed on sight, and any forces that collude with them must be eliminated root and branch. The reason I killed Ling Xiao was that he conspired with the 4 evil sects to eliminate all of us elite disciples at once. This crime deserves death, and your Sword Sect should provide an explanation to the other 4 sects. Mo Qianyan's words were precise and powerful, showing no fear even when facing a nascent soul master cultivator. Nonsense! Swordmaster Songhai exploded in anger. Mo Qianyan, you may eat carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. You accuse Ling Xiao of conspiring with the 4 evil sects. If you have no evidence, I will report to our sect's sovereign and have you executed. I can testify. A cool voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see a woman in flowing white robes, appearing like a banished immortal, slowly walking over. It was none other than the Flower Fairy. Seeing that it was the Flower Fairy, Sword Master Sunhai frowned. If it had been an ordinary person, that would be one thing, but the Flower Fairy was clearly no ordinary person. First beauty of the spirit domain, number 1 genius, foundation establishment of the earth rank, elite disciple of the flower sect. Any single one of these titles carried immense influence. Flower Fairy, do you realize what you're saying? Jin Sunhai took a deep breath and asked in a solemn voice. Ling Xiao colluded with Yi Canlan, the disciple of the demonic sect, and ambushed me at the crucial moment, leaving me severely wounded. If it weren't for the millennial young master's timely arrival, I wouldn't be standing here. The Flower Fairy explained in a cold and detached tone. These words caused an uproar among all the watching disciples. This was huge news. Did Ling Xiao really almost cause the death of the Flower Fairy? Though both were elite disciples, in terms of popularity, the Flower Fairy was leagues above Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jen Sunhai's expression grew even darker and more terrifying. How do I know you're not in cahoots with Mo Qianyan, conspiring together to frame my sword sect? Jen Sunhai said through gritted teeth. I swear to the heavenly Tao, if what I say is false, may 10,000 paths devour my heart, may I fall into demonic deviation, and may my cultivation never advance an inch in this lifetime. The Flower Fairy solemnly raised her right hand and made her oath to the heavens. Hiss, a heavenly Tao oath. The Flower Fairy is dead serious. It seems what the Flower Fairy said was true. This Ling Xiao is truly despicable. I've always disliked his arrogant demeanor. He's clearly petty-minded. Discussions immediately broke out around them, making Sword Sunhai's face even darker. I can also testify. If it weren't for disciple Qianyan saving us, I would have fallen into Yi Canlan's hands. Another soft voice rang out as Water Gentle Fairy, dressed in azure blue robes, walked over and stood together with the Flower Fairy. Me too. That bastard Ling Xiao nearly got me killed by colluding with the demon sect. Even dying 10 times wouldn't be enough punishment. Scar Tiger came over too, cursing as he spoke. Hearing the testimony of these three, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar, and Sword Sunhai's face turned completely black with anger. With 3 disciples testifying and having sworn heavenly oaths, what else could he say? However, he simply couldn't swallow this anger over his sect's disciple being killed. Elder of the Sword Sect, do you still think this disciple is wrong? Mo Qianyan stared expressionlessly at Jin Sunhai and asked. Upon hearing this, Jin Sunhai clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth as if he wanted to tear Mo Qianyan to pieces. However, soon after, Jin Sunhai unclenched his fist, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. He knew Mo Qianyan was no ordinary person. After all, Flower Fairy, Scar Tiger, and Water Gentle Fairy had all taken his side. However, he still had one card left that he hadn't played. With this thought, Jin Sunhai's deep eyes flashed with an icy gleam as he suddenly raised his hand and declared, Lin Tianya, my sword sect hereby challenges your Dao sect to a life and death arena battle at the Foundation Establishment Realm. Chapter 50, in 3 days, life and death shall be decided. Life and death arena. When the elder of the sword sect said this, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. The life and death arena was a rule established by the 5 sect sovereigns of the past to prevent unavoidable frictions from triggering wars between super sects. If a dispute reached an irreconcilable point, one could request a life and death arena battle, settling conflicts between 2 sects through a duel to the death. As for the Foundation Building Realm Life and Death Arena, it meant that each sect would send a disciple at the Foundation Building Realm to engage in a mortal combat. On the Life and Death Arena, not only will superiority be determined, but also life and death. There is no room for reason, only one person can walk away alive. Once the life and death arena match ends, regardless of who wins or loses, the conflict must not be mentioned again, and compensation or apologies must be made according to the agreed upon rules. As for Sword Sunhai, the reason for holding this life and death arena match at the Foundation Building Realm was because the previous generation's disciple of the Sword Sect hadn't even reached the core formation realm. Death arena? Heavens, in the past 100 years, it has only been held once. It seems Ling Zhao's death has dealt a heavy blow to the Sword Sect. They're even issuing invitations for the Death Arena. Is the Sword Sect so confident because Sword Soaring Heaven, the previous disciple of their generation, hasn't reached the Foundation Formation realm yet? Not sure, but the previous disciple of the Dao Sect reached Foundation Formation long ago. It's said that they are now cultivating at the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Everyone was utterly stunned, and a wave of commotion spread through the crowd. No one had expected the situation to suddenly transform into a life or death arena. However, thinking about it carefully, it made perfect sense. The killing of a sect's disciple was absolutely a major incident. The last time a sect's disciple was killed, dozens of nascent soul masters took to the skies and directly annihilated an empire that had a nascent soul ancestor. Sword Sunhai, have you gone senile? Lin Tianya's face darkened as he said, your sword sect's disciple colluded with the demon sect's disciple and deserved death. Not only are you not apologizing, but you're also initiating a life and death arena challenge. My Dao sect will never agree to this. The Dao sect refuses because you lack the courage. Sword Songhai swept his gaze across the Dao sect members and sneered. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Such provocation won't work. Our Dao sect disciples bear no responsibility for this matter. Lin Tianya snorted coldly, completely unmoved. Sword soaring heaven, at the grand perfection stage of mystic foundation building. Mo Qianyan made a quick mental calculation and came to a decision. Sect leader, I can accept the life and death arena challenge. Just let me fight. Mo Qianyan turned to Lin Tianya and cupped his hands respectfully. No, absolutely not. You've only just completed foundation building not long ago. If anything happens to you, how would I explain it to senior brother Qingxian? At this sight, Lin Tianya immediately intervened, frowning as he advised. Rest assured, sect leader, I have confidence. Mo Qianyan chuckled lightly, clearly having a plan in mind. That still won't do. Lin Tianya's body suddenly stiffened slightly, his gaze turning to the back mountain of Dao sect as he took a deep breath. Since you're so determined, I'll grant your wish. Finally, he let out a sigh and made a compromise. Mo Qianyan smiled faintly in gratitude and looked in the direction where Lin Tianya was gazing. It seemed that his master had spoken. After all, in the Dao sect now, only master knows that I have a heavenly Dao foundation. Though the heavenly Dao foundation and earth grade foundation seem only one step apart, the difference is as vast as that between heaven and earth. He promptly turned to Sword Songhai and said coldly, I, the disciple, can accept a life and death arena challenge from your Sword Sect's foundation building disciples. However, I want to know what compensation you will offer if you lose. Ha ha ha. Sword Songhai laughed heartily toward the sky, then coldly stared at Mo Qianyan and said grimly, rest assured, this sect master won't disappoint you. Whoever loses must hand over their Spirit Stone mine's production for an entire year. Hiss. A year's output from the Spirit Stone mine equals more than half of a super sect's annual income. This wager is too high, and we might even lose a disciple. The Sword Sect is really putting everything on the line this time. This wager is insane. Not only will we lose a year's worth of production, but the entire sect's reputation is also at stake. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd, and many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. This bet was truly terrifying. The super sect rose to power by relying on Spirit Stone mines. How would the sect disciples develop now without Spirit Stones for a year? Fine, but your Sword Sect's conditions are not enough. Since the life and death arena was initiated by your Sword Sect, you must pay double the price. Furthermore, since your Sword Sect's disciple colluded with the Demon Sect first, and considering that I, this disciple, am at early foundation building stage, your Sword Sect should pay 10 times the price. 10 times the price? Sword Songhai laughed in extreme anger and sneered, Kid, aren't you afraid your boasting will make you bite your tongue? Of course, you can refuse, and your disciple won't accept my challenge to a death duel either. This should have been your disciple's problem in the first place. Mo Qianyan said calmly, showing no fear at all. Bastard, how dare you push your luck like this? This is too much. The Sword Sect disciples immediately shouted in rebuke. This showed no respect for the Sword Sect at all. 10 times the price meant 10 years' worth of income from the Spirit Stone mines. The Sword Sect simply couldn't afford it. Without Spirit Stones for cultivation, how could we catch up with disciples from other super sects in terms of power? Without a source of Spirit Stones, would the disciples even want to stay? Master, think about it. Mo Qianyan is only at the early foundation building stage. How strong could he possibly be? This is the perfect opportunity to legitimately kill him and avenge our disciple. From the side, Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect, secretly whispered in Sword Songhai's ear. Yes, Sword Songhai was indeed his master. Meanwhile, there was a glint of light in his eyes. With Ling Xiao dead, he would now be the leader among this generation of Sword Sect disciples. If Mo Qianyan were to be killed, his previous grudge would also be avenged. After all, he wouldn't be the one fighting Mo Qianyan in the life or death arena. No matter what choice was made, he would be the biggest winner in life. Hearing this, Sword Songhai hesitated slightly. As the Sword Sect's law enforcement elder, he had the authority to do this, but if they really lost? Master, don't hesitate. Early foundation building stage against peak foundation building, how could we possibly lose? Wang Tianyi continued to fan the flames from the side. Upon hearing these words, Sword Songhai's gaze fell on Mo Qianyan, thinking the argument made sense. For someone at early foundation building stage to fight against a peak foundation building cultivator at the mystic rank, forget about Mo Qianyan being only at the earth rank, even a heaven rank foundation building cultivator would be doomed. Fine, my Sword Sect accepts. Zhen Songhai said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Only by killing Mo Qianyan could they preserve the Sword Sect's dignity and protect its honor. 3 days from now, at the peak of Death Mountain, your Dao Sect and my Sword Sect will engage in a life and death arena battle. Zhen Songhai stared at Mo Qianyan with ice-cold eyes, speaking through clenched teeth. 3 days, that should be enough. Mo Qianyan thought to himself. Then he replied, very well, this disciple will certainly arrive on time. If you dare to flee before the battle, don't blame my Sword Sect for being ruthless. Zhen Songhai snarled before leading the Sword Sect members away. The crowd gradually dispersed, but without doubt, the life and death arena battle between the Dao sect and Sword sect would cause a huge sensation in the spirit realm. Friction between super sects hadn't been seen for a long time. Chapter 51, The 11th Meeting, First Embrace. Is there anything else? After everyone had left, Mo Qianyan fixed his gaze on the only graceful figure who remained. Here are your 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. I haven't had a chance to give them to you before. The flower fairy took out a storage bag and handed it over. That's thoughtful of you. Mo Qianyan nodded slightly, then put away the storage bag. Earlier during the auction for the spirit calming pearl, the flower fairy's bid wasn't as high as his, so the spirit stones were naturally returned. Is there anything else? After putting away the storage bag, Mo Qianyan looked at the flower fairy who was still standing there and asked indifferently. Young Master Qianyan, you were too impulsive just now, the flower fairy said with a frown. Oh, why do you think so? Mo Qianyan smiled. Since the Sword sect dares to set up a life and death arena for foundation building realm, it means their previous generation disciple Sword Soaring Heaven must not have entered the core formation realm yet. The flower fairy spoke slowly. No matter, even if he has reached the grand perfect foundation building realm, his mystic power is only 6,000 zhang. I am confident enough to defeat him, Mo Qianyan remarked casually. The flower fairy took a deep breath and after a moment of silence, said, Young Master Qianyan, even Yi Canlan wouldn't dare claim he could defeat Sword Soaring Heaven. With your current strength, you probably aren't a match for Yi Canlan. I know, Mo Qianyan said with a faint smile. I may not be his match now, but that doesn't mean I won't be his match 3 days from now. 3 days from now? The flower fairy was stunned. How much could one's cultivation improve in just 3 days? There's a saying that goes, after 3 days apart, one must look at them anew. 3 days from now, I will give all of you a surprise, Mo Qianyan said confidently. The flower fairy was taken aback, then smiled bitterly and said, Very well, since young Master Qianyan has made up his mind, I wish you victory in the life and death arena. Thank you, Mo Qianyan said with clasped hands. The flower fairy turned to leave, but stopped after taking 2 steps. Is there anything else? Mo Qianyan asked again, his expression calm. Young Master Qianyan, thank you for saving my life before, the flower fairy said softly with her head lowered. It was nothing but a small favor. We are allies, no need for such formality. Mo Qianyan shook his head, his tone remaining indifferent. Well, then I won't disturb young Master Qianyan anymore. Farewell. After saying that, the flower fairy turned around and quickly left. However, after walking far away, the flower fairy turned her head back, gazing into the distance. The young man in white robes stood under the sunlight, with a gentle and confident smile on his face. He appeared especially tall and graceful, making people unable to help but stop and gaze at him. As time passed, the mysterious aura surrounding him grew even more intense. His foundation establishment through the way of heaven was perhaps his most insignificant secret. The flower fairy stood dazed and lost in thought. After a long while, she sighed and turned away. After everyone had left, Mo Qianyan returned to the disciple hall and sat cross-legged to cultivate. 3 days later would be the life and death arena battle, and during this time, he aimed to advance as close as possible to the middle stage of foundation building. This would be impossible for others, but for him, there was a certain possibility. If only he could spend a little more time by Su Shuiao's side. A beam of light emerged from the darkness, and as Mo Qianyan walked towards it, space shifted. He understood that he had once again entered the world of dreams. When he clearly saw the scene before him, Mo Qianyan was instantly stunned. In the peach blossom forest ahead, under the largest peach tree, various peach blossoms had merged together to form a swing made entirely of blooming flowers. At this moment, a young maiden sat upon the swing, leisurely swaying back and forth. Her otherworldly beautiful face, like that of a celestial fairy, was unforgettable. Wearing a trailing purple dress, she leaned against the peach branch, her legs slightly bent and her arms dangling among the fresh flowers. The young lady wore a gentle smile. Her appearance was incredibly captivating, like a spring fairy dancing and frolicking among the flowers, full of joy. She was so pure and flawless, pristine, and beautiful. She seemed to be in a delightful mood. Her sweet smile seemed to infect the whole world, making the entire peach grove bloom. Mo Qianyan stared at her in a daze, holding his breath, not daring to blink, as if afraid to miss even a second. The swing soared high, the young lady's hair floating upward, tracing graceful arcs in the air, dancing like butterflies, weaving through the flower petals. Pink petals drifted down like a rain of flowers, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Whoosh! The young lady leaped from the swing, landing in front of Mo Qianyan, and extended her jade-like finger to gently tap his forehead. Oh my, are you stunned again? The young girl covered her mouth and giggled softly. 2 delicate dimples appeared on her exquisite face, her small rosy lips curved in a playful and adorable smile, and her eyes sparkled with mischievous intelligence, making one's heart skip a beat. I've met the princess so many times, but this is the first time I've seen her so happy. It's truly a rare sight. Mo Qianyan smiled. He loved seeing her radiant smile, loved her lively and cheerful personality, and loved the fragrant scent that emanated from her. Thanks to you, I've spent a long time studying the artifact forging techniques from your world. This has helped my spiritual power increase rapidly. Now, I become a grandmaster of artifact forging." The young lady proudly held her head high, waiting for praise from her beloved one. "Grandmaster? The princess's talent is the strongest I have ever seen, bar none." Mo Qianyan was greatly shocked. What did it mean to be a grandmaster of artifact forging? In the spirit realm, the 10 great super sects must be revered and served like ancestors. Even a casual trinket they forge can be auctioned for an astronomical price. Most importantly, only a grandmaster of artifact forging with divine-level spiritual power can craft auxiliary spiritual treasures that enhance cultivation speed. In other words, regardless of their combat strength, a grandmaster of artifact forging's status would naturally be higher than that of a divine transformation lord. Most importantly, Su Shuiyao's age. Here, this is a brand new auxiliary spiritual treasure I refined for you. You could say it's an enhanced version of the spirit calming pearl. Why don't you try it? Su Shuiao opened her palm, and in her hand lay a crystal-clear gemstone that emitted a soft, luminous glow. It appears to be a teardrop-shaped gem, but it's even more delicate than a water droplet, as translucent and pure as the finest white jade. As Mo Qianyan took it, he immediately felt a warm current surge into his body, nourishing his meridians and dantian, which invigorated his spirit. Then, he sat cross-legged and performed a complete cycle of the greater celestial circuit. A moment later, he opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed incredulously, "A 50% increase? A spiritual treasure that boosts power by 50%. A spirit calming pearl that increases cultivation speed by 20% has already caused a sensation throughout the spirit realm, let alone one that increases it by 50%. Mo Qianyan could imagine that if the outside world were to learn of this, countless prodigies from major powers would go crazy, and numerous supreme experts would want to kill him to seize this supreme treasure. This is way too heaven-defying. This is due to the limited materials. I searched through the entire national treasury and only managed to gather these materials. Otherwise, the effect would have been even better," Su Shuiao said with a slight regret, pouting her small lips. "I might be able to improve that spirit jade pendant as well. It could possibly achieve a 50% enhancement. If so, your cultivation speed would more than double." Su Shuiao's words made Mo Qianyan's eyes light up once again. If the effects multiply, wouldn't that increase the cultivation speed by 125%? Is this cultivation speed trying to reach the heavens? If Mo Qianyan was previously confident about reaching the peak of early foundation building stage within 3 days, now he could even attempt to break through to the middle foundation building stage. "Princess, you're truly my lucky star." Mo Qianyan excitedly pulled the young lady before him into his arms, embracing her tightly, unable to contain his excitement and joy. Su Shuiao was stunned by the sudden embrace, but she didn't struggle to break free, her delicate face turning slightly red. He must have done this on purpose, this fool. P.S. Here's an extra chapter. As you may have noticed, the female lead has reached quite a high level in her development. If you want to witness her journey to becoming the Empress, please show your support with some small gifts.